Mr. Clerk, you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the October 28, 2025 Commission meeting. As always, it's a pleasure to see so many employees and staff members and residents and business owners here with us today. As I've stated before, we have a reasonable opportunity to be heard. We welcome everyone to come and speak about issues that pertain to the city of Coral Gables. We look forward to your ideas and anything that can help us make the city better. As we get started, I'd like to welcome you and thank Father Adam Tokahishi from St. Augustine Catholic Church, who is here with us today. Father, good morning. Father, we would like to extend our best wishes to you and your congregation. Thank you for being here with us as always. And as a member of your parish, it's always an honor to have one of our distinguished pastors from St. Augustine Church. Thank you.
It's a privilege for me to be here. And for the invocation, I wanted to recite Psalm 1 and then have a moment of silence and prayer. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise for infinite love and mercy, for calling these fine young men and women, your beloved children, to be public servants, to serve these wonderful people in Coral Gables. I thank you for calling me unworthy as I am to serve your people here. And we pray for an outpouring of the Holy Spirit upon all of us. We pray for wisdom, that we may never depart from your word, from your commandments, which are life. Your word, as long as we don't depart from it, will lead us to streams of living water. So I pray for wisdom, for courage, to always reject darkness and lies, and to wholeheartedly pursue truth, justice, mercy, grace. And we pray, Lord, continue praying for healing, for renewal in this city and the entire world. And we offer this prayer in the most holy name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen. Father, we'd like to extend our best wishes to you, your congregation, and worshipers on behalf of the city. It's truly a pleasure to have you. If I may take a personal point of privilege, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm not sure what day it was, but I went to visit the Blessed Sacrament around 8:30 at night, and I was taken aback by a full church. It was full of students. There was a three-piece band in the back, and they were worshiping for about an hour prior to Mass. I think Mass was at 9:30. I left right at the beginning of Mass to head home, but I thought I wanted I wanted you to give us a little bit more background. It was full of students. They were praying the rosary. They were enjoying the band. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because I saw you there also. You were in the back, a few rows away from me.
Yeah, this was
Tuesday or Wednesday of last week.
Tuesday, Wednesday. We always have, I'm the chaplain at the Catholic chaplain at the U.
Yeah.
So I work with a lot of college students, and there's, I would say, a strong revival. A lot of the young people are coming to church in search for deeper meaning for God, because they know that without God, there's too much chaos, violence, and as Catholics, we are all for love, peace, harmony, truth, and the young people especially, they're in search of community too. So I'm deeply privileged to be there, and I see a lot of people coming to St. Augustine. As I said, I'm truly privileged to serve there. But every Tuesday we gather for Mass with the students at the Catholic Center at the university. Every Sunday night, if you have opportunity, at 8 p.m. at St. Augustine, you will see the church packed with college students, talking maybe 700 people every Sunday night, and on fire for the Lord. Not only Catholics, but a lot of people from different religions are starting to search for something deeper than the world can offer them. So again, something is happening. So I'm glad to be part of it. I'm from Lima, Peru, and I think God is doing amazing things here in Miami, in Coral Gables. Probably know Father Vigoa. He's a great pastor, great leader at St. Augustine. So I'm truly happy to be part of the team.
It just happened to be a coincidence that you're here today, and I just on the way home from work, I stopped by to see the Blessed Sacrament, and it was beautiful to see the church with so many young people. So I want to congratulate you. Thank you, and always send our best wishes to Father Vigoa. He's a dear friend, a person who I hold in very high regard, and a person who's been transformational, not only for the church. I mean, obviously you see the changes, but for this community, he's an incredible asset along with yourself. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Through
Thank
the
you for
mayor?
your
Yes,
service.
sir.
I just want to also echo the mayor's sentiments and his observations and yours, and I commend you. And at St. Augustine, you know, my daughter was at 8 o'clock Mass on Saturday, and Sunday night, and she also told me it was absolutely filled with everyone worshiping and a lot of young people. So there is, I think, throughout, not necessarily just the city, but perhaps throughout the country, a resurgence in spirituality, and young people in particular finding the way and focusing. And not to leave out the other parishes, so St. Teresa, as anybody and everyone here should know, the pews are back, and starting with this Saturday's first Mass, it's going to be back in the main church. So plenty of places to express, worship, and serve. So thank you very much for all that you do.
Mr. Mayor, my wife and I, our first parish was St. Augustine. It was at 8 p.m. Mass. In fact, I proposed to her right after Mass one Sunday. So that's where we started. But we've also seen that renewal at St. Teresa as well, the Church of the Little Flower. For the first time in many years, there's a youth group at the Church of the Little Flower. And from what I've heard, it's been very, very positive. I've spoken to Catholic leaders from around the country, and they've also been talking about that renewal that you're talking about and the youth really coming back to the church. I know there's always a discussion about the traditional Latin Mass, and it seems like that the youth is calling for that more and more. We'll see what the Holy Father decides on that, but thank you for the work that you do.
No, thank you. I went to the
Mayor,
Church
last
of
but
the
not
Holy
least,
Little Flower for the first time a few weeks ago. Feast day was October 1st, so I went to pay my visit to the church's beautiful church, of course.
Madam Vice Mayor?
so I'm just going to cap this off by saying last night's vigil demonstrated the unity that we have among people of many different faiths. And I know that in my congregation, in our church, the youth is a very driving force. And they're always looking for a way to make an impact on many different issues, not only with the spiritual issues, but how we can put that energy to positive use in our community and abroad too, because they have food banks, they have areas that they can help in. For instance, Jamaica is tragically going to be impacted very seriously today. So if we can all put our energies together and do some good for others and with our faith, I think it's a positive thing, and I enjoy that in the congregational aspect that we work together. So it's great.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Father, as always, thank you so much. It's a privilege to have you.
Thank you. It's my honor. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to brief a quick comment into the record. Today, as part of a tradition I started a couple of years ago, it is my honor to call upon a veteran to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We do this in recognition of their service to our country and in celebration of Veterans Day, which we will mark on November 11th, and in honor of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States Marine Corps on November 10th. Tonight, we're proud to welcome firefighter Rolando Santana. After graduating high school, Rolando enlisted in the United States Marine Corps just after his 19th birthday in August 2014. He served in the elite 4th Naval Gunfire Liaison Company, known as Angelico, a special operations capable airborne unit trained for advanced fire support, reconnaissance, and joint operations in high-risk environments. In November 2019, Santana deployed with Angelico to Afghanistan, while he served in Operation Freedom Sentinel as part of the Team Delta, a quick reaction force. Over the course of more than 100 missions and operations, he was the team's solo radio chief and communications advisor, as well as his primary machine gunner. During his deployment, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and he went on to complete 8 years of honorable service in the United States Marine Corps. Today, Rolando continues his service here at home as a firefighter with the Coral Gables Fire Department, where he's serving as the department's PIO, protecting our residents and our community with the same courage and dedication that marked his military career. Please join me in welcoming firefighter and United States Marine Corps veteran Rolando Santana, who will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, sir. Thank you for having me. If everybody could please stand while we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Sergeant, God bless you. Thank you for your service. It's truly an honor to have you here in the city, and thank you for what you've done for our great country, the United States of America.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Coleman.
Speaking of churches that are doing wonderful things, I'm wearing my Coconut Grove Crisis Food Pantry shirt, which is housed at Christ Episcopal Church in Coconut Grove. They have a very robust pantry serving 225 people every Tuesday. So just thought I'd mention that. As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House brings to the Commission the Merrick Moment, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. I'm Joanne Marr, Merrick House docent. The Board of Governors members include Genevieve Orr, Chair, Mary Beth Burke, Carmen Kaysen, Alexis Ehrenhoft, Christina O'Naughton, and Bonnie Sipe. When the moon shines in Coral Gables, I will hold you in my arms. Composed in 1924, When the Moon Shines in Coral Gables was a promotional piece for George Merrick's visionary new city. The song blended romance, marketing, and music to sell not just land, but a dream. To promote his creation, Merrick used every available medium of the day: brochures, films, advertisements, newspaper stories, and, of course, music. These pieces were crafted to appeal to northern investors who longed for sunshine, palm trees, and the promise of paradise in a place where your castles in Spain are made real. The sheet music features a photo of Coral Gables Plaza and an image of Plymouth Church, interestingly enough, with a couple in Spanish attire in the foreground. Popular orchestras embraced the tune, including Jan Garber and his orchestra, who performed it frequently at the Venetian Pool. The California Ramblers recorded it in 1925 for Edison Records, helping the song reach a national audience, while other bands like the Red Rose Ragtime Band also kept it in circulation. The song stands today as a lyrical reflection of Coral Gables' golden age, a time when music, moonlight, and Merrick's Dream all came together to create one of America's most distinctive planned communities, a city worthy of preservation. As part of the city's centennial, the Merrick House Board has commissioned an arrangement for brass quintet. And you will hear it and be able to sing along with Miami's top brass at the Saturday, November 8th concert honoring our veterans. Festivities begin on the lawn at the Merrick House at 1 p.m. and the concert commences at 2. Thank you.
As always, thank you for your insight and your dedication to the City Beautiful. You never ceased to impress me. I had no clue that you were this talented. I will not, you really always know how to start it off on a positive note. But if I were to endeavor to even sing, I'd ruin the morning. So,
Well,
let me tell you, that takes a lot of
Courage.
a lot of courage, a lot of courage to do that. You were on.
I would love it if every student at every Coral Gables school would eventually know our city's song. So that's one of my goals, to kind of get it out there so that every child will be able to sing the Coral Gables song.
I love it. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I think all my colleagues have enjoyed the pumpkin judging contest. Do we have a winner? Or are we going to do that at the end?
Oh, no, we're still missing some of them.
We're still missing some. Some of
right.
us came in a little
So then
later.
we'll come back and we'll do it after the presentation and protocol docs. So item A1, presentation and proclamation declaring October 28, 2025 as Coral Gables Crime Watch Program Day in Coral Gables. Madam Mayor, who is here with us, I cannot see you over the teleprompter. Madam Mayor, will you please join us? It's always a privilege and honor to have Mayor Thompson here with us. She wanted to say a few words prior to Commissioner Fernandez reading the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And right off, I'll tell you, I am not going to follow Joanne.
Yeah.
I would not even try that. That's very brave of her and very lovely, as a matter of fact, Joanne. Thank you for the moment. I'm talking about Crime Watch, and I know we'll have a proclamation being given this morning. But before we did that, I thought it would be of interest if I would just lay out the actual basis, the beginning of our Crime Watch that has started in Coral Gables so many years ago. Ordinarily, I speak extemporaneously. See, the mayor's leaving my speech already. Okay.
Excuse me,
As I
Madam Mayor, I want to know, did you take that picture last week? Because it looks like I haven't seen that machine. Well, somebody just switched it. Well, there you go. That's the one I'm referring to.
Go back to that one. I want the chief to see this one. Chief, come out here. Where's the other one? But the other one before this one is the newspaper clipping. Look.
There it is.
If I can hold it still. I know who that is.
I had accosted a intruder in the garage, and quick action of Coral Gables.
This is why you can't invite the mayor to speak at the commission.
Grabbed this guy and got him. And more, there's more to that story another time.
We don't want to, let's not give our
History
secrets.
lesson.
No.
I love
Okay.
it. I love
Well,
it.
thank you. Anyway, as I started to say, ordinarily I would speak extemporaneously, but I have so many things I wanted to make sure I did not leave out. So if you'll forgive me, and my age especially is getting to that point where I really don't have a retention of everything I wanted to say. So I will start off by saying, okay. As a matter of fact, this is my own written little speech because my son came into my home last night and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm writing a speech for this morning." He said, "Why don't you go on AI?" I said, "I don't know how to do those kind of things." So this is from my heart, okay? And I'll read it now. I said, it has been 45 years and some of you weren't even born, I guess, by that time, but 45 years ago, since the Coral Gables Crime Watch organization was formed in 1980. It started with a phone call to me by Carol Fuel, who at that time was the chairperson of the Cultural Affairs Committee for the Coral Gables Board of Realtors, of all things. She called me. I've been on the commission for about 1 year at that time. I was serving on the commission at the time, but I had not yet met her. From that call so many years ago, we became and still are good friends, and Carol had the idea to form a crime watch in this city. And why was that, you may ask? Why was that? Well, in 1980, it was a year in history when there was much angst in our local areas as Cuba's Fidel Castro, and where is Commissioner Castro? She's gone for here, the same name. Fidel Castro emptied Havana's jails of untold numbers of dangerous criminals, sending them by boatloads to Miami shores. Hence the Mario boat lift era and the term the Marielitos. At the same time, there were other crime watches being formed, and the police across the country were skeptical of their purpose.
You've been here.
It is very true. Ours, at the time, was no different. The police departments, understandably, they were opposed to civilian groups, civilian people coming up and possibly interfering with the police work that belonged to the sworn police officers. And that skepticism was understandable. I know of one group locally who originally, when being formed, was calling itself the Vigilantes. The police didn't like that one bit. Well, our own Coral Gables group was not that one. Our purpose was to be additional eyes and ears of the police, which continues to be the case, and so much more, as the proclamation will indicate when it's read in a few moments. Our Crime Watch group differs from others in that its members represent various clubs and organizations of Coral Gables and beyond, and that club or organization member reports back to the group that he or she represents. Thus, one person disseminates an up-to-date report effectively to many. This morning, there are a number of these Crime Watch representatives present in our chambers. I'll get to them in a moment. Why don't you rise so that you can know who you are? Rise from Coral Gables Crime Watch members, please. Excellent. This morning, as I say, these numbers are present. First, there is our president, Aaron Glasser, who's been our president for several years. Aaron, could you stand, please? You? All right. And we have our executive director, Anna Lamb. Would you please stand, Anna? See, even our police are applauding. They've accepted us. Thank you. After all these years. Okay, so we have them all. Thank you very much, and we've seen the others who are standing. And as I say, we have representatives from all our local organizations, but there are others. Like, for instance, we have Angie from the state attorney's office. Angie, especially stand. Who else is there, Anna? Oh, yeah, Carl Prime from our Little Gables area. Not Little Gables. Yeah, Golden Gables, yes. Yes, we have from other, we've expanded sort of. Well, lastly, I want to thank the mayor and the commission for the proclamation, which Commissioner Fernandez, who represents the commission to the Crime Watch, will read it. We, the Crime Watch, especially thank Chief Ed Hudak, again, Chief Ed Hudak for the Coral Gables Police Department's continued support. I have not forgotten that you, the department, respected our origination those 45 years ago, and that you still do. Thank you so much, Police Chief Ed Hudak and the Police Department. You have in your ranks now a sergeant whose father, a former public safety director or a police chief, Henry Christensen, who was our staunch supporter in those early years. I'm sure that he is proud that she watches over today's Crime Watch. It's my pleasure to introduce Coral Gables Police Sergeant Michelle Christensen. Michelle, Sergeant. She's very good at watching over us all the time. I really appreciate her. We all do. And with that, Commissioner Fernandez, you can fill in the blanks that will highlight how far this strong Coral Gables Crime Watch has matured, expanded, and become a legacy in the city's annals of history. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have to start by thanking you for the invitation to become a member of Crime Watch. At the time when we had the conversation, the commission did not have a sitting board member on the Crime Watch, and I think it's been very beneficial. I've sat on many boards. I think it's been the funnest board to sit on. It's also the board where I think we have members of every large organization in the city, and where we can all come together, throw ideas around, or discuss what's going on in each of our organizations. And I think it's extremely important. Our meetings are not very long, but we get to the point. Aaron keeps us on point, making sure that we're on schedule. But it's a great place to be, and if any members of the public would like to be at one of our meetings, we meet on the first Friday of the month at the Police and Fire Headquarters, and you're welcome to participate in our meetings as well. Thank you for your leadership in setting up the Crime Watch and stewarding the whole process over the last 45 years. Because had it not been for that, probably would have fizzled like many other organizations have. But it remains strong today, and with the commitment of many of these organizations still today. It's also a testament to the great legacy that the Fuel family has had in our city. Because they have done a lot for Coral Gables over the years, and this is one of the many things that they've done that has endured for many years and is still around today.
Through the mayor, before we begin with the proclamation.
Sure. Yep.
So I also wanted to echo what Commissioner Fernandez said. Thank you, Mayor, very much for your, as always, personal, heartfelt remarks. No ChatGPT, no AI involved. But I also wanted to mention that I had the honor, the privilege of meeting yesterday in my office with Anna Lamb. And Anna is one unbelievably passionate and committed individual to this Crime Watch, Coral Gables Crime Watch. And she took the time to come upstairs and go over with me all of her wishes for increasing awareness, promoting safety, especially for children. I got that definitely from our meeting, Anna, and all the wonderful things that you go out of the way to try and find. It's not a very financially robust organization. In other words, your coffers are not overflowing with money, and so you do everything that you can to try and get grants and things for free to help pass out to the residents and especially the children. So before the day ends and after the proclamation, if we could please make known to the people watching on TV how to get a hold of the Coral Gables Crime Watch, either via an email, website, or a telephone, so that we can raise the awareness further and outreach more of the scope of your mission. So I commend the mayor and all the members of the Coral Gables Crime Watch. Thank you very much for all you do.
And Anna's work is not a 9-to-5 job. Every city event, she's out there with a tent, giving out pamphlets, information, things that she's been able to secure through Miami-Dade County, funding that we've gotten from the city, always raising awareness, helping children. So we appreciate the work and the dedication that you've had to Crime Watch and to the city of Coral Gables, Anna.
Children and seniors.
And seniors as well, exactly. That's right. We have to talk about the quinceañera party that takes place at the Adult Activity Center that you spearheaded as well. And I know the chief loves dancing to that one.
To the mayor,
Yes.
I'll just add that on top of that, Anna takes the time to fill out grant applications for all these things, reaches out to FDOT, and as you said, is at a table with every single event, whether it's the Pumpkin Patch or the Literacy Festival or, the Adventure Day event that we have upcoming, and is a very energetic and happy, exuberant individual for each and every one of these events. She loves the children.
All right, so whereas the Coral Gables Citizens Crime Watch was incorporated as a nonprofit organization in the summer of 1980 after resident Carol Fuel, chairperson of the Coral Gables Board of Realtors Cultural Affairs Committee, was flooded with concerns from realtors that homes would not sell due to soaring crime rate caused by the rapid increase in population and dramatic cultural shift, and then Commissioner Dorothy Thompson and husband Jack Thompson, Coral Gables attorney Marvin Weiner, and many community activists combined their efforts to take a stand against crime. And whereas for 45 years, the Coral Gables Citizens Crime Watch has served our community with hundreds of residents looking out for each other in their neighborhoods, keeping tabs on police reports, and reporting unusual and suspicious activities, acting as the eyes and ears for the police department. And whereas Crime Watch has forged strong bonds among residents while improving citizen and law enforcement relationships through collaborative efforts with the Coral Gables Police and Fire Departments. And whereas the organization is governed by a board of directors formed by representatives from more than 20 local organizations, including the Kiwanis Club, Garden Club, Coral Gables Women's Club, Rotary Club, and the University of Miami, demonstrating broad community support. And whereas Crime Watch conducts extensive community outreach through partnerships with the city at events and civic activities, including, but not limited to, the Farmers Market, Pumpkin Patch, Halloween at City Hall, National Night Out, self-defense and CPR classes, active shooter presentations, crime prevention meetings, Stop the Bleed education, safety material distribution, and securing grants for safety equipment. And whereas the organization sponsors self-defense classes, arranges for home security checks, and informs the community about fraud alerts, senior safety tips, fire prevention, drug abuse education, graffiti prevention, and homeland security issues. And whereas Crime Watch makes regular presentations regarding crime and fire prevention and public safety information to neighborhoods, civic groups, and religious organizations throughout the city. Whereas the dedication and vigilance of Crime Watch volunteers has made Coral Gables a safer and more connected community. Now, therefore, we, the City Commission, do hereby proclaim October 28, 2025, Coral Gables Crime Watch Day in Coral Gables.
Let's get our friends from Crime Watch up here and let's take a photo.
Yeah. Would you ask the police chief and sergeant?
Of course. Chief, will you join us, please? Sergeant, join us, please. It's a privilege to stand right here. Sergeant.
just sheer strength doing this, you know. Never before.
Madam Mayor would like to say a few parting words
You
until
know,
next meeting.
You know, Mayor, thank you. They say they say it's dangerous, you know, to give a microphone. We never release it from a politician, or wasn't, always will be. I would be remiss, and I speak not only for the Coral Gables Crime Watch proclamation that was given today, but all the proclamations that come before you each month on your meetings for the city clerk's office, because they do a champion job and many times overlooked because the proclamations come along and they're beautifully done, but there's so much work going into it. Yoli especially. Where are you, Yoli? Stand up. Stand up. You see the city clerk here, and he's very visible, but the one that's invisible is the one behind the scenes. Is that not correct?
Ms. Davis
And
is never
she
invisible.
works so hard, along with her cohorts in the office, to put all these words together that you always enjoy so much. But they're unsung heroes. I just want to bring that to your attention.
Mayor, thank you for that. That means a lot. Yoli's amazing, and so is the entire team. We're blessed to have amazing employees.
Yes, we are.
Thank you for joining us today. We
Thank
love
you
you.
all for everything,
Thank you.
always. Thank you.
Thank you. Just out of personal privilege, I'm going to jump around just 1 second to get our police out of here early. They want to get back to what they do best, fighting crime. A6, Chief.
A6, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. At this point, I'd like to bring up Officer Michael Clark. On Saturday, July 19th, at approximately 9 o'clock at night, a call from service was dispatched to the Whole Foods in Red Road. One of the things that plague our city on the time when crime is our shoplifting events, and they go on. On this day, we got a call to the, as I said, to the Whole Foods on Red Road. The individual who was running from the store had been there several times in April and June, and we had multiple times we were looking for the individual. As Officer Clark arrived, the individual on foot took off. As you can see, I wouldn't run from Officer Clark either. He was able to catch the individual, actually had a physical confrontation with the individual until he was safely able to wrestle him on the ground, all along keeping his calm demeanor on the radio that responding units could assist and take the person into custody. This is a crime that, although it does not rise to the level of violence, it does impact our residents, our citizens, and our economy from things that actually can turn into a violent crime, and we have seen that. Because of his actions that directly led to the swift arrest of this repeat offender, he was nominated and received the Officer of the Month for July 2025.
I appreciate you having me here. Thank you, Chief, for the kind words, of course. For those who know me, they know that I'm a man of very few words. So with the commission here, I want to say thank you. And that's also the end of my speech.
That's the most I've heard him say in years.
Officer, if I may, how many years have you been serving the city?
Since 2020, so 5 years.
Because I know how it's been for us. We're blessed to have you. And today's a prime example of that. I know you're incredibly tenacious, you're hardworking. You leave no stone unturned to make sure that you're always protecting the residents and the business community. You're making us look great. You're the reason, along with all the officers who are here, why the City Beautiful is the City Beautiful. So I want to thank you and always make sure that you're aware this commission appreciates your dedication and your hard work on behalf of the community. You represent everything that's good with the City Beautiful. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it.
Want to take a quick picture?
Yeah, we'll take a quick picture. And I'll just add to it, sometimes the people who have the fewest words make the biggest impact, so thank you.
That is true. Thank you. Moving on to item A2, presentation on a proclamation declaring October 29, 2025 as Nicholas Children's Hospital Day in Coral Gables. Can we have our friends from Nicholas Children's Hospital here with us? Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Lago, commissioners. Thank you again for this wonderful recognition. My name is Ariana Urquia, and I serve as the president for the Miami-Dade market at Nicholas Children's. It's an incredible honor to be here before you, accepting this proclamation on behalf of my team and the more than 4,000 employees that work at our hospital. For the past 75 years, Nicholas Children's, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary alongside the City of Coral Gables Centennial, you may know us as Variety Children's Hospital, and I was just chatting with Mayor Thompson earlier, who recalls it as that, or Miami Children's, which is my generation, or for our kids now, Nicholas Children's. But for 75 years, we have served as a beacon of hope and pediatric excellence, serving generations of families with compassion, innovation, and dedication. For years now, Nicholas has been ranked among the top children's hospitals in the nation by U.S. News and World Report. And this is a testament to our unwavering commitment to building a pediatric healthcare system that reflects the highest standards in medicine. And so as we stand here today in the city of Coral Gables, a city that has shaped the cultural and civic heart of Miami for over a century, I feel an immense sense of pride, one that belongs to our entire community, who have, throughout the decades, built this city brick by brick, moment by moment, and believed in it well before the world did. For too long, Miami stood and watched from the sidelines as other cities across the nation were recognized as centers of excellence. But today, we've built excellence here. We've built it in our hospitals, in our schools, in our neighborhood. And we're proving that world-class care, leadership, and innovation can and should thrive in our own backyards. The future's bright, and I'm really excited to see what we'll build together in the next 100 years. Thank you again.
Thank you. Do you have other members of the...
I do.
Can they please come up here?
Please join me.
How are you, sir? Mayor, how are you, sir? Good to see you. Madam President, please stay up here. So this is special for me, and I one of the privileges of being mayor is I get not many privileges outside of running the meeting and a few things, but I get to choose who does the proclamations. And I wanted to read this proclamation because I have a debt of serious gratitude towards this hospital. And I was able to, a few weeks ago, tell a little bit about my story in regards to Miami Children's Hospital, obviously Nicholas Children's Hospital now.
Our generation.
I will always call it Miami Children's. As you know, my father's a physician, and so was my grandfather before he passed away. He lived in Coral Gables since coming here in exile. No one ever thinks that a young child, under 5 years old, will be stricken with a disease that could potentially take their life. I was born with renal artery stenosis. I required a kidney bench surgery, kidney transplant surgery, at a very young age. And I woke up in the middle of the night on many occasions, basically having night terrors. As a result of my father being a physician, eventually he realized through the help of his friends at Miami Children's Hospital, Nicholas Children's Hospital, that it wasn't about night terrors. It was about, obviously, high blood pressure. I was referred to a gentleman who saved my life by the name of Felix Ramirez, who's a nephrologist who still works at Nicholas. That individual, that Dr. Ramirez, was able to immediately diagnose me and use the good judgment to send me for surgery immediately, saving my life. It was a 10-hour surgery, very complex surgery, especially at that moment. I was the youngest person in the world to receive that surgery at that point. And my life was spared, my life was saved by God and the hands of the physicians at Nicholas Children's Hospital. So to me, I will always support this institution. While not in the city, it is a block away. We claim it for our own. And if we could, I would just annex the hospital itself and bring it into the city. What the hospital does, what you do, what the administration does, you do it out of love. Yes, we all need a paycheck, but you could work anywhere you want. And working with children is one of the most complex things to do. And I want to commend you, your staff, all of you, for getting up every day and saving lives. And I want to make sure you send that message to the physicians, the nurses, from the person who cleans the bathrooms to the CEO and president. Everyone plays a vital role in saving lives, and I want to thank you for that. If I may, I'd like to read this proclamation onto the record. Whereas Children's Hospital, formerly Miami Children's Hospital, and founded as Variety Children's Hospital, has provided world-class pediatric surgery care to families throughout South Florida for 75 years, establishing itself as the region's top-rated children's hospital and a nationally recognized leader in pediatric medicine. And whereas since its founding in 1950, the hospital has remained dedicated to advancing the health and well-being of children through innovation, compassion, and excellence in specialized medical care, research, and community outreach. And whereas for generations, the families of Coral Gables have benefited from the exceptional care provided by Nicholas Children's Hospital, whose physicians, nurses, and staff have treated thousands of children from our community with skill and kindness. And whereas, as the hospital celebrates its 75th anniversary, Nicholas Children's Health System is expanding its presence by relocating its administrative headquarters to the City Beautiful, further strengthening its ties to Coral Gables and reaffirming its commitment to serving our community. And whereas this milestone marks not only decades of service, but also a continued dedication to the future health of South Florida's children and families. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, to hereby proclaim October 29th, 2025 as Nicholas Children's Hospital Day in Coral Gables. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor Lago, for sharing your story. As I go around at different events, there isn't a person that I meet every single day that has a very similar story. Unfortunately, we never want to hear of our children's facing these types of conditions, but it is real, it does exist, and we're so happy and blessed to be able to provide that care here close to home. So thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you, Madam President.
Through the mayor.
Vice Mayor.
So I wanted to thank you for inviting me, as well as other state leaders and local leaders, to the advocacy event back in August. It was eye-opening, and I hope that, the state leaders who were there heard your requests loud and clear, so that we can serve the community even more efficiently and better in the future. Now, I do hear from residents about how in awe and in debt they are to you for everything they do, that are going through their own journey now with their young children at Nicholas, and very, very thankful for everything that you do and the care and the love that you also give them and their children. So thank you.
Thank you.
I guess we don't know how lucky we are to have an organization like yours here in our hometown until we hear stories from other people. I was talking to a friend from South Carolina this past week who was telling me that his grandson had to be airlifted to Atlanta to the nearest children's hospital because they had nothing in their area. Yet here in South Florida, just blocks away from Coral Gables, we have this treasure that is Children's Hospital. And the few times that we've had to go there, I can tell you, your staff is not just welcoming, they're loving. And I think that's the one thing that children need when they're not feeling well. And the children that have gone in there that I've seen in really dire situations, you can see how they transform when the staff starts talking to them. They relax, they open up, and they realize a solution is coming, and you guys are going to take care of them. So thank you for the work that you do, and thank you to all the staff at Children's Hospital.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Give me your phone. Give me your phone. Give me your phone.
All right, moving on to item A3, presenting of a proclamation declaring October 20th to 26th, 2025 as Florida City Government Week in Coral Gables. Commissioner Lara?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas city government is the government closest to most of its citizens and the one with the most direct daily impact upon its residents. And whereas municipal government provides services and programs that enhance the quality of life for its citizenry, making their city their home, and whereas city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent upon public commitment to and understanding of its many responsibilities, whereas Florida City Government Week offers an important opportunity for elected officials and city staff to spread the word to all citizens of Florida that they can shape and influence this branch of government. And whereas the Florida League of Cities and its member cities have joined together to teach our citizens about municipal government through a variety of activities, now therefore the Commission, hereby along with other members of the city, do hereby and proclaim October 20 through 26, 2025 as Florida City Government Week in Coral Gables.
Thank you. Gabby? Good morning.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. To summarize the proclamation, Florida City Government Week is organized through the Florida League of Cities every year in October. It's to recognize government employees for their service and dedication to their communities. So last week on Thursday, we celebrated bringing the Santo Dulce churro truck here to City Hall and Public Works. So it was just a nice moment to recognize our employees and just get together and socialize for a moment.
Thank you very much. Let's take a photo. Moving on to item A4, presentation or proclamation declaring November 6th, 2025 as Celia Cruz Day in Coral Gables. Can we have our friends from the museum come up? Elvis, it's always great to have you in the building. I guess nobody liked my joke. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
wow, that was bad.
Good. It's good.
I get that a lot.
Wait.
I get it.
Yeah,
Elvis, how we doing, my friend?
very good. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you. So before I read the proclamation, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I wrote a short introduction. So the city of Coral Gables proudly joins communities around the world in celebrating the centennial of Celia Cruz, the legendary queen of salsa, by proclaiming November 6, 2026, Celia Cruz Day in Coral Gables. This is the day that we're going to open an exhibition honoring her legacy at the Coral Gables Museum. A global icon of music, culture, and resilience, Celia Cruz transformed the soundscape of the Americas and became an enduring symbol of the Cuban spirit in exile. After being banned from returning to her homeland by the communist regime, Cruz found in Miami a home that embraced her voice, her artistry,
and her message of joy and freedom. Even today, the Cuban government is still censoring Celia Cruz. You can see the news of Cubans trying to homage her and being censored in Cuba. So it's really important that we do this. Her unforgettable cry of azúcar transcended music to become a rallying call for identity and celebration, particularly among the Cuban diaspora that shaped the heart of South Florida. Coral Gables, with its deepest tie to Cuban culture and artistic expression, holds a special connection to Celia Cruz's legacy. Local lore, and this is something that, has been around, recounts that her famous azúcar story originated in a Cuban restaurant in Coral Gables, forever linking her story to the city's cultural history. Many of her most iconic photo shoots took place at the historic Biltmore Hotel, chosen for its resemblance to the National Hotel in Havana, a poignant reminder of the homeland she could no longer visit. Others were set amid the majestic royal palms at Sherfield Tropical Garden, the same tree that symbolizes Cuban identity and pride. To honor this meaningful bond, the Coral Gables Museum is proud to present Happy 100th Birthday Celia, a photographic exhibition by Alexis Rodriguez Duarte in collaboration with Tico Torres, opening on November 6th. The exhibition celebrates her unparalleled career, vibrant personality, and lasting influence on Miami and Coral Gables as a cultural center of the Latin diaspora. And I have to add that Alexis and Tico were her photographers, the only photographer that she allowed really into her intimate spaces for 15 years of her life. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Elvis. If I may, Mr. Manager, I'd like to work with Martha Pantin on this effort. I'd like to also have the museum engage in an email that we can send out to the residents, inviting them to see this show. I think this show is critically important, especially as a Cuban American for myself. I had the pleasure of meeting Celia a handful of times, and it was always around one event, and that was La Liga contra el Cáncer. I've been on that board and serving as a cangrejito since I was a child. As a result of my father serving on that board, my brother has been involved. It's been a long-lasting tradition in my family to be involved and serve that board. My gala, a portion of the proceeds, 50% of the proceeds goes towards La Liga contra el Cáncer. The other goes to the Community Foundation, which helps individuals with scholarships for college. This is one of the best organizations. Why do I bring that up? Because Celia never said no to La Liga. I had the opportunity to meet her a handful of times, and she was coming off stage, having a long day, always smiling. Chiquito, ven aquí, come here, let me meet you. How are you? How you doing? She loved what she did. She loved what she represented. She knew, even later in life, as you know, she knew she was failing in health. She took such great pride representing Cuban Americans because she always had a passion for Cuba, but she loved this country. Yeah. She loved it. She spoke about this country, if not better than she spoke about Cuba. Because she understood what this country, the United States of America, did for her and for all the Cubans who came to this country and all the immigrants who come to this country. So I want people to see this show because it's important. And if you ever had a chance to meet her husband, it was even a better treat because he was amazing. You know, an amazing human being. Reminds me a lot of the Dorothy Thompson kind of story. You have to know both of them to kind of get that kind of, that kind of feeling. So I think it's amazing what you've done, Elvis. I want to congratulate you and the museum and the board members. As a board member, I'm very proud of this exhibition. I want to make sure that we spread the word as much as we can because this is part of who we are, not only as Cubans or Cuban Americans, but as Miamians, as Coral Gables residents. This is important. And I want people to really understand who Celia was and, what she stood for.
To the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So very tough to follow up the mayor because you summed it up so very well and so comprehensively too. But I want to congratulate you, Elvis. I've been giving you support on this exhibition, from the heart. And I echo the mayor's sentiments that we have to have everybody come out and celebrate this exhibition for Celia Cruz. So a point of just personal recollection here and privilege. Years and years ago, my wife and I were at an event at the Biltmore Hotel. Celia Cruz is really indelibly connected to Coral Gables in many ways. But for me, we were walking through the hotel, attending another event when I heard through closed doors, the screams of azúcar, and I go, this can't be. So we went and we crashed this event, and the doors opened, and the electricity and the vibe was absolutely incalculable. She was on that stage with her husband Pedro Knight, just electrifying the audience. A symbol of hope, a symbol of what once was in Cuba. She's connected to all of us, the Cuban Americans here. And not only that, but she is and was and always will be the queen of salsa around the world. So to celebrate her legacy and to enjoy her music, which is eternal, and to celebrate her as an individual who's been such an ambassador to the exilio here in the United States, and particularly in Miami and specifically in Coral Gables. I encourage everyone to come to the exhibition. It is going to be one that will not be forgotten. So thank you very much, Elvis.
Thank you so much.
It's interesting to see that it's not just Cuban Americans that have been honoring her legacy. The United States with the coin. Sirius XM actually has a channel that is the Celia Cruz Azúcar channel right now. I think it's going for the next 3 months. But it's refreshing to see how here, 100 years after her birth, we're still celebrating her music. She has been a staple to not just our Coral Gables community, but the United States. And the mayor summed it up. I mean, her passion for Cuba was huge, but her love for America was just as big. And she really appreciated the open door policy that the United States had for her and the opportunities that were provided to her here in the United States. And it is great to see that this country is recognizing this immigrant who came to this country seeking freedom and worked to build a better America through her music. And I appreciate what the museum is doing. I look forward to coming out and seeing the exhibition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I want to read the proclamation. So, whereas Celia Cruz was born on October 21st, 1925 in Havana, Cuba, and rose to become the Queen of Salsa, one of the most beloved and influential artists in the history of Latin music. And whereas Celia Cruz's remarkable career spanned more than 5 decades, during which she recorded over 70 albums, won multiple Grammy and Latin Grammy Awards, and brought Afro-Cuban rhythms, and joy to audiences across the globe. And whereas after the communist regime in Cuba banned her and her music, forcing her into exile, Celia Cruz triumphed beyond borders, earning an even larger stage as the most iconic Cuban singer of all time and a symbol of freedom, resilience, and the enduring power of the art. And whereas her electrifying performances, radiant personality, and the exuberant cry of azúcar became symbols of strength, pride, and celebration for generations of Latin Americans and music lovers worldwide. And whereas the origin of Celia Cruz's famous exclamation azúcar, a playful yet profound celebration of life and identity, is said to be linked to a Cuban restaurant in Miami or Coral Gables, forever tying her signature phrase to the city's cultural history. And whereas Coral Gables also holds a special place in Celia Cruz's story, as she was photographed as some of its most iconic landmarks, including Fairchild Tropical Botanic Gardens and the Biltmore Hotel, where photographers Alexis Rodriguez Duarte and Tico Torres created some of her most celebrated portraits. And whereas the Coral Gables Museum will open the exhibition Happy 100th Birthday Celia on November 6th, 2025, in honor of the centennial of Celia Cruz's birth, celebrating her life, her artistry, and her enduring connection to Coral Gables, in partnership with the Celia Cruz Foundation, led by Omer Pardillo Cid. And now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim November 6, 2025, as Celia Cruz Day in Coral Gables.
Thank you so much. And I want to add that we're very, very lucky, very happy that Televisa Univision is one of the present sponsors together with the U.S. Century Bank. So this, of course, is, as you can imagine, a project that a lot of people are embracing. And it, as I said, it becomes really more important now that Celia is still canceled and censored in Cuba, and that people are voicing their respect and their support for Celia in Cuba, even under the dictatorial regime. So thank you so much.
So Elvis, I want to again reiterate my thanks to you. You're doing a great job in the museum.
Thank you.
This to me is a very important show as a Cuban American, as I said before, and along with my colleagues on this commission. Whether you're Cuban American, you're Cuban, you're Hispanic, she embodied everything that was right. She was amazing, an amazing person. Strong woman, she had character, she had conviction, and she was out of the box. Out of the box, hairstyle, nails, her appearance, it was just amazing to see in person. And I think this is long overdue. I know the 100 years obviously makes sense, but to do something in Coral Gables, to me as a Cuban American, it's amazing, and I can't wait to see this. And I hope through the effort of Martha Panting and the city and all the radio and TV that we can really push this as hard as we can to get people to really understand and appreciate a genius of this magnitude. Okay? Thank you. We got some members of the board here. Join us. Come on up. Come on up. Could I get another picture with myself and one member? I'm a board member. Here you go. Yeah, of course, you may come.
Members of the commission, I just want to take a moment. I apologize. Nicholas Cabrera, I'm the secretary of the board of the Coral Gables Museum and the chair of the Young Associates. I apologize for speaking impromptu, but I just wanted to take a moment to let you all know that since this exhibition opens on November 6th, there is a fantastic opportunity to come and see it for free. All members of the public can come and see it on Friday, November 7th, a gallery night at the Coral Gables Museum. This is an incredible program, and it's free entry to the museum, and proceeds from the cash bar and donations that evening go to support the museum and all of its endeavors. So great opportunity for our community. Come see this incredible exhibition that Elvis and museum staff have worked so diligently on Friday, November 7th at 6 p.m.
If I may, I just want to add a personal point of privilege, and since you came up and spoke, I had the privilege of sponsoring this weekend's doggy costume contest for Halloween that Nicholas Cabrera put together at the museum, and it was a huge success, amazing success. I want to thank my colleagues, the vice mayor who was there, along with George Arisueta, the new president of the chamber. People love it, and I want to thank you, Nick, for again, you do these things for the love of the city of Coral Gables, and all I heard was great things about that event. It keeps growing and growing and growing, and it was an honor to sponsor that event on behalf of myself for the museum. I think it's amazing.
Mayor, thank you for that, and you're absolutely right. But I would be remiss in not saying that it was all museum staff. Mary Rose George, who is our development coordinator, she worked so hard on this event, and I had the fortune of working alongside her on this program. And because of you, because of the hard work of the museum, we have one of the best events on Halloween season at the museum. We had over 40 participants this year, and a record. And our winners were the burglars from the Louvre in Paris. And so it was Louvre it or leave it was their motto. So it was excellent. It was excellent.
And that's why, look, I wanted to leave that to you because I had spoken to Elvis, and when I tell you, you with the young professionals are taking this to the next level. You're bringing people into the museum, and so that's something difficult because people sometimes are intimidated to walk into a museum.
Yes, sir.
And what you're doing with young professionals, college students, it's amazing. And to see that this event keeps continuing to grow. When you called me to sponsor, I said, let's do this. It's a no-brainer. We want to get more people involved. And this was a beautiful event, highlights the great things that are happening in the museum, and I want to congratulate you all.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to commend both of you and the board for the changes that have been made in programming, increasing the foot traffic of your non-traditional museum attendees. I think you usually rely on tourists and folks who have enjoyed visiting museums for years, but you're attracting a new crowd. You're attracting children to the museum, and I think that's something that has been needed for some time. And I think it's refreshing to see the participation that the community has had, the engagement the community has had in the programming that has been brought about. And I appreciate the work that the two of you and the board have been putting into these efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Through the mayor, briefly.
Yes.
So great to see you, Nicholas Cabrera.
Thank you, sir.
And representing the Young Associates and all things that are wonderful for the museum. I think since we have everybody up there at the podium and the dais over here supporting you, I encourage, as you do, both do as well, all young people to please come out to Gallery Night on November 7 in particular, because not only is that a free access, as you say, to witness and experience the Celia Cruz exhibition, but it's an amazing night in and of itself, where it's the place to be on that particular Friday night. It's at the museum, Coral Gables Museum, Gallery Night. My daughter's also one of the Young Associates and a big supporter of you and all that you do, but I like to see even more young people from Coral Gables come out and connect. It's an amazing organization. It's a great way to spend a really fun evening, November 7th.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to dovetail on the compliments that have been given to you on the programming diversity that's been added to it, because at a certain point, yes, it was a wonderful historical museum, but fewer people were coming because there was nothing new. So now you can see something new, you can see something old, and you can revisit the old because you keep changing it into something new. The exhibit that ends on the December 2nd, I think it is, goes back through the history of Coral Gables. And if you haven't seen it, better hurry up. It's a beautiful exhibit. Now, for next year's doggy costume, folks, you're really going to have to step up your game because it was tough judging this time. The folks that won first place, the little two bank robbers for the Louvre, actually had a newspaper print of the two dogs in a picture, do it or leave it, wanted poster. It was over the top. I mean, the creativity was immense. So, and then there was a little bit of heart melting type of thing with the little kid with the bubbles in the car wash. So, a lot of tough decisions were made. We had probably about 6 or 7 people scored the same, and we had to do a last-minute vote on which one of those with the same scores got third place. But it was a blast. Lots of fun.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Through the mayor. This sounds like such a beautiful event. Congratulations for that. I would love for next time to maybe get invited because this is right up my alley. Maybe I can invite some extra dogs as well.
Everybody is always invited. We always welcome all members of the community, and it's just such a great opportunity. It always takes place on the same day as Trick or Treat on the Mile. And with that, my compliments to the city for a spectacular event on Saturday. So many people in downtown Coral Gables, and I spoke to a couple business owners that were ecstatic with the turnout and the support that they were given. Commissioner, you did mention it. Your daughter is a member of the Young Associates of the Coral Gables Museum, and she's been a big support in Gallery Night as well. And I thank all of you, and I hope that you will join us this Friday. The core of Gallery Night is fantastic live music in downtown Coral Gables. It's the place to be. This Friday, we'll be having a performance by Blood Moon Mafia. Forgive the name, it's it's a little out there. But, I'm a big fan of classic rock, and they do a lot of Led Zeppelin, and we've had Joanne Marr perform with LLP before. But this Friday, November 7th will be a very great time. Thank you for giving us this time. I know this was impromptu.
I just wanted to add that on that day, we're launching the project of the time capsule. Remember, we've been talking about time capsule, that we are going to do a 50-year time capsule. We are working with the schools. We're working with a lot of organizations to make sure that there is a strong representation and really a snapshot of the city today for people to learn about what the city was at, 50 years. Today, of course, 50 years from now. So thank you so much, again, all commissioners for your support. And also, of course, the city manager, Peter Iglesias, thank you so much for your support as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to the final item on presentation and protocol documents, item A5, presentation and proclamation declaring November 15, 2025 as America Recycles Day in Coral Gables. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Recycling injury?
Running.
I got a lot of jokes today. I got a lot of jokes.
Good morning.
Oh, wait. Elvis has left the building.
I don't know how I followed that up. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We're here today, as we do come to you every year, with a proclamation just celebrating America Recycles Day and highlighting all the incredible programs we have here in the city to divert waste from our landfill, educate our community about recycling, and we can't do that alone. I have my team, Nicole from my team. We have Joe and the Sustainability Advisory Board. Joe is the board as a whole appointment to the Sustainability Board, and we could not accomplish what we accomplish or implement the programs that we implement without the support of you all as the elected leaders, the manager's office, our city departments, solid waste. A special shout out to our solid waste team. They're out collecting and making sure the recycling is all in place. And what you see in the proclamation is just an update and a highlight of all the programs we have going on. And we'll be hearing later on in the commission about some new programs. But thank you all for your continued support for all the recycling efforts we do here in the city and our sustainability efforts in general.
Well, it's wonderful to see you here. I mean, my journey through the Sustainability Board started when you started your career. So how many years ago was that?
10.
10 years ago? Yeah. And so that was a very energetic, and always has been a very energetic and innovative board, always looking to move our city to be a better place to live. So with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas America Recycles Day is celebrated annually on November 15th to help increase awareness about the importance of recycling and conservation of our natural resources. Whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, or income, have the right to a healthy environment. And whereas the City of Coral Gables continues to take steps and create programs aimed at decreasing litter and increasing recycling through the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program, which over the last 5 years has hosted 270 events with over 34,000 participants and volunteers that have collected over 975,000 pounds of litter. Whereas, in partnership with the City's Sustainability Advisory Board, Keep Coral Gables Beautiful hosts biannual recycling drive-through events since 2016 in April and November, which had diverted over 650,000 pounds of hazardous and e-waste, paper, plastic bags, and clothing from entering landfills in our environment. And whereas the city in 2022 also launched the Business Recycling Drive-Through to give local businesses the opportunity to recycle right. This initiative collected over 4,600 pounds of e-waste and 9,600 pounds of paper within 3 years, advancing sustainability efforts of Coral Gables businesses. Whereas the city was the first municipality in 2016 in Miami-Dade County to implement a prescription drug disposal program, and in 2021 launched a year-round battery recycling program for its residents, businesses, employees, and visitors, which to date has collected over 5,225 pounds for proper recycling. And whereas through Next Trek's plastic film recycling program, the city was awarded an honorary recycled material bench for successfully recycling 1,000 pounds of plastic bags and film, and is progressing towards a second successful year with over 300 pounds collected to date. Whereas the city also continues to maintain a below 8% contamination rate in its single-family residential recycling program through its continued education and awareness. And whereas the city was awarded a grant for a second year in a row by Keep America Beautiful organization to continue to implement the cigarette litter prevention and recycling program throughout the city to reduce cigarette litter. And now, therefore, Ivan Slago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim November 15th, 2025 as America Recycles Day in Coral Gables. So this is an amazing organization. I was proud to be a member. I know that the drive-through recycling was the brainchild of Marlon Ebert, and, you know, we owe an indebtedness to her on that, and each and every one of the members on that board have added to this program year after year, and we'll continue to add. Well, as you said, we have another thing coming on the agenda today, so with that, you want to
Let's take a photo.
take a,
Always leading, doing a great
Yeah,
job.
yeah.
It's only growing, which is
Picture.
great. Let's do it.
take a picture?
To continue, it would be, so my.
Mayor, and I just want to mention, the next recycling drive-through event does fall on America Recycles Day this year, so November 15th, 9 to 12 in the City Hall parking lot.
I love it. So I have the results for the pumpkin contest. Our clerk says that there has been collusion here, but he's not willing to face the facts that he did not win, even though I thought the pumpkin was really good. So with 24 votes, the winner and champion for 2025, Public Works. Great job. Second place, he did try to convince me that the 1 in 21 was a 4, so he would get a first place tie, but I said, obviously, that doesn't look like a 4. The city clerk. And passports. And coming in third place, rounding it out, Public Works, Green Space.
Right.
I love it. Congratulations.
I demand a recount.
We had a tie for fourth place, and in sixth place was City Attorney's Office.
Wow.
But it was very tight. It was very tight. Very, very, very tight.
But I think, Mr. Mayor, this year, there was really an elevation of the content that was provided. These pumpkins were hard to judge this year.
Yeah, but amazing work.
Yeah.
For a centennial, we got our money's worth.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Can I get a motion for approval of minutes? Regular City Commission meeting,
I'll second.
September 25,
All in favor?
2025.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker this morning, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Good morning. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I had something else prepared, but this morning I was a little concerned when the invocation came up. And I thought there was a priest coming from St. Augustine, Florida, because then I saw that it was Father Adam from St. Augustine's. And I'm very grateful that Commissioner Lara knows the name of our parish. And the name of the parish is St. Augustine's. St. Augustine is the name of the city up in, North whatever, Florida. Okay, so it was very nice to have Father Adam here and explain how great the things are going at St. Augustine's under Father Vigor. And I'm sorry, but some of us will not be at the museum on the 7th because we have the homecoming block party at St. Augustine's, because it's homecoming week at the University of Miami. So all of you that are alums. It's all free, fun. We have the homecoming block party there. Sponsor, the food is cooked by the Knights of Columbus. The CCW, the ladies group, brings the desserts. And after we have fun and there are activities for the kids, we go and watch the fireworks. So if you so wish to come and join us, you're more than welcome.
Mr. Clerk?
Jackson Holmes.
Good morning.
Greetings. My name is Jackson Holmes. I live at 35 Sidonia Avenue, Coral Gables. I want to mention something that I wasn't planning, but it's just too striking to omit. While I was, the celebration of Nicholas Children's Hospital is very important. Thank you. While I was talking with the fellow in the audience, this almost makes me want to cry. I asked him if Trump's Medicaid cuts and cuts to the Affordable Care Act will hurt Nicholas Children's Hospital financially. And he told me yes. Moving on, I want to speak on behalf of Commissioner Castro's ethics ordinance. I may not be here later today, so I wanted to go ahead and address this in public comments. We have a new code that is basically censorship of public comments, so I'm like walking a thin line, but I totally 100% support this ordinance, and I guess I talk too much, but I believe that there's the violations that she's trying to prohibit have been occurring and need to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. Moving on to consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
May I have a motion?
Move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to the first item that we have in regards to time certain, item E1. Good morning, sir.
Mayor, I'll read the item
Yes.
and some introductory information. So item E1 is an appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission from the decision of the Historic Preservation Board on September 18, 2025, to deny a claim of undue economic hardship and a certificate of appropriateness for demolition for the property located at 1258 Obispo Avenue, a contributing resource in the Obispo Avenue Historic District, legally described as lots 1 and 2, Block 3, Coral Gables, Section E, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8 at page 13 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County. This is a quasi-judicial item. Mayor and Commissioners, pursuant to Section 14-208.6 of the City Zoning Code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearing before the Historic Preservation Board and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken. It's an appeal based only on the record. As a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is whether due process was afforded, whether the essential requirements of law were followed, and whether the Historic Preservation Board's decision was based on competent substantial evidence. After the City Commission's review, the City Commission has 4 options as provided in the Zoning Code. The City Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board. The City Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board with conditions. The City Commission can override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, and the City Commission can remand for further proceedings to the Historic Preservation Board. The Mayor, as Chair of the City Commission, with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the Commission and to the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 15 minutes for presentation, which shall be limited to the record before the Historic Preservation Board. Next, the Deputy City Attorney, as counsel for the Historic Preservation Board and Historic Preservation staff, will be allowed 15 minutes for presentations, also limited to the record below. Next, there will be time for questions by members of the City Commission to staff or the parties. And then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, public comments shall not be considered testimony in this case. And finally, there will be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the City Commission. And as a reminder, because this is a quasi-judicial item, any inadvertent ex-parte communication should be disclosed.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Thank you for mentioning the rules and procedural order. Mr. Appellant, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Cesar Mestre with offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. I'm here today representing Javier Avila and Jennifer Ruiz, a Coral Gables couple that are the owners of this property. The property in question is a 15 square foot lot at 1258 Obispo Avenue. I'm going to change a little bit of my presentation because I think that once we go down the rabbit hole of this is historic, we lose sight of what's kind of really going on here. One of the documents that's part of our presentation, a city historical structure form, has very, very pertinent information for this. And it states, this building lacks sufficient architectural merit and historical import for individual local designation or NRHP listing, but it does contribute to the Obispo Avenue Historic District as an example of domestic architecture from the district's distinct periods of significance. So although this property is not enough to be designated itself as historic, it is part of the Obispo Historic District. The reason I mention that is that this is not the first time the owners come here before you for a certificate of appropriateness to demolish. It's the second time. And during the first time, the mayor very lucidly asked a question over and over. What makes this property historic? What makes this property historic? And throughout the entire record, you will not see anything that gives you the details of why this is historic. And this is very important because this is what gets us to the criteria that the Historic Board used to deny the application. You have 8 criteria that the city has. Once a home is designated historic, you have to follow these criteria to see if you qualify to get the certificate of appropriateness. But I'll give you a perfect example. The first criteria is, does the property, to the degree, and I'm quoting now, number 1, the degree, and that word is super important, which this building, structure, improvement, or site contributes to the historic or architectural significance of the historic site or district. The degree. Staff's response to that is, the building is a contributing resource with the Obispo Avenue Historic District. Its removal would irreversibly and negatively impact the historic and architectural significance of the distance. So under that thought, once it's designated part of this, then you'll never be able to come in and challenge it or try to do something like they're trying to do with their property. They don't tell you the degree. I went back there and I made this argument to the board. There's approximately 124 houses in this district. How many of those houses have the same architecture that we have? We didn't get into that. How many of these houses will be able to supplement whatever void the demolition of this property does? We didn't get into that. Nobody wants to talk about the exact nature of this property. They just want to say, it's historic, you can't touch it. I don't think that was the intent of the commission when you passed this code and this legislature. This property was also here back, like I told you, for a certificate of demolition back in 22. It was denied. So my client found out that there was another criteria, an additional criteria, which is financial hardship. That was not argued at the first one. I can tell you that this property has already received 2 certificates of appropriateness for expansions of the property, one in 2014 and one in 2019. They were going to add like 4,000 square feet to this property. The one in 2014, we don't know, it was never done. It expired. The one in 2019 is very interesting because they came before the board, the owner at that time, and the board at that time said, we're going to go ahead and table this. We're going to move it to another day, but come back with a structural engineer to see what's going on with this property. This was for an addition. That owner never came back. A few months later, they buy the property. They come to City Hall, they speak with a gentleman by the name of Warren, and they confirm that it has been approved for an addition. They buy the property for $1,025,000 back in October of 2021. A few months later, as they get into trying to do the addition, they find out, hold it, this has some serious issues here which are structural. Perhaps that's why they said a structural engineer has to come in and tell us what's going on with this property. They buy it, they find out. Now they go, to repair it, to bring this property up to where it would satisfy the code is going to be $675,000. Just to repair the floors alone is $175,000. They've already put $1,025,000. Would take $675,000 to bring it up to code. We have an engineer that goes to the property, and this is part of the presentation. The engineer says, whoa, hold it. This property is structurally unsound. You cannot just repair this. This is a danger. This is uninhabitable. Nobody can live there. And I think that's a very important point when you're considering the financial hardship. They have not been able to live in this house since they bought it in 2021. They've been carrying the cost of maintaining it. They paid $1,025,000 to buy the property. They've been paying $30,000 in taxes for 4 years. That's $120,000. The debt service on this property is $99,000 a year. That's another $400,000. $675,000 to repair, so they would have to have about $2.2 million invested in this property just to bring it up to code. We're talking about a property that is a 2-1, about 1,200 square feet. The appraisals that were submitted with the application show that the land is worth about $1 million and that the structure is about $25,000. So obviously, it would make no sense to do this. The other problem they're having is once they tried to see if they could fix the property, the contractors that came out said, wait, hold it. We're not going in there. This place is about to fall down. We cannot ensure our safety, our employee safety, so we're not going to do it. So they're caught between a rock and a hard place because of this historical district designation that nobody wants to define or that hasn't been defined as of yet. So instead of going into every single criteria, I will tell you that as the first one, instead of giving a degree, staff just gave a conclusion. Instead of analyzing it, they just said, does it do this? Yes, it does. But they never explain why. That's what the big problem is here. They do admit that this isn't the last of this type of home. They admit that there's other ones here in Coral Gables that have the same architectural importance, which we really don't know what it is. In the record, we have the February 24th, 2023, professional engineer Antonio Canelas recommended that the repairs necessary to restore the structural integrity of the house would exceed the cost of new construction. Told you about the degree. There's other buildings that are the same type. Again, criteria number 3. Would the loss of the building adversely affect the historic and architectural integrity of the district? And they say yes, it will affect it. That's it. There's no other explanation. We submitted, and it was shown to the board, plans, renderings of a substitute structure that would be placed on the property if they were allowed to demolish it. It tries to trace the architectural nature of this property as much as possible so that it doesn't change the character of the neighborhood. Interesting, the property right next door. This is a corner house. The first property on the side was demolished, is being rebuilt, and that one was okay. That one's looks like it has 2 floors plus a 3rd-story terrace. So that neighbor, the immediate neighbor, was allowed to do something with their property. Other criteria have to do with imminent threat to the area or public policy. I would represent to you that this house, and there's photographs that are part of the application, has torn floors, broken windows, the roofs you can see out to the sky, is actually a public nuisance. Why it hasn't been declared unsafe, I don't know, and I don't understand. But children have a way of gravitating to places like this. Halloween's a perfect example. They want to go in there and see what's going on. If somebody goes in that property, they are going to get hurt. So I would argue to you that the best public policy under these circumstances would be to allow the demolition of this property. Again, I think as the mayor asked during the first hearing on this, what is the importance? What is the architectural importance of this property? Your own report says it lacks the necessary criteria to be individually designated as historic. So I would ask you to please allow them to demolish this property. Don't force them to have a property that they can't do anything with, or they have to invest over $2 million to have a 1,200 square foot home that won't be able to sell for whatever they have invested in it. We'd be happy to answer any questions at the end, but we ask you respectfully for a vote of approval of the certificate of appropriateness for demolition.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you. Good morning. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney, on behalf of the Historic Preservation Board. If you all recall, about a year or two ago, you, on the urging of the Historic Preservation Board, requested that our office represent the decision of the Historic Preservation Board to provide you all with a little bit of context. I will go through this presentation very briefly and then address a few of Mr. Mestre's points. So first thing, as the city attorney pointed out, what is before you today is not a reconsideration of the designation of the property. It is not a reconsideration of the district. What is before you today is an appeal of the Historic Preservation Board's decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness for demolition. As the city attorney mentioned, there are 3 elements only that you should be looking at. It's not a de novo hearing. Was there due process? Were the essential requirements of law followed? And was the decision based on competent, substantial evidence? To give you a brief history of the project, Mr. Mestre covered most of this, but I think it's useful to reiterate that the district was created in 2008 and it was noted as a contributing structure. The time to challenge that designation was in 2008. In 2014, there was a special certificate of appropriateness for a large 1-story addition. In no way does the Historic Preservation Board or the code require them to keep the house as is or restore it to its current size or condition. In 2019, there was another special certificate of appropriateness for addition and alteration approved. As Mr. Mestre pointed out, it's a large 4,000 square foot addition that was approved. In July 2021, and I just want to correct some of the dates that were mentioned earlier, a revision to that 2019 COA was suggested to the Historic Preservation Board. The reason that there was a discussion about the structural integrity of the home is because the request at the time in July of 2021 was to remove, and I'm gonna say the words incorrectly because, excuse me, I'm not a structural engineer, was because there was a roofing that was being done and the framing of the floors. And so because of that request of the revision, that's why there was a request for the structural engineer. It was not a concern about the structural integrity of the property. In December of 2022, there was a request for demolition that was denied by the Historic Preservation Board, and as mentioned before, it was appealed to this body in February of 2023, where that decision was upheld. The decision of the Historic Preservation Board was upheld. Since February of 2023, there have been no applications for new certificates of appropriateness for additions or alterations to the property. The only application has been a renewed application for demolition under the financial hardship criteria. As mentioned, that's the certificate of appropriateness that's being appealed to you before. To address some of the legal standards, the due process, there was a full hearing held before the Historic Preservation Board in September of 2025. The property owner, his two attorneys were present. There was a full opportunity to cross-examine, present information. So I would like to note that according to the Historic Preservation Board, there was due process followed. The essential requirements of law, you've already heard them. I just want to highlight them for you. 8107 is the demolition section, which refers to section 8115 of the code. As mentioned, there are 6 criteria for demolition. As Mr. Mestre pointed out, is it the last of its kind? Is it a contributing structure? Those factors. Those were all considered in 2022 and considered before you, and also considered twice by the Historic Preservation Board. What was not considered until this current COA was the financial burden section, which is written for you here, an exceptional financial burden that would amount to the taking of property without just compensation or failure to achieve a feasible economic return in the case of an income-producing property. They have not claimed that this is an income-producing property, for the record. As clarified multiple times by our office and by previous commissions, the standard for this is a constitutional takings jurisprudence. That was explained to the Historic Preservation Board. It was explained to the property owners during the hearing, and I'm happy to explain it to you all again. But essentially, you have to look at whether or not the economic regulation has interfered with the distinct investment-backed expectations, the character of the government action. Is this a physical invasion of the property, or is this just a regulation? So those are the standards. As mentioned, these are the 8 standards for demolition: the degree to which it contributes to the district, the last remaining example of its kind. As mentioned by Mr. Mestre, all of this was considered in the staff report and considered by the Historic Preservation Board. So I put to you on behalf of the Historic Preservation Board that the essential requirements of law were followed. They applied the correct standards. These are the demolition standards. They also considered the substantial competent evidence and the essential requirements of law for the undue economic hardship prong, which is one of those factors. These are those factors all laid forward here, as Mr. Mestre alluded to: the amount paid for the property, the assessed value, the real estate taxes. I note that the annual debt service was mentioned below and mentioned here, but there was no evidence provided of the annual debt service. All appraisals within the previous 2 years of purchase of the property were not provided below. Listings of the property for sale. The property was listed for sale, but not in its current condition. It was presented with plans, and it was noted as a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house, a much larger house than currently exists there. Consideration of profitable adaptive uses, that was not provided. The Historic Preservation Board noted that they have twice approved large additions to the home, so there is clearly profitable adaptive use to be had there. They did provide the appraisals of the property, as Mr. Mestre pointed out. So there was substantial competent evidence provided by both the property owner and city staff, considered by the Historic Preservation Board. The Historic Board found the following: that they rejected the claim of undue economic hardship because it has not been established that the owner was denied all reasonable beneficial use or return on the property, and they adopted staff's findings. So that's the substantial competent evidence on which they based their decision, and they denied the issuance of the special certificate of appropriateness for demolition. Just very briefly, before I turn it over to Anna Pernas, the Historic Preservation Officer, just wanted to address a few points. First of all, as I mentioned, the time for reconsideration of the designation of the property is not now. That's not what's before you today. What's before you today is the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness. Mr. Mestre mentioned that because the property is historic, you can't touch it. That's not clear, as evidenced by the Historic Preservation Board's twice having issued large certificates of appropriateness for additions to the property. The amounts of money to repair the property to code that were mentioned, the property is not required to be restored in its current condition or shape or size, and historic homes often have flexibility with dealing with the current building code. What is before you only is the demolition of the property. As mentioned, there have twice been approvals for large additions that would, of course, be more than the amount of money for the repair, and it would not require them to keep the home its current size and condition. We have been provided as a city or as the Historic Preservation Board no evidence about structural safety or integrity issues at the property. If it's an unsafe structure ready to collapse, I'd hope the property owner would report it so that the city can assist in taking action and securing the property. The staff did say in their staff report that its loss would hurt the district. That is the substantial competent evidence on which they base their decision. Mr. Mestre mentioned pictures of the new house. I just want to mention that that was not an official item before the Historic Preservation Board. It was not consideration of a new addition. That was not brought before the board at the time. Only what was brought was the demolition. So there was no full presentation about a new certificate of appropriateness for a new addition. I'm not aware of the structure next door, whether or not it was a contributing structure in the district. I'll defer to staff on that. If the property is a public nuisance, it was purchased as a public nuisance. There's been no work done to the property since 2021, and the property owner is responsible for the current condition of the home. So if it is a public nuisance, I would hope that they would address that as well. I will turn it over to staff to address any of the details, but I'm happy to answer any questions on behalf of the Historic Preservation Board and what their findings were.
Thank you.
Good morning, Anna Pernas, Preservation Officer. Again, I'm just going to give you a little brief history. I think Stephanie did a good summary of the facts that were presented to the board and before Mr. Maestri and the applicants of the property. A little bit of background on the property. So 1258 Obispo Avenue. In May 2008, the Obispo Avenue Historic District was listed in the Coral Gables Register of Historic Places. It is a distinct example. The 1258 Obispo Avenue is considered a contributing structure within the Obispo Avenue Historic District. It is a distinct example of domestic architecture and recognized a contributing structure by a GAI consultant survey that was completed in 2007. So this survey was actually done by a third-party company that did a survey of the entire Obispo Historic District. They claimed that the building, as mentioned by Mr. Maestri, was a distinct example of the historic, of the domestic architecture, and that has undergone minor alterations over the years and retains a high level of historic integrity. The property has extensive lists of approvals from the past, as kind of we've gone through a few different projects, but essentially no work has been done. As mentioned before, the property was purchased by the current property owners in October 2021 for $1,025,000. As presented before you under sworn testimony by the previous preservation officer, staff did meet with the applicants prior to their purchase of the property to discuss the applications, the previous applications that were in place of the property, the significance of the property, and the condition of the property. There was a structural engineer's report that was submitted that was completed actually prior to the purchase of the property that did state the condition, the existing conditions of the building, and then a following structural engineer's report was completed by Mr. Canellis, who also stated in his report that the property was repairable, but that it would take extensive measures to complete those repairs. Going through. If we can go back to the presentation, please. Thank you. So I have these up for you all to refer back to. Here we go. So in addition to all the provisions of the article, the board shall consider the following criteria in evaluating the applications for the special certificate of appropriateness for demolition of designated properties. As mentioned again, number one is the degree to which the building structure and improvement of site contributes to the historic and architectural significance of the historic site or district. The building is a contributing resource within the Obispo Avenue Historic District. Its removal would adversely negatively impact the historic and architectural significance of the district. To respond to Mr. Maestri's comments, we don't have a degree of which buildings contribute more or less to the district. The buildings are not contributing in a rating system, so we look at it as any historic fabric loss is historic fabric loss. That is irreplaceable. Number two, whether the building structure improvement or site of one of the last remaining examples of its kind in the neighborhood, in the country, or the region. The building is not one of the last remaining examples of its kind in the neighborhood, of the country, or the region. Number three, whether the loss of the building structure improvement or site would adversely affect the historic and/or architectural integrity of the historic site or district. The loss of the building would adversely affect the historic and architectural integrity of the district and would result in one less contributing structure. Number four, whether the retention of the building structure improvement or site would promote the general welfare of the city by providing an opportunity for study of the local history, architecture, and design, or by developing an understanding of the importance and value of the particular culture and heritage. As the building retains much of its integrity, it provides an opportunity for the study of local history, architecture, and design, and by developing an understanding of the importance and the value of the particular culture and heritage. Number five, whether the architectural plans have been presented to the board for reuse of the property if the proposed demolition were to be carried out, and the appropriateness of said plans to the character of the historic site or district, if applicable, and demonstration as well as the posting of a bond requirement that there would be sufficient funds in place to carry out such plans. The applicant has not provided plans for the reuse of the property as part of this application or past applications. So the board has not reviewed any new construction or addition applications by this applicant, but has reviewed others in 2019 and 2014. Number six is whether the building structure improvement or site possesses an imminent threat to the public health or safety. I'm going to leave that one a little bit open-ended because I think per the discussion here today, Mr. Maestri mentioned that is an unsafe structure that has not been reported to the city, so we may need to look into the conditions of that site. But at the time, when this report was completed, the building does not impose an imminent threat to the public health or safety as it has not been determined to be an unsafe structure. Number seven, whether the applicant has demonstrated the retention of the building structure improvement or site would create an unreasonable or undue economic hardship as described in section 8-115. And I'll go through those items next. Number eight, whether there is a compelling public interest requiring the demolition. So again, that kind of goes back to the comments presented to you before you today about there being a public nuisance, but there's no compelling public interest requiring the demolition, as demolition would negatively impact the historic district. In addition to the application today, the applicants are claiming an undue economic hardship. As a minimum, the applicant shall provide at the time of the application the following information. So the amount paid for the property, the date of the purchase, and the name of the previous property owners. The property was purchased from Mr. Igor Nunez on October 1, 2021 for a total of $1,025,000. And the executed seller's documents are provided in your attachments. Number two, the assessed value of the land and the improvements thereon according to the two most recent Miami-Dade County property assessment records. Those were attached. The real estate taxes for the previous 2 years. The applicant provided the real estate taxes for 2021 and 2022. The annual debt service, as mentioned, no copies were provided.
Just since we've got just a few seconds left, we went through all of these before, but one thing I just wanted to mention is that the 6 other characteristics besides the undue economic hardship were considered by the Historic Preservation Board before and considered by the Commission previously. They were mentioned again and in the staff report, but what is really before you today is that claim of undue economic hardship.
Thank you. Sir, I think you had a few extra minutes for rebuttal.
I would just like to point out that although there have been 2 approved additions, they haven't been done. They haven't been done for a reason. Prior owners, I'm going to say, wasn't economically feasible. The one thing nobody can change and is uncontroverted is that my clients have not been able to use this property since 2021. They have spent money, time, effort, bringing it before you now for the second time to see if they can make use of their property. It would be unfair to burden them with over $2 million investment to end up with a house that's 1,200 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. That is our part, and again, I would respectfully ask you to vote in favor of the certificate of appropriateness.
Through the mayor?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So a question, thank you for your presentation today. Is it your understanding that all of the issues that you've raised before us here today were previously raised below?
They are all either part of the application or were argued directly to the board.
But today's proceeding is not de novo, correct?
Correct. Understood.
Would you agree that our hands are tied then to that extent, that, just trying to be fair, we sit in a limited capacity with limited oversight and limited jurisdiction to review nothing that's de novo and to see whether there was anything that was frankly procedurally improper? Do you have anything that you can tell us today that was procedurally short or improper or not properly afforded an opportunity for you when you argued before?
I would argue that part of what you need to do today is find that they had substantial competent evidence for the findings that they had. And my argument to you is the criteria, your elements, were wrongly applied and not thoroughly studied when they did their examination. For example, the degree. Your criteria says the degree that this property not being in the historic district affects the historic district. It's not a yes or no. It's a degree. And the reason that that's there is because, again, just because it's part of the historic district doesn't mean that you can't do something with it. That's why they put this criteria to see where does this property fall in to that. Because if we go by staff's argument, that answer will always be yes. It will affect it. By definition, it's part of the district. We're trying to demolish it. It will affect it. And so is the same thing with the other criteria. It's not just a matter of does it affect, will it affect the historic district? Yes, it's to what extent. And I think very important is that there are other structures that have the same architectural details or importance as this one does. I think that the proper thing would have been, there's 124 houses in this district. How many of this are there? I think that's the proper methodology to follow to properly apply the criteria. So my argument to you is they did not apply the criteria correctly in this case. So that is not part of a de novo, that is a review of what actually happened there.
So, no, thank you for that. So you're asking us, the commission today, to substitute our judgment for what you believe was an incorrectly reached judgment.
Yes, and I believe that is within your purview.
So, Madam Vice Mayor?
I have a few things. I mean, I think, Counselor, I'm a practicing lawyer. I've done appellate work. Arbitrary choices, would, I think, fall within a standard that doesn't comply with substantial competent evidence. I haven't seen that argument. What I have seen, and I want you to also think about, this is not the only historic district we have in our city. We have some magnificent pieces that have been neglected on Hardy Road and have to be remedied. And what we don't want to do is encourage people to neglect properties in order to qualify them for demolition. What I don't see in the record, and looking at it from a standard of evidence that should be presented, there's no appraisal. You're relying upon Zillow reports. Zillow report, we'll get through this. Zillow reports are not accurate. I've shopped for homes before too. It doesn't go inside and look for anything inside. It assumes a lot of facts. It's an algorithm. That's all it is. You do have the property appraiser's report. I doubt seriously the property appraiser went inside this residence. I know the lion's share of the value was the land, and a tiny bit was the house itself, so there appears to be some reflection of that. I don't see where there's an engineering report to support the assertion that of the cost. I have no idea what the tax savings would be for historic property. And I don't see any evidence of other options that were considered, like a partial demo, maintain a historic piece. There's zero discussion about that in the record at all. So, as Commissioner Laura said, our hands are tied. There wasn't the effort made, if you wanted to show the evidence that there's an undue economic hardship, to show the annual debt service, there were no records provided. Appraisals weren't done. Listings of this property for sale in the condition that it's in. Those listings considered the improvements or the new drawings or something else other than this property as it is. Consideration of profitable adaptive reuses were not presented. So the burden is on the applicant, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I think you see where my vote is heading.
So if I may, I want to reiterate what I said before and the last time that this came before us. I was the only elected official that was here when LaSalle cleaners came before us. Wait for our firefighters. So when LaSalle cleaners came before us, it came with a negative recommendation from the historic board. They were granting the demolition. If you're familiar with that site next to the Davidson property, that property should have been deemed historic, but it was not because it had been touched and multiple renovations have been done to it. But the historic significance of that property, this is one of the arguments that I made, should have made that property historic. George Merrick used that building as he worked on the city of Coral Gables and got us to 100 years today. So that property had an important architect, had the founder make it his personal office, is my understanding, and then have our friends here who are well versed in regards to the historic nature of this city more than I am. But that property in itself was significant, was historic. And I think that I was the only vote to preserve it. And we can ask the clerk, Mr. Clerk, if you could find that vote, please.
Yes, sir.
I'd really appreciate it. So this is what's perplexing to me. And this is why I stay firm on this vote. I have voted to save the Whiteway lights. I have done many significant things. I have brought properties here to the city, for example, the Fink Studio, to have the Fink Studio purchased from private hands and have the city purchase it. I brought that property forward because I had a broker reach out to me. I was interested in purchasing it myself, but I believe that that property deserved to be in the city's hands. Probably the top 3 most important designs in the city. That was brought to me by a broker who lives in Coco Plum. So this is very difficult for me. And this is what we have to be very careful. And I'm going to tell you why. You're seeing an aggressive approach at the state level in regards to preemption. Massive. Anybody that denies it, doesn't want to see reality. You're seeing it in regards to our trees, our canopy. Never before in the city of Coral Gables would you have been allowed to cut a tree down on your own property. Now, many of those restrictions have been removed and the city's hands have been tied. Now you're seeing properties that are in the floodplain, historic properties, be allowed to be demolished. We have one of those major demolitions happen here in Gables Estates by a historically significant home that was designated. Who was the architect, Madam City Attorney? Do you recommend her?
Alfred Browning Parker.
Alfred Browning Parker. And so on and so on and so on. And keep going in regards to preemption. This is a property that is not designated historic. Not designated historic. Let me repeat that again. Not designated historic. But it is in a contributing historic district. So that's why I'm in favor of allowing this. And I continue to be firm because I believe that something here could be designed that would be appropriate with the neighborhood, that would bring value to the neighborhood. And if you drive by this property, you'll see that the neighboring property is using every last square inch of the FAR that's allowed to build a pretty large piece of property on their lot. And we can have that confirmed by staff. They can look over the plans, but I'm pretty sure that every last square inch is being used. And I know that many of us have been approached by that owner of that property, and that property was demolished. Then a rear house was left vacant for years until they were able to get their ducks in a row. I don't know if the property was sold. I don't know if the property was bought by a developer or that individual ended up building his dream home on that property. But we were all approached by that individual. So to me, look, I'm in a very tough situation here because I believe that this property, which is not historic, people have property rights. We have to be very thoughtful and very careful about their property rights. And I cannot tell somebody, hey, your home is not historic, but you're in a historic district, and I can't allow you to move forward when you're advocating to allow these individuals to build their dream home. So I'm a yes in favor of this. I continue to be a yes. I was a yes before, and I am a yes now, because this is not a historic home. And I think that these individuals should be allowed to build their dream home here in the city of Coral Gables. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mister, we've known each other for many years. I've always held you in high regard. And I have to agree with the Vice Mayor on this. I just don't see a way where we can approve this. I believe that there are possibilities of remediating some of the issues that this house had prior to the application for demolition being filed. I don't believe that that was done. But as Commissioner Lara asked very prudently, I don't see anything that the Historic Preservation Board has done that would merit us overturning their decision. So I just don't see how I can support it. I do believe that there was knowledge of this being in a historic district at the time the home was purchased, so the property owner should have known at the time that this was part of what they would have to go through. And it is a historic district, and I agree with the Historic Preservation Board and with staff's recommendation that it would affect the district. I drive past this home on a regular basis, and I've seen the condition that it's been for years. I think part of the factors of just seeing what the financial impact would be is also seeing where the property values and properties in this area are. If this house were to be properly restored, I think the value of this property would be there. And I agree with the Vice Mayor. I don't think that Zillow is the best place to, best source to get the information on property values. I think Coral Gables in particular always falls outside of Zillow's recommendation on valuation, sometimes as much as 50 or 60%. Because our property values are as high as they are. So I cannot support overturning the Historic Preservation Board's decision today.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
After listening to the mayor, I concur with a lot of the ideas that he had, but unfortunately, after also reading the transcript, I cannot support this. I'm curious, when was the last time somebody lived in this property?
I know that there's been 3 sales in the last 10 years, I believe, but I don't have the answer to when somebody lived there last. I just know that my client hasn't lived there.
There was 2 additions that were approved,
Yes.
okay? And I believe that if you were to consider some of these and engage in the construction, the comps would definitely match the surrounding properties, and it won't be 1,200 square feet. For that reason, I will not be supporting this.
Any further comment from the commission?
Mayor, I concur with the mayor with all your concerns about preemption. And I would not be surprised if on contributing properties, it is something that the Florida, legislature takes up.
Of course.
Okay? And that's something I want the Historic Preservation Board to keep in mind. Try to work with this applicant on what can be done with this property, other than the 2 previously approved, ones without the engineering drawing is there a piece of this facade that is so important to the historic fabric of the district that it should be preserved while the rest of the home is not? Because usually it's the skin of the home that they declare as historic. So if we could focus on that and allow, this property proceed rather than be the vacant lot basically that it is. Because the concern of the Florida legislature is housing. And when we are using our historic preservation code to force a particular result without working with applicants to try to find a resolution that could work, this is something that I think the board should consider versus the alternative that could happen, that we don't get to preserve any of these anymore.
Understood. We'll pass that message along to the board.
Thank you.
So if I may, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think the Vice Mayor hit the nail on the head. You've seen that not only are they concerned about housing, but they're concerned about property rights. And property rights has played a major role from reduction in homestead exemption taxes to trees on people's property, that we used to have a much larger say in regards to whether a tree could be knocked down or not. Now any arborist report in a neighborhood will get you a tree knocked down. Also discussing issues, again, in regards to property rights, like I mentioned before. When would you have ever thought in a city like this that you would knock down an Alfred Browning Parker house of that magnitude, which is in books, is studied in major universities. When you talk about architecture, we have an individual who I've had the pleasure of working with in the past, one of the most respected historical architects here in town. And I'm not going to call him and put him up here on the hot lamp. But this is the type of concern when you tell me that a property is not historically designated, but happens to be in a historically contributing district, where you end up voting against it. I have voted in favor and against projects in the past. I'm very proud of my historic voting record, but I think that we need to be very, very careful, because people have property rights, and whether they're gonna do an addition, whether or not, obviously when you have a structural engineer says that this is an issue, in this case, they'd have to knock down, demolish the property, redesign it, build a new exterior. With the cost of today's construction, as everyone knows, again, the costs are through the roof. And are they gonna be profitable? I hope so. I mean, that's the plan. I mean, you invest in Coral Gables so you can live a city beauty lifestyle, but also so that you can have a home that appreciates in value, something that you want to design. So I'm still going to vote yes in support of the applicant. But what I want to do is I'd like to put something out to my colleagues. The Vice Mayor talked about the skin. Obviously, that's the most important thing when you talk about historic preservation. That's why when I bring up an issue like LaSalle Cleaners, and I use it as an example every single time, if that building, which was designed by an important architect, and George Merrick used that building as an office, but exterior portions of the skin were changed, and that was talked about when it was brought before the commission, I still voted in favor of designation, even though the Historic Preservation Board voted for demolition. That property we wish today was around, and the city would have bought it. I tried everything in my power, like I did with the Fink Studio, to purchase that building and have the ability to rehab it and maybe use it as a city-owned property. But it was worth saving due to the history. I want to make sure that we can, if we have no choice, and I don't have the votes of my colleagues on the commission, I want to see how we can possibly expedite the process, figure out a way that we can help them out in an effort so that they can save that piece of skin or that facade that's required, which, by the way, again, is not historically designated. That's what I keep trying to make people understand. It's not historically designated. Let's make the historic board happy and the commission happy and allow them to build their dream home.
Mayor, I'm sure staff is happy to expedite anything and all possible to get any additions or remodels happen in front of the Historic Preservation Board at a timely manner.
So here's a question. I know that you mentioned that we can send it back to the Historic Preservation Board. Are we able to send it back to the Historic Preservation Board with the instructions to work with the applicant on
So the way the process begins is the applicant would have to file an application for certificate of appropriateness, proposing what they would want to do. And that's the way the process begins. So your role today is just to decide whether there was, whether to uphold or override the determination that there was no undue economic hardship and the denial of the demolition permit.
Okay, and I guess the second question would be, would our vote to affirm affect their process in any way? In other words, if they have an appetite towards preserving the facade of the residence and working with the Historic Preservation Board to find a solution that would work on a historic preservation side, would our, I guess, denial affect their application process? Would it be better for them to just withdraw their appeal and
No, so the board has already denied their application of undue economic hardship and certificate of appropriateness for demolition. They were seeking a total demolition of the property. If they want to submit a certificate of appropriateness for a different remodel or a different addition, that will be reviewed anew by staff and then, of course, the board.
Commissioner, if in your findings today you want to give direction about expediting, I think that would be appropriate to the board and staff.
I think the key to understanding, if I may, is being in construction, is you have the cost of the land, what they purchase it for, right? You have the taxes, you have the carry. At the end of the day, they have a mortgage on the property, I imagine. Then you have the cost to repair the existing facade. I'm not even talking about the additional construction for the addition, obviously, because you're going to have to do an addition. You're not going to live with a 2-1. I mean, maybe they will, but I don't think that's their plan. So you have a situation where they're well over $1.5, $1.6 million just to this moment. And then you got to talk about the work that's got to be done to repair the existing structure. And then now, from there, you got to move on and then do an entire construction project. You have to do design documents. You have to do the construction to take a property that now your basis is $1.6 million. And how much are you going to spend on construction? Let's say you build a 5,000 square foot home, and let's say you spend about $500 a foot, which is not crazy in Coral Gables standards. Okay, let's put $500 a foot. You're talking about $2.5 million on top of the almost $2 million you spent. Are we talking about homes? And I hope and pray that one day it is at that level. Homes in that area are selling for $4.5 million. I don't think they are. I haven't seen that, and I'm involved in real estate also. So it's a significant cost, and now you got to make a decision. You got to make an investment, and you can easily say, I know what the response is going to be of certain people here. Yeah, well, they knew about it. They knew what they were getting themselves into. Also, when they bought the house, didn't have construction costs spiral out of control like they did in the last 4 years. I mean, construction costs have doubled, and in certain cases tripled as a result of just the cost of materials, the cost of labor. So I have a little bit of a different understanding of yes, we want to hold this building as a historically contributing structure, even though it's not designated. But when you add construction, when you add correcting and holding, as you've had to the last 4 or 5 years, I think the cost is just way too much, and you can't get the value out of this property once it's done in regards to a resale. If they go, eventually everybody resells their property.
Mayor, there were 2 approved COAs, so to the extent that the applicant wants to work with staff on bringing back those 2 approved additions, making alterations to those and bringing those, I think that would be an expedited way to get things done, but I'll defer to staff and the applicant on that. So
I just wanted to give, the reason why I mentioned this is because I wanted to give some reasoning behind my thought process. And where, like when you start adding numbers, you're talking about real numbers here. You're talking about someone's money. Somebody made a decision. They say, okay, I want to buy this. They didn't expect to get into all these kind of situations. They didn't expect for construction costs to spiral out of control like it has. So I'm pretty sure if you ask the applicant, hey, do you think you're going to be in this situation 5 years ago? You'd be like, no, I thought I was going to be able to build my house, and I wasn't in this situation. Exactly. Lawyer fees, all the things that you've had to basically accept. And again, the last thing I want, and I would hate to have you guys leave here with a bad taste in your mouth and be in a position where you're and by the way, everybody here knows that construction costs have overruns, and we're not even adding what the carry would be during that time when you can't even live in your house. So, and you got to live somewhere else while you're building this house. So we'd be close to $5 million on a property that, as we all know, as residents in this community, God willing, North Gables will be at that point one day, but there's realtors here in front of me, they're gonna tell you there isn't $5 million homes in North Gables at the present moment. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I'm gonna, and I see the applicants up there. These are some tough decisions.
He'd like to talk to the commission.
So, some things for you to think about. 1021 Hardy has been described as a movie set, because all that's left is the front facade and the side. Everything else is empty inside. And that's a historically designated piece of property. And it's a special piece of property because it goes back to the 1920s. One of the George Fink designed homes. You have some choices to make. You want to go back and supplement the record to continue on the undue hardship route? Or do you want to preserve the essential walls that the Historic Preservation Department wants to do and start anew with a new application, saving, like the front facade? If that's, it's your choice.
If it were up to me, I'd light it on fire, but that's just me.
Yeah, you don't want to put that on the record.
Let me share something with you guys.
I understand. These are hard choices, but do you want to supplement the record with an engineering report and proper
We did.
appraisals?
We have that. We gave them 2 rounds of appraisals. That's why I came up here to explain. We gave them 2 rounds of appraisals, not 1, 2. The reason why it took so long, I had a baby, but I've got numerous emails that I can. I'm going to be honest with you. If it wasn't because of my relationship with the city, I could literally scream intentional torturous interference. Okay, I've got numerous emails to historic preservation that have gone unanswered for weeks and months, numerous. So, I had to give 2 rounds of appraisals because the first round I gave expired. So then I had to give a second round. So, it's a lot of this is not pointed at us. There's a lot of delays that have happened on that end, which is why we're in this situation. We're not going off of appraisals from Zillow or Realtor. We're going off of real appraisals that we've provided. I've got engineering reports. So I don't know when we're saying we don't have an engineering report. We have an engineering report. Engineering report states that the property has structural problems. The main problem that we're having is that nobody wants to fix it. I had to beg a gentleman, Atlas Construction, to do me the favor and go out there and take a look at the property. His remarks were, I'm going to give you an estimate, but in my rider, it's going to say that no guarantee. No guarantee. So it's not that simple. It really is not. A property, I think Mr. Fernandez mentioned about, that if you fix the property that you can get no, you can't. The property's got 1,200 under AC. Properties are selling in that area for $1,000 a square foot. So fixing the property and investing all the money into the subfloor and the joist, the roofing, electrical, plumbing, you're not going to get your money back. You're not going to get your money back. Look, I've got my realtor right there. He's tried the only house that man hasn't been able to sell in the Gables. We tried selling it. Only one. Only house that he's listed that hasn't been able to sell.
So if I just may add something, Vice Mayor, and I think it's important to put it on the record, to give you an idea. On the golf course, we're going to right now, Mr. Manager, how many square feet are we looking at right now in regards to the golf course renovation of the historic structure? The one that we got $1 million grant from the state.
Gondola. Gondola.
The gondola building.
Yeah, the gondola building is about 700, 800 square feet.
And how much is the budget for that?
Almost 1.5 million to 2 million.
So just to put it into context, you have a gondola building that's historic that fell, 700 square feet, and it's $1.5 million. That's the budget. And these are revised budget estimates, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is what we're talking about, and this is why I keep bringing it up. This is what I want people to understand. It's very simple to say, hey, this building is historically significant because it contributes, but it's not designated. When they bought the house 5 years ago, they didn't expect construction costs to be where it's at today. I mean, can we all agree on that? I mean, it's obvious.
Correct.
Well, the costs have been, it got skyrocketed. So when you look at this situation, this is why my vote hasn't changed. It's, you have 1,100 square feet. You have $1.6 million right now of accrued purchase, carry, all the, maintenance, all the things that are going to have taxes. So taxes. So at the end of the day, if we're going to vote against these homeowners, we're trying to start their life here in the Gables, which I think is a great idea. Fine, but let's move forward. If we're going to say that we need to save a facade of a building, which is not historic, which is a first for me, by the way, but we're knocking down LaSalle Cleaners. We knocked down LaSalle Cleaners, which had a important historic architect, and George Merrick used that building, and I know that I'm looking at my dear friend, it's an important building, and we're not designating that building. We're allowing it to be knocked down because the exterior facade had been remodeled, correct? Is that the appropriate word? Anna, altered. The exterior was altered, so we knocked that building down. Sometimes we have to face the fact that we're talking from both sides of our mouth. And my vote hasn't changed. My vote continues to be the same.
So, Mayor, I do agree with you because it's very difficult to follow the differing interpretations, and that's generous, what I'm going to say. That happens from the board and happens from the department. Your presentation said that all appraisals provided within the past 2 years were not provided. You have
My understanding that was pre-purchase appraisals. So, no, that was not provided. There were appraisals provided.
Stop.
Yeah, that is correct. There were appraisals provided. If we go back to the presentation, we can note there were current appraisals provided. What was not provided was the item about all appraisals within the previous 2 years of purchase. There were none
But
provided.
let me ask you a question.
So if you'll notice appraisals within 6 months, those were provided.
Why is that relevant?
Yeah, that's
It's my understanding that's been a consideration in the code to deal with when you purchase a property before it was designated, perhaps. So this was already purchased when it was designated, but to the extent that you purchased a property which was then designated, that may be useful information to the board.
That makes no sense.
Madam City Attorney, if I may, to agree with the Vice Mayor, that makes no sense. Let me tell you why. Your appraisal, your comp, is your sales price.
And that was included, Mayor. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying you paid $1 million.
Correct.
You paid for it. You have the comp. You set the valuation. You bought it.
I would just note, I don't know that was a key determination for the board.
But if I may, and again, I'm going to admit that I didn't catch that. Thanks to the Vice Mayor for catching that. Those are things that, to me, again, why is that relevant? I'm giving you, I know we're here supposed to really focus in on one issue, on economic hardship. I gave you the economic hardship. What is the price of construction 5 years ago versus the price of construction today? And this is a non-historically designated home.
So it is designated, Mayor. I just want to clarify for the record. It's not individually designated,
okay, but
it is designated.
But we're really working on words here. And if you're going to tell me that pre-appraisal versus post-appraisal, you're going to hang on that, then I'm going to hang on the property is not designated.
Mayor, I don't know that the board focused on that as one of the criteria. It is just an element of the packet in the code that is to be provided by the applicant.
Okay, well, I think we've unless my colleagues have anything else they'd like to add, I know how I'm voting on this issue and we can move forward. Madam.
So, no, I'm sorry. I'm a little stuck on this. 38 years of law practice. I know what substantial competent evidence is, and I know if there's an arbitrary or capricious choice on one document over another, that tips the scales in the other direction. Why? Why was this in the presentation as not being provided?
So again,
it was not provided. So just for the record, that's two appraisals.
Current appraisals.
That was noted in the presentation and in the packet that it was provided. So the current appraisals were provided. It was noted in the presentation. It was noted in the staff report that the current appraisals were provided. What was not provided was previous to the purchase property assessment values previous to the purchase.
But if I may.
And I understand the relevance.
But to me that's irrelevant.
That may not be relevant to you or to the board, yes.
I'm just.
The criteria and the application materials come off of the code. So those items, those 1 through 8, like we said, so I think what we're getting caught up in is number 5. All appraisals obtained within the previous 2 years by the property owner applicant in connection with the purchase, financing, or ownership of the property. So no copies were provided previous to their purchase. As per an email from the property owner, they do not have the appraisal prior to the purchase. Number 8.
No, I can read. I have it up in front of me. The problem is this. What is relevant evidence is the only thing that should be presented to us. You can go back and say that the lawn was mowed consistently for the last 50 years. Irrelevant. Appraisals on this property prior to the window of time that we need to analyze undue hardship is irrelevant. So why are you representing to us as a basis to support your finding that there is no undue hardship, irrelevant evidence?
Vice Mayor, that was included as part of the essential requirements of law section of the presentation. If you'll note, one of the questions on appeal is whether or not the Historic Preservation Board applied the correct criteria. The criteria are set forth in the code. Those are the 8 criteria in the code. It may not have been relevant to the Historic Preservation Board's decision or yours, but when we were looking in the presentation, as you noted, on appeal, one of the items is, was the correct law applied? This is the correct law. It's one of the elements of the presentation. So it's not meant to imply in any way that they didn't provide evidence that was required. It's just noted that that was one of the elements of the application that was considered by the board, and nothing was provided for that section. That doesn't mean it was relevant and required. It just wasn't provided, and that's one of the requirements of law that they were to follow.
So let me ask you a question, okay? And maybe I misunderstood. And I'm not a lawyer. The way that I took it, and tell me for my non-lawyers here, did you not understand that an appraisal was not provided? That's what I understood.
So if we can go back to the presentation, I just want to, I want to be clear.
No, but I want to be clear, and I have the floor. I want to ask a question of my colleagues, not of staff. Did you have the same understanding that an appraisal was not provided?
Correct.
I did. And I think that was the part of the problem was we kind of rushed through that pertinent part of the presentation.
I wouldn't have figured out anyways.
No.
I'm going to be honest with you.
So I'm happy to go.
But wait, I'm not done yet. Let me finish. Okay, look. What other item did they say was not provided? Remind me.
I'm happy to go over them again.
Wait. A structural report. Mr. Applicant, was a structural report provided by signed and certified engineer, structural engineer, yes or no?
There is a report, and it was part of our presentation also, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but hold on. Stop. So I also have to clean up the record because I misspoke before, and I want to make sure I get this right, and the clerk kindly corrected me. It's been a lot of years. Mr. Clerk, when was LaSalle Cleaners brought before us? Just want to be clear because I don't want later to somebody say I misspoke, 2018. Give me the 7 years, I can't remember everything. It's been a long time. Okay. That structure went before the Historic Preservation Board. They voted against it. It was never brought before the commission. I put the item on the agenda and said to my colleagues, is there an appetite to bring this back? Because I think I spoke to the attorney back then and said, guys, this is an important building. The historic board doesn't want to designate this because, as our city attorney said, the exterior skin has been altered. And I went through, and I can't remember all the fine points on why I believe that building should have been designated, and why, by the way, much to the chagrin of the owner of the property at that point. Remember, Mr. Manager, they were not very happy that I had brought that up, in an effort to try to get my colleagues on the commission to designate that building, and then at the end of the day, purchase the property, like we did with the Fink Studio. So there's a little bit of confusion here, and I wanted to clarify the record on my end, and also on what the applicant presented and staff's response. I think it's important because this is on the record, and we are talking about people's lives here who have been for 5 years dealing with a home that, again, is not designated historic, but is a contributing structure. Mm-hmm. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
I don't feel comfortable voting on this record right now. I'd like to spend more time going through this.
Okay.
So
Is that a deferral?
I'd ask for a deferral.
Okay.
Have an opportunity to go back through this with a fine-tooth comb, because when I'm relying upon a presentation, it says there were not any not provided. All appraisals provided within the past 2 years not provided. And it's not pointed out that there was other relevant evidence provided. I just don't feel comfortable with this at all at this point.
I don't have an issue with that at all.
These are people's lives at stake. I'd like to go through this record more carefully.
Okay.
If you move for deferral, I'll second.
Okay, I'll move for deferral.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion, a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion?
Move
To
move
defer
for a
the item.
deferral.
Yeah. Before I vote on this, I believe that the transcript, and I went through the transcript, I believe the transcript did say about the appraisal and the engineering. But I'll go ahead and, I think maybe we need to review the transcript again. It was somewhat extensive. I'll go ahead and say yes to deferral.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Let me correct the record again. I did go through the transcript like I've done for the last 13 years. I go through every transcript, I review every single board, I review every single item that becomes before the commission. I don't remember that, number one. Maybe they discussed it on the commission floor, but what I'm going by is by my city attorney telling me the contrary. And it needs to be flushed out. We need to have a conversation up here and have a real conversation to get to the bottom of it, because we are voting on something that will in perpetuity affect somebody. And I think it's appropriate that we do that.
And Mayor, if I misspoke, I apologize. I just want to
We
be
all do.
clear that
Listen,
the
but
presentation was correct. So I just want to be clear. If I misspoke, I apologize, but the presentation was clear.
Madam City Attorney, I just corrected the record that I said that I voted on something in regards to the South Cleaters. I also correct the
understand.
record. We all make mistakes. It's not a problem.
No, and I want to apologize if I
You
misspoke.
have a much higher batting average than I do in regards to saying things correctly, okay? Don't worry. Don't take offense to it. Yes, please. to the
Mayor,
floor.
sorry, I would suggest that we defer, if possible, to a date certain. Otherwise, we're gonna have to renotice, and the applicant will have to mail
Would
notice
like to
again. So if we want to do a date, if we want to do November 18th, or we want to go to the December meeting?
November 18th.
Whatever you prefer.
November 18th.
November.
What I recommend, a little bit of advice, is that you sit down and you have a conversation not only with staff, but you meet with all the elected officials and you explain in detail the situation, okay? That's just my advice.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
I think the last couple, and not about yours, the last couple of appeals that we've had before us, we've had questions about the criteria. We've had certain items in the criteria that perhaps made sense when they were originally passed and maybe not today. I just wanted to put it out there. Maybe it's time for us to consider a blue ribbon panel to consider the criteria for historic preservation for appeals, to update our criteria and make sure that they're up to date. Obviously, when that was passed, maybe those 2 years of appraisals were important. They are not to us today, but just something to consider, or just giving the Historic Preservation Board the directive to revise the process. I think we talked about it last time, we just never really took action on it.
Yes.
So just to, with respect to that request for information as part of the application for the 2 years of appraisals prior to purchase, I think that the presentation was just to indicate that that was not information that was part of the record. It hadn't been provided. So I think that the transcript fleshes out that that wasn't something that the board hinged their decision on. But of course, we can review it and we can consider all of that the next meeting. But I just don't want it to be interpreted that somehow we were saying that was the decisive factor. It was just informational that had not been provided.
Through the mayor, this is a quasi-judicial case, so I know that the mayor recommended that you guys come meet with us. Specifically me, I would refrain from that exactly because we really shouldn't be having ex-parte communications.
Understood.
Madam City Attorney, am I allowed to meet with the applicant?
Mayor, as you know, our office always says that in ex-parte and quasi-judicial matters, you should avoid all ex-parte communications.
We can meet with them, correct, as long as I put it on the record?
So our advice is that you avoid those meetings.
But
If
can I
there's an inadvertent ex-parte communication, then you disclose it if it's inadvertent.
My recommendation, and we're now listening to Melissa Castro, is that you meet with anybody you need to meet with, because as you can see by now, you have to get 2 appraisals as a result of waiting on staff in an effort to get a response. How much was each one of those appraisals? $500. That's your money, shouldn't be the city's money. So at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we respect your process because you've been through this process for a long time. I apologize for today's endeavors. We will see you at the next commission meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on, items E12, E13, E14, and E15 are deferred. Moving on to item E17, time certain.
E17 is the resolution of
Madam
the...
City Attorney, at the request of Commissioner Fernandez, we're taking a 5-minute break. Thank you very much.
You beat me to it.
E2 and E3? All right, got you.
Progress.
And welcome back. We're going to go to E17, which is time certain.
E17 is a resolution of the City Commission pursuant to Zoning Code Article 1, General Provisions, Section 1-104, Jurisdiction and Applicability, amending Resolution Number 2021-334 that granted site plan approval of the Mobility Hub located at the site of Parking Garage 1, legally described as lots 29-42, Block 2, Craft Section, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
This is a quasi-judicial item, so everyone who will be providing testimony in this matter should be sworn in.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, we have the presentation for the Mobility Hub.
Okay.
Based on the prior selection of the City Commission.
Okay.
And this is just further along to see if we can finalize the project and move on with the final design, and then, of course, construction phase. We'll be looking at a construction manager at risk as soon as the project is approved by the City Commission.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have a presentation from staff or anything like?
Yes, Gensler is here to provide the presentation.
How are you doing, sir? Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission members, City Manager. Really happy to be back to present the updates of the elevation and facades that were selected from our last meeting. Let me see if this is working. Yes, it is. Just a quick reminder of what was selected out of the three options last time. What was selected was the option of carved by nature, which was really focused on the abstraction of nature on the actual facade itself. These were some of the inspirational images that we had to guide the overall design. You remember these initial conceptual elevations, and I'm going through these fast because you've already seen these. And now is the development as we've looked at it further. So this is the Cheesecake Factory on the bottom right-hand corner that you're seeing. You're looking at the elevation updated now with more detailing into the specific metal panels. What you're able to see here as well is the kind of specific location of the art display. As you remember, the idea of biophilia, landscape, art is all part of the facade and design of this project. So this is one art niche that we've developed for a future sculpture that would go into this particular area. This is another view that you probably hadn't seen before. This is looking right at the entry off of Andalusia. One of the things just to take into account is the coloring of the facade now has a kind of an off-white or a champagne color to it so that it blends in to the overall feel of the downtown area. Again, the pattern of the facade really does represent kind of a lush foliage, if you will, as if you're almost looking through the foliage of a canopy of a tree. The insertions that we have of the landscaping are very specifically placed so that they're above any obstructions. So you can see on the left-hand side, you can already see the landscape insertion above the Miracle Mile Theater, and on the right-hand side, it's still above as you're walking down towards the main entry, you can still see the views of that landscaping. So really the idea is focused on nature. Again, just highlighting the integrations that we're seeing. This is another view from Miracle Mile. If you remember, previously we had a bird's eye view, which literally nothing but a bird would ever see. We wanted to actually make it more realistic in terms of what you would see at the corner looking directly at the building itself. You can see it blends in quite well here. The Miracle Mile Theater, it takes up kind of a lot of the facade that you were seeing before, but again, the way we place that landscape insertion is in a place to where you can still see above it, so that really what you're seeing is a lot of the landscaping and the biophilia that we've actually incorporated. On the left-hand side where we've opened it up right at the ramp is another insertion for art. One thing that I wanted to note specifically for Vice Mayor Anderson is you can see here, we've updated that with a 2-foot crash wall. So that's incorporated into the design. And again, just the art mural area, again, on this part would be something that we'll go through a process of selecting in the future. And again, the biophilia integration on the Miracle Mile facade. This is that main entry that we've created off of Andalusia that takes you directly through that paseo and connects you to Miracle Mile. We believe this is a really important urban planning concept to connect that main retail artery to the rest of the city. You can see that there's lots of biophilia at the canopy level directly above the main entrance. The patterning of the soffit ceiling that we've created through there also kind of represents the pattern that we have on the facade itself. There's a moment for a large piece of artwork at the ground where you see that staircase, and of course a lot of retail and activation on the street, so it's not just a dead facade and a dead street. And again, this is where that specific art display would go, front and center. Again, the artist to be selected in the future. This is one of my personal kind of favorite renderings is what would happen at night. It's a really beautiful, almost veil-looking facade on this with a soft glow. It really looks like you're looking through kind of a lush canopy of a tree. We're really trying to connect this facade and this building itself with what we think is the most important thing about Coral Gables, which is the lushness of the area, the trees, the foliage, the patterns that you see in the oolite and the limestone, and that's what we've really tried to create here. This is just a close-up, again, so we've looked at the detailing of what each metal panel would be. As we get closer into dealing with the actual metal manufacturers, we'll get even more details to you, but one of the things that we're really excited about is what happens on the interior. So you can see on the right-hand side, that's the view after you've parked your car. You can see the amount of beautiful light that actually comes through. Again, this is a safety issue, but it's also an aesthetic issue in terms of being able to look out, allowing the light to come in, and the beautiful pattern that actually falls on the ground floor as the sun shines through this thing, again, is a constant reminder of this idea of landscape and foliage. This just kind of shows you some patterns that we've been looking at. This is a second pattern that we looked at to try and optimize. What we've showed you in the previous one and on all the facade renderings is this one. So this is just another one to show you that we've been really looking at studying what that pattern could actually be. This is both of them together. This is a detail. Basically what we're trying to show is how the entire system connects back to the structure itself. One of the things that we've tried to do here is to expedite the construction time by having the metal panels actually connect to 2 floors so that when it's under construction, you're actually putting up this building much faster than you typically would. So we're really trying to expedite the construction process as well. The rooftop activation was something we didn't quite touch on last time, so a little bit more detail for you here. This was what it used to be before. You can see that there was stadium seating as part of it. There was an interior community space of about 2,300 square feet. And then the middle portion, where we're calling kind of multifunction space, was really focused on a children's park area. If you remember, the Parks Department was actually involved last time. This is kind of what it looked like before. From what we've heard and what we've seen, there's a lot of green spaces and parks that have been constructed since that time. And so maybe the idea of a children's focused park on the roof didn't make as much sense, given the recent developments that we've seen around the city. So this is one option that we're proposing for 2 reasons. 1, to really keep the rooftop activated, and 2, to monetize it as much as we can. So expanding that restaurant/community event space to 3,800 square feet, so that if it becomes a tenant for the city when it's a restaurant, it's a much larger space and a space that can actually accommodate the restaurant. We would have outdoor seating. The seating would also spill out into the multi-function space, which is basically just a green turf area. It's much more simplified now. In front of that, where you're seeing the purple, is what we're calling an activation space. You'll see in more detail, the idea is that it'll have a cover on it so that there could be kind of green on the screen. You could see movies kind of projected on that wall. You can actually have performances there of bands, so it really becomes a space that becomes multifunctional and a draw to get people up there. The second option, not too dissimilar, was really expanding that idea of the restaurant and a much larger community space, in this case 6,000 square feet. We really imagined this idea of that outdoor terrace area would actually have sculptures that could be part of it as well, but still having that activation space. This is just a view of what that rooftop would look like. This was really focused on the trellises. As you remember, we actually had photovoltaic cells to reduce the electricity bill for the building itself and sustainability for the project as well. So this just kind of shows what was there before. And this is a conceptual rendering of what that rooftop could look like. So to the right would be the restaurant space or the event space. You can see that there's outdoor seating that spills out. The green turf is directly in front of it. That could be set up for different types of events. In this case, this is projecting a movie so that there could be a movie night on the top of the rooftop. And that is what we have for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looks like you've made a lot of progress. I know you've been working hard. Thank you for that. And thank you for your team, as always, being so considerate and working together on behalf of the city. Mr. Manager, do you have any further questions before I take it to the commission?
Yes, Mayor. We've looked at the roof differently now that we're going to have a 20,000 square foot park in front of Publix and a 10,000 square foot park right across from the Codina project. So that's why the kind of different activation of that roof. We have two different designs that have come up, and we would like to get the opinion of the commission. I think we like them very much. If we could go back to those, and
I wanted
then
to
we'd like to
mention-
see if we can move forward with.
I'm happy you brought up the park, because one of the things that I worked on with your guidance when we were negotiating with Publix over the last 4 years was when I told them I'd love to see a 20,000 square foot park, and we were able to negotiate 20,000 square feet. That opened us up. I think it gave us a lot more flexibility in regards to the programming for the parking garage. And I think having that park, while we would have liked to have it obviously anywhere, but having it on the first floor, I think is going to pay significant dividends. It's going to be a better amenity, in my opinion, something pretty special.
Yes, Mayor, your dealings with that park were really what motivated us to look at that differently, because it's 20,000 square feet right diagonally across.
It's great. It's a great location.
And if we could look at the facade, the skin again.
Okay. Just waiting for it to come back on the screen. I don't know.
And I can't remember the last meeting, but I think when you came back, I think there was pretty good consensus on the skin. I think it looked great.
It's carved by nature, but we have two final designs on the carved by nature, just slightly different. It's hard to pick between both of them because they're both quite.
Yes.
Yes.
So these are the side by side. The first one, which is what we're calling option one, is what all the renderings were actually based on, because obviously we had to pick one for the rendering. And then this is the option two, which is a slightly different scale for the actual pattern itself. So we wanted to bring this up to you for your comments.
Yeah, Commissioner.
So it's very beautiful, exciting, very vivid imagery, and I think this bodes very, very, very well going forward for the mobility hub. As far as the two choices, everyone's got an opinion. I really like the first one the most, only for me because the bigger size, I suppose, of the shapes versus the other one that has, to me, a little bit more of a web-like view, because there's like a thinner, I think there's like a thinner pattern on some of the structure skin there.
Yeah.
The first one just feels to me a little more tropical jungle kind of like motif, and especially when you see the sun coming through on the inside and it creates the space, the little geometric spaces on the floor with the shadow and the light. Wonderful. It's great. Anyway, I just like that. They're both beautiful. I prefer the first one.
The mayor?
Madam Vice Mayor?
I would say I like the first one better too. It's a little more lacy, a little more flowing in a way. You know, great concept. So I like the fact that you brought, you know, some choices. That was a good idea. The only thing I hope in the and I appreciate the wall is if we find some way to get that artwork or architectural expression of art more visible in the ramps. Is there any way to bring that forward so it'd be more visible as opposed to behind a wall or cars? So, not that I'm an architect, but there may be a way to do that with a screen. I don't know, you know, something else similar. But you've done a great job. We had a nice presentation last night at the Coral Gables Garden Club. An individual from the Florida Native Plant Network came forward and spoke about what Singapore did. And, you know, when I expressed what we were doing here, they expressed a willingness to collaborate. So you might want to reach out to them. They may have some suggestions on how we can support the biophilia even better, because I'm certainly not the expert. But I do know that, you know, right plant, right place is a critical piece in what you choose to do. And I know we have an engineering additional amount needed for this this project, and it was something that you know, I always had voiced in the first iteration of this mobility hub in the past, was the fact that, you know, weather is increasingly getting worse. My heart goes out to the folks in Jamaica. I compared the top speeds of wind in Andrew, which we experienced here many moons ago now, 30 some odd years ago, to what they're facing now. It was a 145 mile per hour storm with top speeds around 175. This one's on 75 with the gusts coming in at 200. So we need to seriously look at engineering on this. It's money well spent. We have in our recent history that we all can remember times when money wasn't adequately invested on the engineering. My first year in office, we had Champlain Tower. We've seen the FIU Bridge go down. We've seen parking garages at campuses go down. The Fort Lauderdale Police Station experienced problems. So I think it's, you know, I don't want to say penny wise, pound foolish. I'd rather put the money into properly engineering this building and every building going into our city. And I know with our city manager, he'll make sure that gets done. And then I shared some additional ideas with the city manager regarding additional areas that we could possibly do activation or uses in the building on dead corners that can now become active generating corner areas. I know you haven't had time to explore the market for those things. So I look forward to hearing those from you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? I like number one also. I think it's great.
Okay.
I think it's soft. I think the building looks great. And we need parking. So I think it's a good move forward. Do you need a motion that we need?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
So we will, Mayor, through the mayor, so we will proceed with option number one, and
We're going to. Okay.
And move forward with the project. If we could deal also with H4 along with this, with E17.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker, Mrs. Mary Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I cannot understand how anyone can say that this building blends in with what's there. I like the interior, I like the first floor, that so far that is no issue. But when you look at the monstrosity, the height of that building compared to what's there, I mean, when I was looking at what the presentation, every building next to it, across from it, looks like a little midget compared to this monstrosity. I think the problem in my eyes, and I think the problem in the people's eyes, is the height. If it were lower, it would be much better. And I know that we're convinced that it has to be high, but let me tell you, poor Miracle Mile and Miracle Theater is horrific the way it looks.
Mr. Clerk?
Jackson Holmes.
Greetings, Jackson Holmes. I live at 35 Sedona Avenue in Coral Gables. Shall I say, praise God, we're here. And the mayor's told me I only have 3 minutes, so I want to get to the heart of this. But I'll start out by saying that I prefer design number 2. And my reason being is, and now I get into the safety message. We will have, according to Kevin Kinney, the former parking director, the safest parking garage in the country. Now, part of that is, do we have that picture that I sent you? Is the transparency of the garage. If no other garage that all right, there, good, we have the picture. Now, if you look at that, imagine you're walking on the street with the photo behind me, and you see a woman being mugged by some mugger, presumably a male, right? You can pick up your phone, call 911, and the Coral Gables police can meet the mugger on his way out of the garage. You can't even get out of the garage. This is one of the elements that makes this the safest in the country. What I'm worried about is that design number 2 is consistent with that. It gives plenty of transparency, right? But design number 1 that was preferred by you, Honorable Vice Mayor, is more obscure. I think it reduces safety. How am I doing here? I still got 1 minute and 20 seconds. So getting back to the safety issue, as I focused on these garages, and I was published in the Miami Herald in 1998 talking about these garages. So I followed this maybe more than anyone alive. What am I getting to here? With no parking, Miracle Mile dies. We need the parking, and give me a second because I'm losing my train of thought. Women are the people who like to shop. That's a fact of life. If the city's going to make money off of Miracle Mile, we need to make those women safe. And if we do make them safe, and this does make them safe, then we as a city get more money. We get to take care of our unions, and we get to pay our bills. And I got 20 seconds left. I'll include myself in this. I'm an adjoining property owner, so I have a unique perspective. I think we're the oldest property owning family on Miracle Mile. My grandfather knew George Merrick. The property owners will make more money too. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much.
Lisa, the attorney.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Lisa DeTorne, 10 Aragon Avenue. I'm up here, it's a little frustrating because I've been up here many times and I've addressed this issue as well as some other large development. I feel like the city should lead by example in that we are allowing a certain amount of height to be built, especially if there's a Mediterranean bonus. But I think we should keep our heights down as low as necessary and not to project what we might be using something for in the future. This is supposed to be a parking garage, so I think the top floor should be for parking. That way we could, to fit all the cars that you said that are required, that we could reduce at least one floor, something like that. I don't like the height, and especially compared to the block right on Miracle Mile where the maximum is 4 stories, I believe, and next to the Miracle Theater. So I wish that everybody who's always spoken about lack of building higher and higher in this downtown area so we don't look like a brickle. I wish we could all be heard. This actually sounds like it's kind of a done deal, so that's why I'm disappointed. I'm lucky I have a flexible work schedule that I could take time off to come in here, but I hate to be after the boat has left. Thank you.
Whenever. Just very briefly, just for the record, I think it's important. Mr. Manager, what is the currently allowable height as per the zoning code? If there's no changes to the zoning code, what is allowed currently by the zoning code?
That area, Mayor, is MX3, so it would be with med bonus, it would be 190.5. We are not seeking a med bonus, so we are under 150, so we do not need the med bonus to reach this height. This is a very difficult project. It's a parking garage. It's if we look at the Menorca garage, has been very, very successful because we have not gone to a Mediterranean style that provides a very closed, very, very difficult forced ventilation garage. So this will be clear heights that can be from an adaptive reuse can be used for either a commercial, either a office or a multifamily future occupancy. So we've dealt with a lot of issues on this parking garage to deal with the present and the future.
So 2 quick points. When was that zoning change made, just for the record? I know I've repeated this probably a dozen times and I'll keep repeating it. When was the zoning change made?
Mayor, that was years ago.
It was before I was ever in office, correct? Anyone here?
Yes,
I just got to put things clearly on the record because later it'll be said that we changed the zoning code and we didn't change the zoning code. We're actually not even seeking med height. Number 3, the reason why the structure has to go vertical is because of the depth of the lot. If we had a deeper lot, due to the parking and due to the configuration of the ramps, you would have a much smaller building in height. But due to the fact that it's a very thin lot, you have to go vertical. There's no other choice. If we owned, obviously, before, Steve Battelle wanted to have 10 floors on Miracle Mile. I stopped that. I made sure that was not allowed. If we own the properties on Miracle Mile, and we did change the zoning, then you would have a much smaller parking lot because you would have more depth all the way into Miracle Mile. But I would never allow a parking structure to be on Miracle Mile. I stopped that. I stopped 10-story buildings from being built on Miracle Mile. Just want to put that on the record because I know that sometimes we forget. And by the way, you're always welcome to join us. It's always a pleasure to have residents here. Thank you for being here. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Through the mayor. A couple things I wanted to note too, because I had received calls from residents, behind the plaza about the fan noise from the plaza area parking garages. Between the belts and the bearings making noise, plus the forced air ventilation noises, that is avoided by having the high ceilings that are in here. But yes, it does add some additional height, but getting away from that noise, which is annoying residents, is an important factor too. So it's roughly a little over 45 feet shorter than what is allowable on that site. And as I've said before, I hope this is the last parking garage that we need to construct so that, we have other options on other pieces of property that don't require this type of height. And it's right in the center of the downtown where it is easiest for folks to be able to travel. But 45 feet below is a big reduction in height. And without that noise, I think, but those 2 factors compel me to say that this is the best choice for this parking garage.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, the additional height that the vice mayor was talking about is also very important from our adaptive reuse perspective. We use a typical parking garage height of 7 feet, and you cannot use it for anything else. And so we have this parking garage through adaptive reuse can be used, as I mentioned, for either office or multifamily. And when you have a regular parking garage with a 7-foot height, which would be this garage has at least 3 additional feet at every story. You cannot use it for anything but storage, either storage of cars or storage of refrigerators, one or the other. it really doesn't lead to any adaptive reuse. We have the speed ramps, and these are flat floors. So, and we have areas where we can have the MEP come up vertically. So this garage has been looked at from a current use and certainly a future use perspective.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues?
Maybe just a quick comment, Mr. Mayor. It comes up often. It comes up often in the commission meetings. It comes up often when you speak to residents, when they come to office hours, when you read about it online as well. But it's worth repeating, right? When we know we have zoning and we have the code, which establish in every particular section maximum height permitted. So when a building comes before us and it's within the permitted height, it's implicit that that height is also ensuring compatibility with the surrounding areas that have been zoned that way. I'm talking about the way it currently, not as it is, would be proposed if there's a variance or some sort of departure from the zoning designation. So while many would prefer, as a matter of their, taste, to keep buildings no higher than 2, 3, or 4 floors, that's fine, and it's great to hear those views. But it would be a misstatement to say that permitting or allowing a building to be erected that falls well within the maximum heights permitted by the zoning as being either at best in bad taste or at worst in derogation or contrary to the law, because that would be false. So if there's a concerted desire to change the heights of what's permitted by the MX designations, then that's a conversation that we should have with the residents for another day or a different mission, right? But when we're talking about a building that is as the city manager stated, isn't even being sought with a Mediterranean bonus to be higher, it's a misstatement to say that it's either overdevelopment or out of control based on the height alone. So I just think it's a conversation that we're going to be having over the course of time with the residents, where we take into consideration their views. But I think it's important also to say that in many respects, when you talk about property owners and being able to build as of right, that's what we're talking about when you fall within stated height restrictions.
Anyone else? For the good of the order?
I still believe this building is too tall, even though it is within the height that's allowed. You are correct, it is within, but I still believe that it is above what residents have been asking us to do. I appreciate the changes that have been made to the design. I still do not believe that it falls in line with the Miracle Mile side of the building. I would have liked to have seen something that may have been more in line with, or at least on that side, more in line with what's on Miracle Mile. Those are just my comments. I would be a no vote today on this issue.
Through the mayor? Yeah, so I have 4 points. From day one, I have not supported this. I've tried to stay with an open mind, not put my guard up or biased. I will not be supporting this design for the mobility hub or the comp plan. This is not what I promised the people, and I will follow through with what I promised them. I agree that we do need a garage. Absolutely, we do. I'm not opposed to that. In fact, I think we need 2 garages, not only there, but in the other parking lot as well that we're planning to sell to a developer with an MX3 zoning. So you can only imagine what's going to go there. Ultimately, the plan to sell the other garage to a developer, I can definitely not agree with that. The plan is here, as stated in previous commission meetings. It was to go ahead and help fund this garage. But most importantly, I will not support the fact that we are going through the approval of this mobility hub, the comp plan, and the design without voter input at all. We are not talking to the neighbors, and I can completely disagree with that. Now, I do want to be thankful for Gensler. The design is pretty. Now, I don't think it's still, I think they went a long way. I like a lot of the aspects that were there. It doesn't fit in back of the Actors Playhouse. I think we need to, it's out of character. However, the design is beautiful. I will be a definitely noble as same as day one.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
So I too have heard from many residents, Commissioner Castro, who are very much in support of this, including the enhanced design that has an activation on the top, on the roof, with a proposed restaurant, outdoor venue for live events as well as movies, right? These are all ways that I think will help generate business, drive the economic engine for Miracle Mile, which I think we all agree desperately needs it, right? But in terms of voter input and resident, I should say, correct that, resident input, this is at least the second time in the last, 30 days or so that this has been on the agenda. We've had the renderings available. Today, we've had 3 members of the public come to speak on this issue regarding public comment. One was quite vocal, Mr. Holmes, in support of it as well. I think that opportunity and process have allowed for what your concerns are. And I think that one can make a very strong, compelling argument that, we're right on the right track on the basis that I will take the lack of individuals appearing here today against the Mobility Hub is actually a tacit or implicit endorsement of it. My view.
Through the mayor?
If I may.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the privilege. Mr. Manager, I've heard Commissioner Castro say that she doesn't support this comp plan change. I'm confused. We're changing the comp plan here?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so I just want to put that on the record.
Within the Annex 3.
That was mentioned twice. There's a comp plan change. It's on the record. I literally just heard that we're not changing the comp plan. So that's number one. Number two, but that's the fact. Are we changing the comp plan?
No, Mayor.
Because I have someone looking at me saying, no, we're not changing the comp plan. We are not going to MX3. We're not seeking med bonus. I know that people want to have smaller buildings in height, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I voted against Gables Station when they asked for 7 additional floors in height. I voted against the plaza. I voted against the then parking garages. I voted against Miracle Mile to make sure it wasn't 10 floors. I've done my due diligence. I've done my work. And by the way, I love the rhetoric of anti-development, and I asked the clerk to provide documentation, and I will be sending it out. This commission has voted lockstep on every single project except for one where Melissa Castro voted against it. But on every single project, we're batting over 90% in regards to projects. Mr. Clerk, am I incorrect or no?
From a recollection, you are, sir.
Okay, I want to make sure. So we can do this political rhetoric back and forth, this game of anti-development and heights and all that stuff, but this commission has voted lockstep in regards to projects. Don't forget, projects that come before us is because it's required by the zoning code because they're mixed-use developments. And sometimes you're able to work with a developer in an effort to get a park. Case in point, Publix. Case in point, a Constellation Group in front of Nordstrom's. Case in point, Amiria, which we got a 15,000 square foot park. What it required, we had to tweak their project. So there is some good things when you come and you negotiate.
Through the mayor.
I'm not done yet. So I'm all in favor of having a robust conversation. But let me tell you the biggest problem why I'm voting in favor today. So my mother is legitimately a person who requires a handicap parking space. She's had dozens of surgeries, spine fusions, multiple hip surgeries, a litany. I could be here for hours talking about her issues, but I don't want to violate all of her HIPAA rules, okay? With all due respect. My mother, who loves to go to downtown, just like my grandmother, before she passed away 10 years ago, Mara Julia, tells me, I don't like to drive around and look for parking. And I won't park in the parking lot because I don't feel comfortable parking there. I don't feel it's safe, and my car is too big. She has a standard Volvo. It's not like she's driving an Escalade or anything like that. I don't feel comfortable, and it's not appropriate. So I find myself driving around or eventually having to spend more money and use valet, which is something that I don't want to use. I should be able to park in a parking lot that is of the same quality as, for example, the Design District has or Dayland has. We don't have that here in our downtown. If you look at the Andalusia parking garage, not the Andalusia, the Mediterranean one.
Museum.
The museum parking lot. When you're in there, it is pitch dark. The lack of ventilation is unhealthy, in my opinion. And the design is a shoebox with some roof tiles on it that makes it look Mediterranean. I have spoken to the architect because I worked for that architect for 4 years, Willie Bermejo. He even says, I follow the criteria that was set forth by the city, but it's not something that I'm super uber excited about. Okay? I was told this is basically the way that it was supposed to be. Small little windows with roof tiles. So we have confines. And why do I say that? Because a parking garage can only be made to look so Mediterranean. You really don't have the articulation to make something that everyone's going to agree with. But I think we have softened up this parking garage as much as we can. We've lowered the height. And it is something that is going to be an economic driver, like Commissioner Lara said. 27% of our tax base comes from the downtown. We have to stop kicking the can down the curb and make this investment. We're not going to make everybody happy, but this is an investment in our future, one that will be funded by revenue that comes from parking. So we can go back and forth and talk about development and, do all these beautiful sound bites so that the blogs can go out there and fire away. But at the end of the day, we need to do what's right for our downtown and finally deliver on a parking garage that will bring relief. The current state of our 2 parking garages are embarrassing. We can do so much better for the business community, for our residents, and for the people who come to visit our downtown every single day.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
And I wanted to go ahead and respond to Commissioner Richard Lara. I've had plenty of residents, and I have had this, and I respect Rip Holmes' opinion. I very much do. In fact, I do want parking garages there, just not at this scale. Okay, in fact, I don't want 1 parking garage. I want 2 parking garages, because I think from this whole commission, I spend a lot of my time on Miracle Mile and Giralda. I could tell you, I don't like to park on the 9th or 10th floor. I'm not going to. And I prefer to park on the street, close to the restaurant I'm going to. Or if I don't find close parking, I'll park valet. I don't love going into garages and going around and around. Now, when you're talking about MX3 and that we're building according to code, yes, we are. But I want to keep something in consideration. This is our property. This is city property. Do we really need to exercise the zoning code? Do we really need to build as far as we can build? I know we're not using med bonus. I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, this is in our hands. I would be happier with this garage being a little lower. I wouldn't even care so much about the design, but I do care about the fact that I promised the people not so much height. I'll be willing to compromise, but not in this manner. This is huge. And that's it. Respectfully, that's it.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we can, because comp plans are complex things for people to understand. And I've had to sit down with some folks sometimes and explain what it meant. A change to the comp plan would mean it would exceed the height of 190.5 feet.
That was my point.
It would have to exceed the height, and we're not doing that. If we had proposed a garage at 190.5 feet and then done a reduction of over 45 feet, then people would be happy. So last night, I attended the Garden Club meeting, and I talked about this garage and the biophilia and getting input. It was a packed room. I had to sit back behind the plants that were being raffled off because there was no other seats left. Not a single person said they don't like the proposed design. I reviewed my emails again today. Not a single email has been received. We always usually receive some, nothing, that they don't like this proposed design. The flat floors. If you like the existing garage we have, the people that are disabled, the people that have an injury are going to have a hard time navigating on something with a sloping type of design. That's the way you pack more cars into a shorter garage. Then you have the noise. If you really want to experience it, go to Trader Joe's. The fans running and then the auxiliary fans that they have to push out, and it's still noisy, and it's like a dungeon in there with a lack of light. Not a good experience for folks. I've received plenty of complaints about the fan noises on these other garages. People don't like it. So for the ambiance and being able to enjoy the experience on the mile and shopping, would you like to have the buffeting fans? Or would you like to be able to hear the birds? Would you like to be able to hear the music? So I'm in favor for all those reasons. It hasn't maximized the height. I think the design has improved dramatically. I was here 5 years ago. I opposed that design. And you've listened and you've made something that's much more compatible to the Art Deco design that exists on that block. We're respecting the past and reflecting it in the future design of this. So thank you for your hard work. I'm ready to move this one forward. I'll make a motion to approve this.
If I may, just before we vote, I've heard from multiple residents, obviously they're in favor that it's not 190 feet, and that we've brought it down to what it's at right now. The mistake that we made, Mr. Manager, and it's our fault, we should have come here today with a 190-foot building. That's exactly. And we should have negotiated right on the dais here today. Of course, we'll give you 140 feet. You want to be 145 feet? Look at us. We would have been heroes. Now we're villains. It's okay. But we're finally getting it done.
Through the mayor,
Yeah.
I disagree with you. The residents of Coral Gables, and I know you're being facetious, okay?
But I'll make a motion. Mr. Manager, I'd like to have it 190 feet. Let's make it to 190, and then we'll lower it to 150 here, and then we'll be heroes. We'll be heroes. You know how many residents have come up to me and how many business owners have come to me and says, Vince, please, this is enough. The design has been thoroughly discussed. We've worked on this. This is a no-brainer. Let's move forward. Let's not play politics. Let's just get this done. Enough is enough. This is an investment in the future. So we gotta help, and we gotta help now. So I know I'm joking around and trying to have a good time because everything is so serious, but at the end of the day, we have vetted this since I got here, and this is an opportunity to move forward. Go ahead.
So I guess question for the manager. I've heard about the reduction in height. What was the original proposal and where are we at now in comparison?
The original proposal, we are at the same height.
So we haven't reduced the height.
No, we're under 150 feet, and we are at the same height. We redesigned the skin, the bottom floor. We're redesigning the skin, the bottom floor, and the activation on the roof. Those are the design changes.
As far as the adaptive reuse, it requires a certain height for each floor. What is that height?
The height is over 10 feet. What happens with parking garages are normally done at 7 feet, and they're not designed, and you can really not adapt them to either multifamily or office space because it's too low. So with this garage, we can adapt it to either multifamily or office space.
Right. So I guess what I had and I guess we haven't been able to discuss it because we haven't discussed this on the dais when I have been present. What I had asked, I guess about a year and a half ago, was the potential of reducing the number of floors that are created for adaptive reuse, which would naturally reduce the height of the building. So if we reduce it by 3 floors that we're building to the 10-foot height, back to the 7 feet, we are now reducing the height of the building by about 9 feet. So it is a noticeable difference. That was the conversation we had because my opinion is I think we'll still need a certain number of floors for parking, regardless of the need in the future. So that's where my conversation had been. I know that you all have had conversations yourselves, and you're okay with the height. That had been my request in the past, to try to address some of that height that we really probably won't need, and a change for adaptive reuse that maybe 50 years down the road.
But if I may, and I understand your comment, we've had this conversation on the dais before where no one can look at a building and tell me that building is 9 feet lower than it was proposed to be. Because we've had this discussion when it comes to parks, and you say, this building never had a park, but to maximize and allow a developer to be able to give us a 20,000, 15,000 square foot park, 10,000 square foot park, we have to shrink the footprint of the building. Shrinking the footprint of the building, stack that intensity, density, and FAR with an additional floor so we can make them whole. I would rather see green space, more foliage, more beauty on the first floor than just have a property that's setback to setback. But we also have to respect property values. So we have, for example, in the area of Merrick Park, we have gone above the zoning code and allowed for an additional floor. But now we have multiple different parks that are popping up. And in the downtown, when I started here 13 years ago, we had one park, Pond Circle Park. Now we're scheduled to have half a dozen parks coming into the downtown. That's a game changer. Those are the type of negotiations that we have to do. Case in point, the Codina Cadre building. We had to allow 17 additional feet, but we got a piece of property that, what do you think the value of that piece of property is, Mr. Manager?
Mayor, it's in the middle.
The millions. And it's gonna be a beautiful 10,000 square foot corner park adjacent to 2 blocks away from a 20,000 square foot park. So I think that those plazas, the open spaces, I know what you're saying, Commissioner, and I don't disagree with you, but I think that we have to sometimes take into account looking at a building and saying, is that 150 or is that 141? And then you think to yourself, I really can't tell. What did you get for that? Well, you got the opportunity for, in 5 years, potentially to do adaptive reuse, or you got the opportunity to put a beautiful park on the first floor, and you didn't go setback to setback. Madam Vice Mayor.
So some of the things that I've asked the architect to look at and through the city manager was additional uses of the dead spaces in the corners. You know, I did a simple search for various things that don't exist in the city of Coral Gables or anywhere nearby, such as rock climbing gyms, top rope climbing gyms. You know, now's the time to play with the usability of some of these corners in the building. So it brings more people in, not just to use that, but then to go down and dine and go down and shop. You know, you're talking 6 inches here and 6 inches there. Penny wise, pound foolish, what some people would say. But if you can bring in, I mean, my daughter who's not even here now, sent me this video of the kids in a mall basically doing bungee jumping on a trampoline. The kids were having a blast. Everybody was having a blast. You know, we can bring that kind of life. They need time to do their research. And I understand that there was mailed notice on this project.
Yes.
There was mailed notice.
Yes.
We've followed due process. So the motion is on the floor. I imagine we should just take a vote.
Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Through the Mayor, yes, what we've done is something different. We have not done a Mediterranean garage, which is dark, very short ceilings, high sounds for, high noise for, as the Vice Mayor said, for forced ventilation, because you do have carbon monoxide there. This will be a light, eerie area, very, very, very high garage. The usability is there. As a matter of fact, we've had very, very good reports on our Menorca garage because we've done the same thing. This is at a much higher level. What we've done before, what we are doing is forcing a design that doesn't work on a parking garage. And as the mayor said, the architect of the museum garage has told me that the only reason he did that because he was forced with the programming. And so we're forcing a design that does not work. We're forcing a design that lacks usability. We're forcing a design that people do not like, and that's why they do not use it as effectively as they should.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I think you've made very compelling arguments, but I'm still not there, so I'm a no today.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H4.
H4 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the city manager to approve a change order to contract RFQ 2020-21 for design consultant services for the state-of-the-art mobility hub and with Arthur Gensler Jr. and Associates, Inc. in the estimated amount of $750,000 or not to exceed the available budget pursuant to Section 2-764B of the city's procurement code entitled Change Orders and Contract Modifications.
Mayor, Commissioners, we are trying to finish the project. This project was started prior to the pandemic. It's been mothballed and it's back. We have a structural engineer that has retired. We need to get a new structural engineer, which is part of this work. And we are redesigning the bottom floor, the skin, and the activated roof. So these are additional services for Gensler to finish the project so we can hopefully start building next year.
This is to get us to construction documents and finalize the construction documents, correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Do you have any public comment, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
All right, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
No.
Mr. Jackson Holmes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you very much. Forgive me, I'm just going to extemporate here, but first of all, they've earned every single penny. The Vice Mayor Anderson needed a different design, and I'm just extemporating here. So, but if you want the tie-breaking vote, then you got a lot of work to do to come up with a different design. I didn't expect that my hero behind us was going to pull a rabbit out of a hat. I thought we were at an impasse. And then at the last meeting where he appeared, I realized that he had done it. And it takes a lot of work. When you do the redesign of a again, I'm extemporating here, but I asked my hero, Mr. Ahmadzadegan, how did you come up with the nation's safest parking garage? I said, what inspired you to do what no other parking garage has ever done? Come up with the safest parking garage in the country. And he hemmed and hawed. So I asked him again, right? And then I finally said, oh my God, trade secret. I won't ask you a third time. So he's done the impossible and he needs to be compensated. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes, as much as I feel he needs to be compensated, I don't agree with us moving forward, so no.
Mayor Lago?
Before I vote for the record, just got to make sure we get it on the blogs. Mr. Manager, will you provide us in regards to the average percentage for a project when you're in construction that around 6% is used for design? Where are we right now in this project?
We would be between 60 and 70 million, so it'd be 3.6 to 4.2 million.
Yeah, so we're well under the standard in regards to what the industry standard is. And I recommend that before the blogs type something up, they make sure that they review this. They can Google it and they can see what the industry standard is in regards to design fees for construction projects.
Mr. Mayor, that's based on state standards.
Yes, state standards. Thank you very much. Yes. Moving on, item E2 and E3.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the future land use map of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-213, Comprehensive Plan Text and Map Amendments and small-scale amendment procedures from religious or institution to multifamily low density for lots 15, 16, 17, and 18, Block 33, Coral Gables, Biltmore Section, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission making zoning district boundary changes pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-212, Zoning Code Text and Map Amendments from special use to multifamily 3 for lots 15, 16, 17, and 18, Block 33, Coral Gables, Biltmore Section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, and providing for effective date. This is a quasi-judicial hearing item, so I would ask the clerk to please swear in anyone who will be testifying today. And Mayor, if we can consolidate E2 and E3 for purposes of the public hearing.
Thank you.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Has there been any changes from first reading? No changes both on E2 and E3?
Correct.
Okay, 1 second. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, close the public comment. Do my colleagues need to see any presentations?
No,
Okay. No. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to the next item. We're good? We can take a second vote, right? E3?
Yes.
Yeah.
E3? Motion?
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, no public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. Time certain, item H5.
H5 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to proceed with the restoration plan for City Hall.
How are we doing, sir?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. We are presenting through Architect Heisenbottle some issues concerning City Hall. We are looking at the concept of revitalizing City Hall from an interior and exterior perspective. We are looking at doing work on this room here, and we are looking at maybe some changes as far as the courtyard is concerned. So we would like to get the commission consensus on how to move forward as far as City Hall is concerned. We have some issues that it's very difficult to the city has grown so much. It's very difficult to get all the offices inside City Hall while maintaining the historical character of the interior. So we are looking at really removing the finance department from City Hall and using all 3 floors for the commission, for the city manager, city clerk, and city attorney. And we're looking at probably in some issues as far as the courtyard is concerned. So there were so many issues that I think it was best to present to the commission and get some guidance on how to move forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Heisenbottle.
And good afternoon.
Thank you for being here with us.
Mayor Lago, my pleasure. I think we should have happy faces on here today. You had 2 tough items to deal with. You've got something that's a lot easier and a lot more joyful as it relates to historic preservation.
These are happy faces.
We're just we'll work on those.
They are, you know, but you're between us and lunch, so.
Well, I'll work on that then. I'll work on that. Okay, so there should be a clicker button over here for me.
Nope, it's not there.
Okay, good. Well, thank you all for for the opportunity to be the preservation architects for the restoration of this amazing building. We have really just completed a very comprehensive assessment of just about everything you could ever imagine assessing in the building, and we've come up with some things that are critical for us to move forward, and we want to show you what some of those are today. First of all, I'm going to start out with a little summary, a quick history of City Hall and its physicality. You know, there was once upon a time a garden courtyard behind us on this side. And we're also going to talk today about the exterior repairs. They are incredibly extensive, as Peter and I will tell you. The most extensive of those is the columns and the semicircular colonnade that is right behind both of you. And then we're also going to talk about the commission chamber and what we've proposed for the commission chamber. So without further ado, take a look at, for the fun of it, some of the historic photographs of City Hall that in this case date back to 1931. You note the cars on the right-hand side over there, and the mayor's balcony. I'm not so sure the mayor knew that he had a balcony, but there it is, and it's going to be important as we discuss things going further. And then, of course, we all know the stairway right next to us and how grand the mural is at the top of the stairway, and also how much it needs work because water intrusion has done such damage to it. We also went back and we looked at the back of house areas, so to speak, not the glamour areas so much, but the back of house areas, the area on the ground floor in 1952, and where staff worked behind the counter, and we also did historic research on every bit of the building. We know more about the building than we ever thought we could know. So let's start by talking about the garden courtyard for a moment. It doesn't look like a garden courtyard today, does it? Well, it's historically, it was a civic and ceremonial space that Pace himself designed, and it featured 4 wide rectangular planters intersecting cast stone walkways. It was aligned with key architectural elements of the building, the mayor's balcony being one of them, the central stair, the clock tower, the council chamber itself is all very symmetrical, and all of that played out in the design of the courtyard. And what happened? Well, what happened is that we had some mid-century additions here that disrupted the symmetry and the open space. And the original planting beds were paved over in the 1990s, and an additional building, a non-historic building, a non-contributing building in every way, was added. And so one of the things that has happened because of that, its civic role was quite diminished. This is what you're looking at right now, the paced plan for that courtyard. The green space, if you will, the 4 quadrants that originally existed, and the public toilets that are behind it. I think all of you know that today when we have an event, whether it's the market or the car show or any number of dozens of other things that we have right out front on Biltmore Way all the time, we have to bring in toilets for the public. Well, there were public toilets right there in that little building. And commission meetings were actually held out here. Now, I really want to see Mayor Lago wearing knickers like that outside someday.
I might have to get you.
Wow.
Anyway, we can imagine how hot they really were because this building was not originally air conditioned. Anyway, understand that we've had use of that courtyard for public events for a very, very long time. And so we have some recommended interventions here. We want to remove the mid-century additions, that auxiliary building that you see there, to restore the bilateral symmetry of the open space. We want to reinstate the planters as green area to temper the bright sunlight and support rainwater infiltration. We want to remove the abandoned septic tank that is sitting out there. It is how old? 100, yeah. Close to. Very close to a 100-year-old septic tank sitting in the middle of that courtyard. We want to repave the walkways in keeping with the historic design. We're going to show you that in a second. We want to plant flowering trees at the perimeter to further cool the space and enhance its vitality. And of course, all of that leads to its future potential to reinstate the courtyard as an urban garden space. So this is the space. If we did not remove the auxiliary building that I keep talking about. We could certainly take out some of the concrete that has been poured in there and make it a lot better. That space would look something like this rendering that we've done of it. But I see personally no redeeming qualities to keeping this space when you consider what the potential is for what this can be. Let me show you what that potential is, and I thank my partner here, Rick Lopez, for actually doing this sketch himself to illustrate this. Now we have the four quadrants returned to exactly what they were when Phineas Pace designed this, and this is what it looks like when you enter the space from the parking lot. On axis with the mayor's balcony, what will be the main entrance to the building, and of course the tower up above. So our recommendation to you all is that we proceed with a little different direction than we had before. It is simply to remove that space that really does very little for us, and to return this to its historic character, which is what you see on the right-hand side. Pardon?
Very nice, incredible.
Good.
Yeah, you actually get to see the building more.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, you actually get to see the building and it's in its full breadth.
Oh, a quick question, Mayor. So in the option B, on the left-hand side, it looks like there's a structure there. Is that the structure?
That's the structure that we're talking about tearing down.
No, in A, you.
That's A.
Right, but I'm saying B. It looks like to the left, there's like.
B is.
What is the little building then, like there to the left?
That little building, let's go back. That little building is not so little. That is where the two public toilets were back in the day. If we go back to the Pace plan, we see those public toilets. Now, the room behind it is an electrical room, frankly. But we might also think about putting those two public toilets back there so that they are used when we have activities out on Biltmore Way, and then we don't have to keep going back and forth and bringing in portable toilets that nobody ever liked anyway.
But you have that included in option B.
That is in option B. That would consider that part of option B.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Heisenbottle.
So
when did they make that transition from a public toilet to a more
to
embellished
office
building?
space?
To office space, yes.
Yeah.
And extend the building.
That's sometime in the 1960s. We're guessing as close as we can figure it, 1963. It was a sad time for architecture. But somebody needed space, it was expedient, and that happens.
I really like that option where we put the bathrooms back, but I think we're utilizing that space for a state rep, right? Right now, I think we would have to reconsider the placement of.
We've actually, in the plans, and we've done schematic plans for the entire building, and we've been working over those with the manager for pretty much the last month. We have relocated CIP. CIP's offices are in there now, and now they would have offices in this building on one of the upper floors. So we didn't forget. Rest assured, we didn't forget anyone.
So through the mayor, I mean, I had an opportunity to speak to you a little bit about this, and yes, we talked about the spaces for the representatives on the third floor. I also had the benefit of attending, the Mediterranean design presentations that were done, and Rafael Portuando did an amazing analysis and showed just how important the garden spaces are to the buildings themselves and what it adds to the building, together with what we plan on doing. And I think, City Manager, you could give us an update sometime when the trees will be added to the front on Biltmore Way. I think this will be quite an amazing space, both for people in the building as well as people that are attending the farmers market or other events on the mile, to be able to have public bathrooms readily available in an area that is shaded, plus the trees in the front, Dina maybe can give us an update, maybe the next meeting, just to, because I have a lot of questions from a lot of people when we're going to move forward on Biltmore Way.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, our plan, Vice Mayor, is to move out of this building for exploratory demolition, either late January or early February. We are finishing the space for the commission now at the Menorca Garage, and we'll be moving to another space right near the Menorca Garage, and at that time incorporate all this work together into one project that I think will be we certainly want to integrate whatever we do with our historical architect to make sure that everything we do is done holistically.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I kind of went a little off topic because I've been getting questions about when we're going to break ground on putting the trees on Biltmore Way.
We have not forgotten about the trees.
Okay, so maybe next meeting you can have an update on that.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
And if I may just interject one more thought here, just be aware that this also allows us to resolve handicapped accessibility issues that the building faces right now. I'm not going to get into that in detail, but we'll have accessibility from both sides of the building, Biltmore Way, as well as the parking lot in the back, that will be much more enhanced as it is right now. The spaces near your parking space and near your assigned parking space is not even remotely accessible. If you parked, if a handicapped person parked there, they'd be very hard pressed to find their way into the building. That won't be the case when we're done. Thank you. So we'll move. Let's go ahead and move on. The exterior repairs. This is the biggest challenge of the entire project because they are very, very significant. Just to give you an idea of the architectural significance here, this is constructed, the building is constructed out of Florida Keys limestone, no longer available in the Florida Keys, but generally available in the Dominican Republic. It's made out of cast stone also, so not everything is real stone, some of it is cast stone. And then it's also made out of stucco, so as you go further up the building, you see it changing from real stone to stucco. And all of this defines City Hall's character and shields it from the environment and exposure to the environment. But there are Herculean documented failures that we have uncovered in the limestone, in the stucco, and in the cast stone. And so there's cracking, spalling, binders have been lost, a corroded reinforcement. The list actually goes on for a week, so I'm not going to bore you with it, but I am going to show you some of the photographs so that you understand the magnitude of the repairs that we're going to have to do, to the masonry repairs that we're going to have to do to the facade. That cornice in the middle over here is particularly scary because it could fall off. We actually documented every one of these very meticulously on the elevations, noting the kind of repair, noting the seriousness of the repair, noting the how we intend to correct the repair, both in our keynotes and other notes all over the drawing, so that the building has been thoroughly understood. And this is just a number of areas that need to be repaired. Some of these are simple, they're easy to patch, and other ones are not so simple. Why is this cracking? How are we going to stop it from cracking? How are we going to stop it from leaking water into the building, causing more damage, which is what we've had. Particularly serious areas include the area towards the top of the building. You'll see some red on here if you look closely enough. Those areas are serious enough that they are causing serious leaks into the building at every rainstorm. Some of the cracks you see next to the windows over here. In the middle, this wonderful balustrade that is on the third floor. You see the big heavy crack across the balustrade and the other balustrades, by the way. Well, every one of them is cracked like that all the way across. So we have serious challenges to repair these, and we've documented how to go about doing those sorts of repairs. And we've done that virtually on every elevation. Sometimes it'll be patching, like what we have on the left. Sometimes it will be complete replacement. And so each one is assessed individually. We also have roofing issues over here, especially on the top of the dome over there where we had some roofing done before, but it still leaks, and that is a major challenge for us as well. So cracks like this one, I'm not going to get into the details of each kind of repair, but just know that these are virtually all over the place. We've documented every darn one of them, we think, although I'm sure we'll find more as we go forward. And our restoration goal here is to preserve and define the defining architectural features and prevent further water infiltration and material loss as we repair all of these. Now, the bigger question, the bigger challenge than those little cracks we were just looking at, or reinforcing steel cracks, are the columns that stand behind us. Every one of you, and on this dais, you've had discussions about these columns before. We've researched everything there is to potentially research relative to those columns. We went back and we looked for the original structural drawings, and we went through those with the manager. And what we've decided that we have to do here is to actually remove 4 of these columns. You'll see, I think that's the 47, 49, 52, 54. They are so severely cracked that they're not really capable of holding the loads that they're holding. We're going to shore the entire arcade, and then we're going to go after repairing those columns, which will require here, each one will require the installation of a steel column inside the stone. And that is going to be a very big challenge, especially as we try to do that and save the coral rock at the same time. You'll see why in just a moment. So we're going to correct all the cracks and the spalling and remove the embedded steel hardware. We've hired a specialty firm to assist our structural engineers with that, a firm that Atkinson and Nolan that truly have a specialty in dealing with historic stone. And they've been out here on the site with us writing all of the reports. But as you can see from looking at this photograph, especially the one on the right, there's a degree of urgency here. We've ordered the installation of crack monitors, so we know if this is moving. They should go in within the next week. And if you just get close to each one of these, you'll see major fissure cracks that are downright scary. We intend to, if we cannot save something, we're in advance going to have it scanned and a 3D model made of it so that we can CNC machine fabricate it to exactly what it was. So all that scanning process will go on in the not too distant future also here. And the idea on the column capitals themselves, we see one crack on the one on the upper right, but the idea on the capitals themselves is to also salvage those. We believe they're going to come apart, God bless. They're going to come apart in 4 pieces, and hopefully we won't lose any of those. But I'm not betting highly on our ability to save the other columns because of the sheer magnitude of the cracking. So, but we're going to do our best. Let's shift over to this room. We've all sat at this dais for a long time. I sat at it as chairman of your preservation board for a while. But as we re-looked at this room, Rick and I came up with the notion that this has to change. And we want to show you what we think we should do going forward with this restoration, because there's nothing remotely original about what we have in front of us outside of the cornice moldings at the top. Everything else has been either covered over, plastered over, even the floor is not the same floor, and there's nothing worthy of this city in the design of the existing building. So again, what did we do? We went back and we took a look at what this chamber was like back in the day. What did Haste and Merrick and the rest of our early leaders and forefathers, what did they view this as? And we note that the desk that is in Peter's office, the conference table, excuse me for calling you Peter, but I know. He's too close to me not to. But it's usually, that is the same one that is in this photograph. And of course, we'll be trying to keep as much of the existing furniture and original furniture as we can. But we also notice what was on the wall behind us over there, what was the wainscoting was like, what the lighting was like back in the day. And it was truly magnificent that there was actually a stone floor underneath what we're seeing right now. So we propose to remove everything that we see in the current configuration and reconfigure the space. In reconfiguring the space, we get additional seating, significant additional seating, good handicap seating, and we reorient the room back to the way the room was originally oriented. It was oriented so that everyone in the room looked this way and that the commission was there. Take a look at what that is, of course, where we are today. This is how we view the commission chamber going forward. We would replicate and/or restore the wainscot all around the room. We've done a little exposure window. It's hiding behind the flags over there to see what that would look like. We propose the millwork that would match the dark oak millwork that we have everywhere else in the building. And we propose what I think is a very distinguished dais with daises on each side, left and right. You can see them over there for the city attorney, the city clerk, the city manager. And so and in fact, we're proposing to put back the original light fixture that was on the drawings that were prepared by Fink. So what do we do with the windows? We think we should open the windows up, we should drape the windows, and we should make this room look elegant again. And there's a couple things that stay the same. Merrick's portrait behind the mayor, and our city emblem, our city, what's the proper term?
Seal.
Seal, thank you very much. All would be part and parcel of this virtually new interior. We'd have new seating. I assure you it will be comfortable. We've done this seating before. We did it we did City Miami Commission Chamber seating. You could sit there for a few hours and you won't feel bad. But the good news here is that we're increasing the capacity of the room as well as bringing back its historic character. So this is another major change that we feel that we need to get your buy-in on. So with that said, I'll open this up to any questions you might have, and we can discuss the whole thing.
All I can say, I've had the privilege of working with you on multiple projects. You've outdone yourself. This is amazing. And I don't see any need to change anything because you're bringing back the original glory and splendor of this building. And it's a privilege to work with you. This is an amazing presentation.
It's thank you for the trust that all of you have placed in me.
I don't have the luxury of calling him Peter. I call him Mr. Manager. So, by the way, he wants me to call him Peter, but I always call him Mr. Manager out of respect for what I have for him. And I have gone over this presentation, not in this magnitude, but just kind of very quickly, just certain things that you were working on. And I know that you and the manager, along with your team, have been working on this for a long time. And along with Anna, ACM, the DCM, all of the staff. So I want to congratulate everybody who played a role in this. This is very well done. I know it's been a labor of love, and you've really dug in, peeled all the layers to find our true history. So congratulations. Thank you for this.
Through the
Well,
mayor.
thank you. I'm honored, so.
Through the mayor. Yeah, I was a little scared and skeptical, and I have to say I'm amazed, and I'm very happy with what I saw.
Good.
So that's
Thank you,
good.
Commissioner.
That's good.
To the mayor.
Yes.
I'll repeat those remarks, and I did leave you with a challenge. I know you don't have an answer to it yet.
Oh, no. We've solved it already.
You have?
Yeah.
You want to share?
We've got the handicapped accessibility worked out for the dais.
Okay. You
Yeah.
do?
We went back to the office and the two of us looked at each other and we said, if we just do this and this, we can.
Okay, so how do you do
And
it?
it's not, I'll have to show it to you individually. We don't have a drawing of it here to kind of illustrate. But the good news is that it's really a very simple thing without having to store anything in a closet, without any lifts, without plugging something in, It's, you'll see.
Okay, I will. I'll look forward to it.
We had
Creativity.
looked at this before, and the discussion was, well, now that we raised the dais, how do we get handicap accessibility to it? Because if you had a ramp, it would take, 6 feet or 12 feet, and we don't have 6 feet or 12 feet here. So anyway, we've resolved that that minor architectural challenge.
All right.
Anything else for the good of the order on this item before we vote?
I'm impressed by what I see. It's hard to envision this room as anything else. And if you start looking at pictures, you see how much this room has changed over the years, from the wood panels that they had blocking off the entire thing back in the 1970s and 80s, to the pictures of Merrick and company sitting around a table here in the middle of the room. But I'm impressed by what I see. I'll be honest, when I first heard about the courtyard and changing the courtyard, I was a little questioning, but the design is incredible. And I think it would really elevate the exterior look of City Hall, which we have a great garden out front. This would bring it to the front door of the building, which is incredible. Great work. Great work.
Commissioner?
Right, so through the mayor, thanks. To you and to Rick and to your team, bravo. Bravo, because this is something that is inspirational. I had no idea what to expect. I read the materials. I've been looking at it as close as I can, and it's inspirational what I see. I have the great honor and privilege of living in a Phineas Pace designed home, so I'm even more excited at the concept that we're going to try and hew as closely as possible to his original vision. So with respect to the courtyard, in particular, the exterior, the meticulous care that you have on that, and all of this really has to go to, how special do we feel is the city of Coral Gables, the city that we live in, that we all strive to live up to its ideals, refer to it as the city beautiful that it is. So the seat of the government where the elections are done, the people's house is what this is, right? Should reflect that. It should reflect the work that's done here and the special privilege that it is for us to be elected for a finite time, and for those who work here every day and labor on behalf of the residents. So you two have done, and the rest of your team, something truly unique and spectacular in this design. So thank you both and your teams very much.
Our privilege. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I wanted to note that I really prefer option B. I really do. The second one is the fact that the natural light's coming in and you would put the dais over there. It just gives me a vision, especially, we're gonna look better. All of us are gonna look way better with natural light coming
Not
in.
looking at the blank wall over there.
Yes, I love that idea. My question is, how long do you think this whole process would take? Yeah.
We've actually done a preliminary schedule that has us looking at a 2-year construction period. We're going to do everything we can to shorten that construction period. The manager has us working on a
Accelerated.
fast track, accelerated fast track schedule to get this out and under construction, hopefully late June. That is a huge challenge. It's a challenge for all of us, both administratively at the city, but here. I mean, the good news is that you're in the process of choosing the construction manager at this point, well along in that process. So we've will, as soon as a construction manager really comes on board and really understands the product, the next schedule will be done by the construction manager with oversight by the city manager and myself, of course, and then we'll be able to give you perhaps a better date. But right now, figure on a 2-year construction period with hopefully a start, depending on permitting also, in
Through the mayor? Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes, we've dramatically accelerated the schedule. We're looking at starting next year, probably third quarter of next year. And we, actually H3 is selection of the construction manager at risk for this project. And so the architect has done an excellent job. We've accelerated everything and tried to make sure that we start this project third quarter of next year.
All right, so let's take the next step. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. May I have a motion?
I'll move it for
Second.
option B.
Option B?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Congratulations once again. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
All right, moving on to, we're going to do 2 more items before we go to lunch. Item G1. And then we'll hear F5 after.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a proposal from Latin Art Corps for acquisition of a sculpture by artist Agustin Cardenas Le Couple, 1991, recommended by the Cultural Development Board. Approval, denial, vote 7-0. Authorizing the city manager or his or her designee to enter into an agreement with Latin Art Corps, authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 25-26 amended budget to recognize as revenue a transfer from the Art and Public Places Reserve and appropriating such funds to put toward the cost of acquisition, installation, and related expenses regarding the artwork.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator for the city. We do have a presentation, if we can have that up. So I'm going to provide a brief presentation about the item. We did have a representative, Barbara Perez, who is here on behalf of the Cultural Development Board. I believe that she still left some remarks that may be read by the city clerk after the presentation. So we want to initially just go over the options. The city does have various methods of acquiring works of public art. And for this particular item, a direct selection of artist and artwork was used. Just to review the process that was used, Mayor Lager forwarded artwork proposals for consideration. The Cultural Development Board reviewed the proposal of artwork by artist Agustin Cardenas and forwarded it to the Arts Advisory Panel. And per our process for existing artwork, staff had the artwork appraised. The Arts Panel reviewed the proposed artwork and made a recommendation to the Cultural Development Board, who requested an assessment for further information, and then made a motion recommending acquisition of the piece to the City Commission today. This is an image of the artist and some of his other artwork. A little bit about the artist, apologies here. I think I'm skipped a slide there. So a little bit about the artist, Agustin Cardenas, who was born in 1927 of Cuban heritage and also passed away in Cuba. He was a sculptor of Afro-Caribbean descent and known for his organic fluid forms that bridge surrealism, modernism, and African artistic traditions. He became an active member of the surrealist movement of the 50s, and from 56 to 97, he exhibited extensively in group shows and solo shows around the world, and also worked around the world in France, Canada, Austria, Japan, Israel, Korea, and Italy, finally settling again in Cuba. He's widely regarded, as I said, as one of the most important sculptors of the 20th century, and his work is in major museums and collections throughout the world. And here is his image again. Okay, so a little bit about the artwork. The piece is called La Coupole from 1991. It is a white Carrara marble sculpture that stands at about 59 inches tall by about 24 by 24 and a half inches. It is a unique individual work, and if we choose to do so, we can use a separate tapertine base sets available for the work. So the artwork itself has been described as an exceptional example of Cardenas's mature style and it's marked by an elegant abstraction and rich symbolic content. The artwork stands out not only for its artistic excellence, but also for its cultural relevance within the broader context of Latin American art, closely aligning with the values that Coral Gables promotes: diversity, artistic excellence, and cultural enrichment. It's another image of the artwork and also one in the gallery to show a little bit of the scale. Can we have the next slide, please? The clicker is not seeming to go along with me. Okay, so we took a look at different proposed locations, 2 locations at 427 Biltmore Way, including an interior lobby in the Development Services Department, and also within the Garden Paseo outdoors, the Coral Gables Museum Loggia on the north end, the Country Club entrance, and also on the Art Museum Plaza. So we're just going to review some of these locations. And if I can have you, I'm sorry, this clicker is not working, so if I can have CGTV scroll through them, I'll just talk a little bit about them. So based on the assessment and feedback from the arts panel, the preferred placement is indoors at this location. However, the assessment did state that an outdoor location is feasible with a preference for placement under some sort of cover to minimize the effects of the elements. The Cultural Development Board reviewed all locations and made a motion recommending placement at 427 with a preference for the interior space. However, we would like the Commission's feedback on the locations and permission to work through the City Manager's office on a final location. If you can just scroll through the remaining slides, please. Thank you. You can just keep going. These are the 2 within 427 Biltmore Way. Can you keep scrolling, please? Thank you. Outdoors at the Paseo.
May I say something?
Of course.
I love that location. Next to
You
the
love
city.
what?
Go back if you don't mind.
Which one?
No.
If you can go
It's fine.
back
We'll
to
go
the
back. It's
garden
okay.
one at 427.
And I like that location too, by the way. That one right there is really good. Beautiful. So that's a beautiful location also. But if you look at this location, look at this. Keep going. Keep going a little bit.
Back
By the way,
one more,
you're
please.
gonna have another sculpture, which is a melon by a world-renowned artist that's coming to the museum. So you're gonna have 2 world-class sculptures. But we go.
Oh, okay, you can.
I don't have an issue with 427 also, but I think obviously having it exposed to the public, in my opinion, is something that would be beautiful. Look at the location. Can we go back to where the Celia Sanchez is?
Next
One
slide.
more.
So look at that.
Yeah,
Again,
complements each other.
and I think you also have a little bit of protection from the elements because you have the building next door. I think it's a beautiful, we could have maybe a little sculpture garden. We could have 2 or 3 pieces there, maybe put something in the future. And I think it's something that, again, is very emblematic of the city, something beautiful. Just
Through
keep
the
it.
mayor.
Yeah,
Through
go
the
ahead.
I like it.
Madam Vice Mayor?
I like it outside, as long as we keep it coated with whatever to avoid the impact of acids, exhaust on it.
So it does have a high polish finish to it. So the recommendation is that it's just regularly washed and cleaned, maybe twice a year would be our recommendation. If we would, in order to maintain that very high polish, it is possible to do it on occasion. We would not want to do it very often because that actually takes off some of the material of it itself.
Oh, yeah, I also like this location a lot, too. This location is amazing.
And this is another location that we may consider for the other
Yeah, I
piece
think
that we'll
it's
talk
beautiful.
about.
Yeah, where the people,
We don't
where the
have art
people
there,
can
right?
see it.
There's nothing there.
And by the way, I think it could be something that where we could work around, get rid of the tree planters, make it a focal point, the garbage can. There's things that are in the way, but there's things that you could do that could make it look really beautiful, and be inviting. And maybe you could add another piece in the near future, and you could be something. The goal here is to have multiple locations where we have that, but have people come discover the city of Coral Gables based on our beautiful art.
So then I would finally just like to mention that funding for you can just stop the PowerPoint, that's fine, thanks. So funding for the proposed acquisition and related items is being recommended through the Art Fund, which is generated through Art and Public Places Private Development Program.
So if I may, just personal point of privilege. So I'm a huge fan of Agustin Cardenas. I've always been a huge fan. I don't own a work. I don't own a work by this artist, but I wrote a memo for you to read, and I sent it to you a while ago to my colleagues on the commission. And this is the memo that I wrote, along with some background. This gentleman's story is an amazing story, and I highly recommend that people have the opportunity to really understand a little bit more about this world-class artist. He's a Cuban artist, but he's not really Cuban. He belongs to the world. I also wanted to show you this book called The Life of Forms, which is an amazing book, where if you look at the artists that are covered here, you have Arp, Asawa, Bergozzi, Calder, Cardenas, Hepworth, Matisse, Miro, Moore, Noguchi, Palin, and Turnbull. You have the 10 best sculptures of the last 20th century. And to say that a Cuban, a person of this magnitude is considered, to me, it carries a lot of significance. If you go to Paris and you have the opportunity to visit the museums in Paris, you will see this artist proudly exhibited in Paris. He's represented by 2 galleries that are in Art Basel, and they always bring his sculptures. So to me, to be able to bring one of these sculptures back to Miami and show it in its glory is a real feather, not only in my cap, but I think in the city of Coral Gables, similar to what we did with Celia Sanchez, an amazing Cuban artist who just recently passed away. She was in Puerto Rico, represented by Lelong, I think, right? Lelong, correct?
Yes.
Gallery in New York, and just one of the many exceptional Cuban artists that have received world recognition. So I think this is an opportunity for us to do something incredible and continue to elevate the quality of the work here in the city of Coral Gables. By the way, you never see works of this magnitude. He worked in smaller scales, which allows the window for collectors like myself to hopefully one day be able to buy, maybe not a marble, but maybe a small little bronze or an addition. But these works are, you don't see them that often. Madam Vice Mayor?
The area in front of the Art Cinema, I think, would get some exposure to folks that, aren't going to the 427 building.
Yep.
So I think we need to kind of spread
I like
this
that.
amazing artwork around. And I liked 427 building location as well, but I think the Art Cinema would be an experience for folks that otherwise wouldn't be able to see it.
I'm in favor of it.
There is another piece that we'll be talking about that we feel may be a good fit for the Art Cinema also. You'll be seeing it today. You'll be seeing it today.
Seeing it today. So
Maybe
we
we
can
can
choose
see it right after this one, if you don't mind, and then we'll hit F5 after.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We can talk location later, but no, beautiful piece.
Do we have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I just had a question, and I think I just heard the answer. My only concern every time we get pieces like this, and they go outside, is what the maintenance would be. I think she answered it already, but our concern is we've gotten other art pieces that they were stuck with the maintenance. So this is my only concern. I like it, but I think we need to be very careful that we put it in a place where we don't have to spend lots of money keeping it up.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go to Zoom next. I have Barbara Perez from the Cultural Development Board who wanted to speak.
Okay. Ms. Perez, thank you for being here with us. Ms. Perez?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to, I am not watching, but, because I'm driving, but, I know that the board, on behalf of the board, we also agreed that the paseo at 427 next to the development
We lost you. Mr. Clerk, you wanna come back? See if we can,
I have no one else, Mr. Mayor.
okay. Then we'll close the public comment unless Ms. Paris comes back before. If not, if there's no further comment, I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. You wanna talk about F6 also before we go to F5 and then we'll go to lunch?
Thank you. So is F6, city attorney is the same as our G3? F6 is that correct? Okay.
So there's an item also G3, so I think G3 and F6 are related.
All right,
They're
let's go.
pretty much the same, an update of the art acquisitions and that you had requested.
Okay.
So I think you'll knock 2 out.
Done.
Yep.
Thank
We
you.
also have a presentation for this, but as I said, I don't know if the battery is not working on this, but let me see. Oh, okay, it's working now. Okay. So at the mayor's request, we are providing an update of another potential acquisition and of the upcoming Art Week project intervals. So we're going to start out just by talking about Sky Landscape 2. This is a piece that we've been requested to consider. It's by Louise Nevelson. And Louise Nevelson is another highly recognized sculptor of the 20th century and a staple of museum and public collections. So it's another very important artist and important work. She was influenced by pre-Columbian architecture and known for Cubist constructivism-based abstraction, which you can see in this piece. The proposed artwork, Sky Landscape 2, is one in a series of similarly titled sculptures created over 7 years. The sculptures are all black, a color that the artist thought of as relating to night and the passage of the hours of the day. So we're currently working on getting the piece appraised prior to bringing forward to the Arts Panel and Cultural Board for a recommendation before coming back to you with this artwork. I did view it over the weekend. It is a very large-scale work. It stands about maybe close to 10 feet tall, maybe. It's a very large scale, and this is one that we think may be a possibility to have at the Art Cinema or somewhere else within the city. So this is the dimensions of it, the title, 1976. It is a direct welded aluminum painted piece, and again is a unique work. So then we also wanted to talk about an update on our intervals project for Art Week and
Do you mind if I
Art
just
Basel.
talk about
Yes,
it?
of
No,
course.
it's okay.
Of course.
I just want to talk about this briefly. I propose this work, and I would request that our director provide a little bit more information from my colleagues on the commission, so they have a better understanding on Louise Nevelson's work and on the fact that she's in every major museum in the world. She's represented, when you go to Art Basel, probably 6 or 7 galleries are representing her work, her estate. New York-based artist who is one of the most respected artists of the last 100 years, an amazing female artist. And, you know, I think, again, this continues to elevate the level of work that we have here in the city. This is amazing work. And the great part about it's located here in South Florida. When I saw the work for the first time, again, for the record, I do not have the privilege of owning a work by Louise Nevelson. I wish I did. But this is just an amazing artist that, in my opinion, would also require a little bit of potential protection also from the elements in regards to an overhang of some sort. So, and I think it will contrast well with the white Cardenas sculpture, black and white. I think it would be very nice. Maybe, you know, something interesting and a different look. So I wanted to bring it to your attention as something that's being considered. Again, I bring these works because I think that it continues to elevate our profile in the art world. And I think that I want to make sure that the works that we invest in, and I don't want to look at art as an investment, but let's be honest with ourselves, it's an investment. It has to be done appropriately, and it has to be curated in a way that really shines a positive light on the city. And I think this work is exceptional. And I hope, Mr. Manager, will you have your team put together a small memo just so my colleagues are educated? I didn't have a book. I wasn't prepared to talk about, you know, the work, but I wanted to, you know, make sure they understood the work, the artists, the museums, the galleries that represent this artist, all that comes along with this incredible artist, and all the major retrospective shows that she's had all over the world. This is a very serious artist.
Yes, Mayor, we'll provide a report to the commission.
Thank you very much.
I'm trying to remember where I've seen Nevelson work, and I can't remember. I thought it was at the Vatican Museum, but it wasn't there.
MoMA,
Yeah, but I
the
know
Whitney,
that, I know that I
the
saw
Guggenheim,
one.
you've seen it everywhere.
Yeah, I know that I've seen one recently. The only thing I would say is, when we're thinking of location, somewhere where it's protected from little hands trying to climb, because it does look like something that would be fun to climb. So just buffering would be ideal.
Anything else? You want to move on to the next item, Madam Director?
Okay, and then an update on our intervals project. So first of all, I just want to say, I want to acknowledge the work of Arts Advisory Panel member Adler Guerrier. He's been instrumental in working on this project and has helped tremendously with all aspects that are being presented. He is not here today. He is in Paris showing work, so we're very happy for him, but definitely wanted to do a shout out and thank you to him.
You know what Paris show he's showing at?
He is in a gallery show.
Okay.
So, but yes,
And can I
we're in a
ask you a
very
question?
important week.
Can I ask you a question through the manager? I made a request to have Mr. Adler Guerrier provide us with, an opportunity for a work for our permanent collection.
Yes.
And the commission, from what I remember, took a vote on it, and we asked for this to move forward. Do we have any update on that? I know he's very humble, and he didn't know that we were going to do that, but at the end of the day, I think he's an exceptional artist that is, again, in our own backyard, and we have to celebrate somebody of his accomplishment.
He's very thrilled and was very honored by that. We have had conversations about it, and he is enthusiastically waiting to start that project until after his term is completed with the Arts Advisory Panel.
Okay, so we have a deadline or an idea, because if not, it'll drag its feet, and he'll hope that we forget.
He is not forgetting, believe me. We talk about it frequently.
Okay, all right.
He's very excited and honored.
Make sure he knows that we mentioned it, that we're looking forward to
I
it.
will.
We'll just have to knock him off the board.
Exactly.
That's what Commissioner Fernandez said.
That's it. Done.
That's a solution.
Off with your head. Oh, you'll see why I made that reference on Friday.
Madam Director.
Okay, so Intervals is a series of time-based encounters with contemporary art, specific sites, and thoughts that are beyond the everyday of Coral Gables, Miami, and the world. Within Intervals, artists respond to the richness or limits of uncharacteristic spaces to lead toward new situations in which contemporary art intervenes in the rhythms of the city. So it is featuring 5 artists in 5 public spaces. They are all site-responsive installations, open and publicly accessible. It is done in partnership with hotels and other public spaces and in partnership with galleries represented at Art Basel Miami Beach, open to professional working artists. So this is our current and final listing with our artists and their gallery representation. We have Emil Lucas, represented by Piero Achiguri Gallery, Pepe Mar with David Castillo Gallery, Troy Simmons with Frederick Schnitzer Gallery, Mario Plesar with Frederick Schnitzer Gallery, and Ricardo Alcaid with Von Bartha, and his work is being coordinated and represented through Mindy Solomon Gallery. These are the locations that they will be installed at: the Hotel Colonnade, the A-Loft, on the Plaza Verfing Studio, and 2 locations within the plaza. And this is our marketing piece that you'll start seeing around in some advertisements. And we have an ad coming out in Coral Gables Magazine and also Art Forum, along with the art newspaper, Every Day of Art Basel Miami Beach, along with some other electronic digital media. So the artworks are actually being installed starting the first week of November, most of them within the first 2 weeks. So they will be on view by mid-November with an official launch for Art Week. They will be highlighted on the city's dedicated Art and Public Places webpage. Tours will be coordinated in partnership with the Economic Development Department. And we are also partnering with the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau on celebratory events at each of the locations throughout January. So we're really excited because not only is it going to be our featured exhibition during Art Week, but also that we're able to extend this until the end of January and invite more people to be able to see the artworks and Coral Gables.
Thank you very much. Exciting news.
Thank you.
Doing great things. Thank you for the update. All right, final item before we go to lunch, F5.
F5 is a resolution of the City Commission setting forth guidelines for determining the placement of new sidewalks.
Commissioner, your item?
Okay, this is basically a resolution just setting forth a practice we've done before. I think we need to clarify that when we are placing sidewalks, yes, we should be surveying residents, asking them if they want a sidewalk. But moving forward, I think there needs to be clear guidelines to the fact that it should be the professionals, it should be public works, and it should be engineers where they decide where the appropriate sidewalk should go. Usually it goes closer to the property line. However, there could be situations that we need to go around trees or whatever the case is. This in reality is just setting forward that we will let administration take care of this. This shouldn't be a debate going back and forth all the time. They should have the safest placement, protecting the trees closest to the property line, basically. So if everybody's okay with this, I'll go ahead and I'll move it.
No, I'm not okay with it. Okay. I'd like to have somebody from staff explain it to me in detail. Your DCM, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioners, Deputy City Manager Joe Gomez. So in designing for sidewalks, all municipalities are guided by certain design standards. In Florida, what is commonly referred to as the Florida Green Book, which is officially known as the Manual of Uniform Minimum Standards for Design, Construction, Maintenance for Streets and Highways. It's the guiding principle and that's an offshoot from the state of Florida's Department of Transportation. So in essence, it provides guidance and standards for designing of sidewalks, streets, and so forth. In the case of sidewalks, while the desired always is as close to the edge of the right-of-way as possible, it also provides clear guidance that says that if there is issues with terrain, environmental conditions such as trees and so forth, that the engineers can make substantial changes in order to be able to accommodate the sidewalk. In doing some research for this today, to prepare myself for this today, I took a deep dive and went back to my DOT days. And the Florida Department of Transportation has what they have, the Florida Design Standards. And in doing that, they have one particular, and this is very important to this discussion, because they have a standard, which I actually brought a copy of to demonstrate, but this is from the Standard Index of Plans from the Florida Department of Transportation. It's Index 555-001. And here it clearly shows a standard for a sidewalk without a utility strip, a 6-foot sidewalk with curb and gutter. Now, the reason I bring this up is if this is what is referred to as a minimum standard, and it's safe for state highways, it's most certainly safe for local municipal streets as well. So the point is that while we always try, the desire is always to move the sidewalk close to the right-of-way, there are cases, and in this city in particular, because we have roads that have been there for at least as long as the city's been around, for almost 100 years. Granada's a perfect example, where you have right-of-ways where the trees have grown over time, the roots have grown out, and the canopy, you have beautiful canopy, simply impossible to be able to accommodate a sidewalk to the edge of the right-of-way. So in those cases, as engineers, we look at practical solutions, and practical solutions indicate that we can use curb and gutter as opposed to putting a flush sidewalk on the right-of-way. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we do this as a normal course of business, Commissioner. Our engineers are trained, and we follow design guidelines. This comes from the Florida Department of Transportation. The Green Book is actually published by the Florida Department of Transportation. So it's a standard that municipalities use. So it's very important that when we look at these sidewalk projects, particularly in the city of Coral Gables, which is, as you know, has a lush canopy of trees, we have to be able to achieve the two important goals: preserve the canopy while also providing for pedestrian safety. And that's the mission. So,
Yeah, through the
But I wasn't done yet. So my point was, just want to be clear, we're already doing this, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when I've dealt with our public works director and our other public works director, Melissa, we already apply these standards. What we have here are issues where we have cities that there's not one uniform condition.
Correct.
We have certain roads that are tight, some roads that are wider. We have trees that are in the way. We have monuments, sometimes entrance features that are in the way. We have routes that are in the way, just to name a few. We have to find solutions.
Correct.
And we go back to the Alhambra project that for 10 years was something that we discussed, and we were missing 3 blocks of sidewalks. Just this week alone, I saw an older lady, walking with a cane on the middle of the street. Again, that to me, we're not always going to be 100% perfect, but putting a sidewalk, even if it has to meander and it has a curb, is much better than what we have right now. And it is currently acceptable by the standards that you mentioned there in regards to FDOT. Commissioner, Madam Vice Mayor, you had a question?
Well, I was going to add some commentary because, as an individual that's walked a lot of the blocks around here, and you're dealing with the shrubbery that people have next to their property line and hedges growing over the sidewalk. This is why you see people walking on the streets a lot of times.
Correct.
And the other reality is it can actually be dangerous to put a sidewalk next to a property line when you have a wall or a hedge that's blocking visibility from a driveway entrance. So, and we have some very wide swales in areas where it would actually be more beautiful if you had a meandering sidewalk, because you have the space to be able to do that. You see that when you go visit other towns and so forth. You go, wow, that looks really nice. It's a welcoming sidewalk. You could go and travel down it. And some of the sidewalk areas too, where we have the space, you could do a shared use path instead of a 5-foot sidewalk or a 6-foot sidewalk or an 8-foot sidewalk. If it's 10 feet, you've accomplished 2 things at the same time. You can have you can have people on the bicycle, and you can have people walking, and plenty of space to keep them off of the street and crowding everybody out. So there's just no need for this. We need to let staff do their job, and they're doing a magnificent job of doing that, and to be able to preserve the tree canopy that the residents want to keep.
So,
Commissioner Fernandez.
I understand what both of you have said, but I think if we can increase the standard, not just go with the minimum standard, I'm okay with it, so I'll be happy to second your motion.
Thank you. Through the mayor?
Yes.
I think we're getting a little confused here with what I'm proposing, because what I'm hearing from my colleagues is way off. I am putting full faith in the city. That's exactly what I'm saying. The only thing I'm trying to clarify here is that we should not be going back and forth with residents. We should accept what they want. They want a sidewalk. It's perfectly fine. We will give them a sidewalk. But it should be up to the city and the design professionals, Public Works, to where that sidewalk goes. This is not about having a sidewalk on the curb or not having it on the curb. This is about us putting our faith in your expertise, basically. So this is not the standard that we've been following. You know, during this whole hammer, and I know there's a resident right there, there was a resident that hired their own arborist report, their own arborist guy. We should not be going back and forth, especially when it has to be best practices, when it has to be the safest, and I think we need to put our faith completely on the city. That's basically it.
Commissioner, I would love nothing more than to agree with you, but then we would be both wrong. So the issue at hand is very simple. You talk about resident input, door hangers. I think that's your monumental piece of legislation in almost 3 years. Why not have input from the residents? Why are we afraid to have a conversation with the residents? I think it's a great thing. You were talking about there wasn't enough input right now in regards to the parking garage, which has been talked ad nauseum for 15 years. So my point is, like I said before, let's stop politicizing sidewalks. And the issue is, this meets the standard. And what we did here was not just the minimum standard. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. DCM, this is not a minimum standard issue. We found a solution. Correct. And the solution was there was massive 100-year-old trees. We weaved through the trees in an effort to not cut the roots, which would destabilize the trees. And we had also issues with resident driveways, and we found a solution. This application has been used in front of my house on San Amaro. This application has been used on Blue Road. This application has been used throughout the city as a solution. Curbs, as you said right now, are completely acceptable. Absolutely. We try our best to do the highest standard, but this is completely safe and within engineering standards. So, Commissioner, would you like to say anything before I open up the public comment?
I'd like to add, and it's more of a question perhaps, because I might have been confused, Commissioner Castro, but I thought you said that this is not about sidewalk placement. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Through
so,
the mayor?
you know.
Yeah. No. Oh, I wanted to clarify your question, or do you want me to, or do you want to continue?
Well, maybe I can clarify my question, right?
Okay.
So because since I believe that's what you said, what you're proposing here in section 2 is that the city commission is directing the city staff, to follow these guidelines to determine the placement of sidewalks. So right off the bat, right, you're proposing that this will limit where the city staff places the sidewalks by determining its placement to be in number 1 of section 2 as close as possible to the abutting property line. So, okay, well, I'm just reading this, and I know you're shaking your head, and I have a few other comments, but let's just start with that first one. So are you trying to determine through this piece of legislation for the city staff that when there's any discretion, that would be removed in the first place because it has to be as close as possible, the placement of the sidewalk to the abutting property line?
No, that is not the point of this legislation. The point of this legislation is to give complete faith to the city for them to determine where it goes. Usually the standard would be closest to the property line. That is not something I am imposing. That is the standard. Now, given the fact of how we function, given the fact that we are a tree city, there's certain things that we need to respect. Now, when we talk about resident input, there is resident input. We're sending ballots to the residents to find out if they want a sidewalk or not. I'm just clarifying that moving forward, we should leave this to the city to decide. If they think the safest place is on the curb, then it's on the curb. It's up to the city. If you want to save as many trees as possible, it should be up to the city.
Well, if I may clarify, okay, because this is what we call redundant legislation and effort. We have a lot of this today here. Redundant legislation. Mr. DCM, is what is being requested to be voted on today already the standard for the city?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's no need for this. There's no need for this. Maybe to send out an email or put it on social media saying you pass this. We already do this. We already do this, just like the next one that's coming up with kickbacks, and we'll get to that one soon. You were saying?
Right, so to respond to you, while it may be redundant, okay, I would just quibble with that a little bit. I agree that we already cover this already, but where my concern comes from is paragraph 1 is with the affirmative command, right? It's like sidewalks shall be placed as close as possible to the abutting property line is not even aspirational or suggestive. That is determinative. That's a direction to the city staff. And then and then the other one concern I've got, right, is the position you're taking in this legislation about residents and their input. Quoting you from paragraph number 3, the placement decisions must, again, when you use the word must, that's quite specific, and it's a command, right? Must align with best engineering and safety practices. Certainly the word best, when you use those kinds of terms, it just opens up everyone's opinion as to what that might mean, and we can have a debate from here until kingdom come, and we've actually seen some of that before, when you've actually had residents show up and provide their positions, right, as to what is the safest or what is the best. But you conclude paragraph 3 by saying all of this alignment in terms of what's best, it must align with that and not with the resident preference. I find it surprising that you're legislating elimination of residents' preference when coming to a determination about the placement of a sidewalk. This seems to me, with all respect, to be going everywhere. You're determining here, it must be as close as possible to the abutting property line, but I don't want to hear from the residents if, in their opinion, it doesn't align with what the city would say is the best engineering or safety practices. In addition to all of that, as the mayor brought up, it seems that we already cover, and as the city mentions, we've already covered this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Clerk, can we hear public comment, please?
First speaker, Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Here we go again. We can never do anything without bringing politics involvement. I understood what she was saying. Yes, I understood what you were saying too, but the two did not conflict. I didn't see a conflict. It could be, she explained exactly what she wanted, and it makes sense to me. I've sat in these chambers many times when the engineers, the people that know, the experts say, this is what we should do, and then we have to listen to 555 people. No, I want it this way, I want it that way. What she's saying, and it was very clear to me, I didn't see any politicking involved except for the mayor that has to bring it up, the past, the future, the present, what happened 500 years ago, etc. What she's saying, and I agree with that, the way she explained it was very clear in my mind. If I didn't have a sidewalk in front of my house, I do, and I wanted a sidewalk, the city should say, okay, all of you want sidewalks, we're gonna provide you a sidewalk. But we should not say, where do you want it? It should be where is the best place to put it according to the experts. I don't think that the issue is, whether we're gonna give you a sidewalk, but why should we have different people say, oh, I want it next to the trees, I want it behind the trees, I want it in front of the trees, I want it by the curb, I want it by, it should be where the experts, the people that get paid to know what's the best place for it, and they'll take into account whether there are trees, whether there are shrubs, where whatever. It'd be up to them to come back and say, okay, for this 3 blocks, the best place to do it is here because of this and that and the other thing. That's all she's saying. It's very simple. We do not have to go the convoluted way and try to see, what happened in 1492 when Columbus came to America.
So let me set the record straight because, again, absolutely all over the place, not making any sense, just trying to confuse as many people as possible. What Maria Cruz is talking about is the issue of, and what's happening here is we're trying to remove resident input. You had certain residents on Alhambra that were not in favor of sidewalks. I walked, knocked on doors, so did the vice mayor. We explained to them the importance of finally connecting this area, especially when you have the convergence of traffic on the bridge. We were able to have this conversation with staff present. We talked about different alternatives. We said, if we add the sidewalks, we're gonna have to remove the trees. The residents were adamant about not removing the trees because they were mature, 100-year-old trees. They did not want to leave those trees. So we found solutions to save the trees and work around in an effort to make everyone happy and deliver on pedestrian safety. So the idea of saying that we want to limit input would have resulted in these residents not coming together and delivering sidewalks on this much-needed area. We built consensus. We found a solution. It's not perfect, but it's much better than what's currently there. So I think that's what you're trying to make a point, and what this commission is saying, that we're finding solutions to not make everyone happy, but not make everyone upset. And this sidewalk, while not perfectly placed where certain people in this community would like it, who are not here today, or Ms. Cruz, but at the end of the day, they make all the residents who live in that area happy, and there's connectivity for everyone in the community to enjoy, and they don't have to walk on the street anymore. They can use a sidewalk. I think that's appropriate. Mr. Clerk.
Roland Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Roland Rodriguez, 3310 Alhambra Circle. I've invested over 2 years of my time going over this sidewalk issue, and I still don't have a sidewalk. I know we're 3 minutes, so I'd respectfully ask just a little bit more leniency on my opinion.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a civil engineer, professional engineer.
Okay.
I completely agree with Commissioner Lara as far as the statements. Shall, when you use shall in engineering, you're telling the engineer you need to do this in a certain direction. Must, with safety practices rather than resident preference. She's framing resident preference rather than input. It was our input, not a preference. Complete faith in your staff. Yeah, you have complete faith in your staff, but then you bring up the issue of safer or safest. So you have the opinion of a professional, and you're saying, no, but that's not safe. I want the safer opinion. You can kind of like twisting the result of what you're asking for. So I prepared a short statement. This proposed resolution is unnecessary, misguided, and fundamentally dismissive of resident participation, the very foundation of good governance. It is presented under the guise of guidelines, but in practice, it restricts meaningful public input and undermines the collaborative process. Commissioner Castro has continuously implied that there are varying degrees of safe versus safer in engineering design. This notion is both inaccurate and misleading. Engineering practice does not recognize the safer option among compliant designs. Licensed engineers adhere to established standards, manuals, and professional guidelines that ensure all approved options meet safety criteria. Professional engineers make determinations based on existing conditions, data, and technical judgment, not subjective or political preferences. By suggesting that deviations from prescribed alignment could compromise safety, the resolution introduces a false hierarchy of safety and ironically increases the city's exposure to liability by disregarding professional judgment in favor of arbitrary direction. The resolution directs staff to place sidewalks as close as possible to the abutting property line. This respective language ignores the fundamental purpose of engineering evaluation, which is to adapt design to field conditions. From personal experience during the Alhambra Circle process, qualified engineers and arborists reviewed every alignment alternative and selected one that balanced safety, accessibility, and preservation of mature trees, an approach consistent with the best practices and community character. The resulting alignment was safe, engineered, and approved. To characterize that decision as anything less is to undermine the integrity of city staff and the professional expertise on which the Commission routinely relies. The resolution's final clause that placement decisions must align with the best engineering and safety practices rather than on resident preference is disingenuous. Resident input has never overruled engineering standards. It has complemented them. Residents are not demanding unsafe sidewalks. They are asking for solutions that preserve the character, trees, and integrity of the neighborhoods within the bounds of safety and sound design. Framing resident participation as interference sets a dangerous precedent. It replaces collaboration with control and transforms the city's public process into a political one. In conclusion, the Alhambra Circle alignment represents a successful balance between safety, engineering, and community values. This resolution seeks to reopen that settled process under the pretext of guidelines, effectively punishing collaboration and stifling the voices of those who live with the outcomes. Rather than adopting a policy that limits resident involvement, the Commission should strengthen opportunities for collaboration between residents, engineers, and city staff. Public input is not an obstacle, it's an asset to better governance. At the end of the day, commissioners serve for prescribed terms. Residents live with these decisions for decades. True leadership listens, it does not silence. Thank you.
Just for the record, because Ms. Cruz was desperately staring at the time, it was 1 minute and 12 seconds that he went over. This is an example of collaboration. This is an example of a licensed civil engineer coming up here and speaking the facts and the truth. This is what happens when you have Maria Cruz come up here and say, don't politic. What you see that's behind this resolution is pure and utter politics. That's why my comment was, I would love nothing more than to agree with you, but then we would be both wrong. And as I look around, I see all the residents shake their head because it's the truth. Enough politicking, and let's do what's right by the residents. We deliver a sidewalk. The sidewalk is already going to be built. We just finished the drainage. We're going to do the median, and it's something that's going to be only beneficial for the neighborhood. Mr. Clerk?
I have an additional speaker, Mr. Mayor. It's going to be on Zoom, and it's Mr. Robert Ruano.
Mr. Rano, the floor is yours.
Hello.
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Trying to start this. Good afternoon. I just found out about this item, so I don't have a slick prepared statement like Mr. Rodriguez, but I'll tell you one thing. The Alhambra situation was the preferred route for four residents. After that, I met with Commissioner Lara with about 10 residents of the area that did not like it. Most people that, unless they're those four that want the sidewalk against the street, really want it where it goes, against the property line. I think the resolution makes a lot of sense. The state's Green Book itself says it should be as close to the property line as practical. And even other cities, like the city of South Miami, say it should be as close to the property line as possible, as practical. You should also note, I don't like to say people's name because he's mentioned mine many times, so I will, but Mr. Rodriguez's property with the new proposed plan that would go against the property line would not remove any of his trees. So the fact that he's proposing it against the street where it's the least safe, especially as a civil engineer, it's very concerning. And whether this is a collaboration, Mr. Mayor, this is not. This is based on your wish to get a sidewalk against the street. Last October, the previous commission, voted for a modified version that would have half of it against the property line, but then you came back several months ago and with your new commission voted against it. I fully support this ordinance, this resolution, and the politicking is yours, Mr. Mayor. Let the engineers decide, and it will go against the property line. Thank you very much.
In response to Mr. Ruano, just to be clear, Mr. Ruano. Okay, Mr. Ruano does not live in the neighborhood. The one that has driven the politicking here has been this gentleman here. I don't care, and I've said it before 100 times, whether the sidewalk is on the curb or the sidewalk is against the property line. I just want to deliver a sidewalk. That's it. And by the way, all the residents realize it. If it takes me meandering a sidewalk to save some trees and make some residents happy so we don't have to cut down their canopy, at the end of the day, we deliver the sidewalk. It's just like we had to do in Blue Road. In Blue Road, we had to meander a sidewalk around some trees, and a portion of it got on the street, and we had to build a curb. But guess what? We delivered sidewalk on 2 bridges where people used to have to go up the bridge because there was no sidewalk. So we're delivering results. We're not politicking at the end of the day. Commissioner Lara.
Just briefly, so just responding to the comments made by Mr. Ruano, And I really enjoyed meeting with him and, approximately 10 other residents during my office hours to discuss their preferences as the residents regarding the placement of the sidewalk. What I find surprising, and I'll just make this comment, is how he says he wholeheartedly endorses this proposed legislation, because were it to be enacted, in paragraph 3, the placement decision of the sidewalks would be done based on anything really other than resident preference. So his statements, as well as the other 10 residents that I met with, would be given short shrift if this was in fact enacted. And then we would be left with the resulting debate regarding whether or not a best engineering or best safety practice was actually implemented. When enacting legislation, it is not a good idea to create more questions, introduce more uncertainty than if you never did. So for that, I'm not supportive of this resolution.
Through the mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So of those residents that you met with, some of them emailed me, and I went through the choices that we had. And then I offered to meet with them, and they said, it's not necessary. You made the right choice. So, I mean, that was the end of it.
And by the way, I want to back up the Vice Mayor's comments. I didn't know she had also spoken to them. When I explained in detail that we had visited the residents who were most affected, we had sat down with staff on multiple occasions. We explained the arborist report. We explained that we had had several meetings with Dina, that we had multiple meetings on site with everyone involved, where Mr. Rano basically held up a camera in everybody's face, filming everybody like this. You know, again, we're talking about a sidewalk. Talking about sidewalk. That's what we're talking about. Like, let's get beyond this. There's so much more to do here. Why are we even bringing this back again? Mr. Manager, is the sidewalk going to be installed?
Yes, Mayor, and the sidewalk will be installed in according to good engineering practice.
Thank you very much.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to clarify, this has nothing to do with the Alhambra sidewalk. Whatever was decided is what's going to happen there. This was moving forward. Another thing is, and I want to make it very clear, this is not about suppressing resident input. Resident input is going to be collected by ballots. The only thing that I was changing was a process and how we were doing it, in that debating of back and forth. It just should go where the city believes is the best way, not specifically next to the property line. I know you, Commissioner Lara, I know you said you're not in support of this, but is there, and I know that you had certain concerns with some of the language, and I'm wondering if maybe I could count with your vote if I amend some of the language in which you had concerns.
Commissioner Castro, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the changes would be so replete that the best course would be just to vote it down.
And if I may add something, please, just for the record, it's a public document. I know we want to backpedal now, but the item number 3, placement decisions must align with the best engineering and safety practices rather than on resident preference. Mr. DCM, do we not use placement decisions must align with the best engineering and safety practices already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got to continue to say that because, you know, before you know the blogs get it, and before you know it, we're doing whatever we want. And when I talk about resident preference, when she talks about resident preference, yes, you are correct. Residents will have the ability to vote. It's what happens. It happens with sidewalks. It happens with circles, correct? But at the end of the day, I want a resident that votes no on a traffic circle to be able to have a conversation with that individual and say, hold on a minute, don't vote no. Don't vote no on that sidewalk. Don't vote no on that traffic circle. How can we find common ground? What can we do so we can deliver traffic calming? Mr. DCM, because I don't want it to be from me, you know, there's a lot of faith, and there's some people that don't have faith in elected officials. When we speak with individuals and they say no on a traffic calming, we try to have a conversation and say, yes, how can we meet in the middle? I mean, we try, right?
We too. We work with the residents as much as we can, and to be able to accommodate, for example, when we place the speed cushions, sometimes when the balloting is done, once we go out there to place the speed cushion, we find that the resident didn't realize that it was going to be a speed cushion. So we try to adjust as much as we can within the limits of what we can do. So we always work with the residents.
We try to find some preferences, some middle ground in an effort to just try to deliver traffic calming, sidewalks, traffic circles. I mean, I think these are important things, and it just can't be, you can't have the rigidity. So at the end of the day, you know, again, they don't say it's about Alhambra, but you have Mr. Ruano here, who has been the number one antagonist in a neighborhood that he's not even a part of. And you have the residents that are in favor of it here, one of who's a civil engineer. So let's move forward. Let's deliver on sidewalks for all the communities and find solutions in areas where people don't have connectivity because they want to maybe save a tree, or they might want to see a sidewalk meander. So I think it's a good thing. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
No. Mr. DCM, as always, I don't need to tell you, please continue to follow best practices as a licensed engineer. Thank you, sir. All right, I don't know, we should do lunch or should we do the time certain E8 and E9?
My stomach is voting
All
in
right,
favor of lunch.
20, all right, I don't think so. Let's do 3:10, we're back. Mr. Clerk.
Oh, you are a prince.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mine is coming. Good.
Thank you, Gabby. Thank you.
What number?
We're going to go to E8 and E9. Mr. Clerk, we ready?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are.
All right.
E8 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the future land use map and mixed-use overlay districts map of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-213, Comprehensive Plan Text Map Amendments and Small-Scale Amendment Procedures from commercial low-rise intensity to commercial high-rise intensity, and to create the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay for blocks 155 and 156, Coral Gables Riviera Section Part 8, Tract A, replat of Coral Gables Riviera Section Part 8, which are the properties bounded by South Dixie Highway, Caballero Boulevard, Madruga, and Turin Street, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E9 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for map and text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-212, Zoning Code Text and Map Amendments by amending Article 2 zoning districts to create Section 2-408 University Station Rapid Transit District Overlay for promoting the use of mass transit facilities and pedestrian activities along transit corridors and near multimodal stations, amending Appendix A site-specific zoning regulations to remove inconsistent site specifics, amending Article 14, Process Section 14-204, Transfer of Development Rights to expand transfer of development rights receiving sites to the University Station Rapid Transit District Overlay, and making zoning district boundary changes from mixed use to mixed use 1 to mixed use 3, and including within the University Station Rapid Transit District Overlay boundary for blocks 155 and 156, Coral Gables Riviera Section Part 8 and Tract A, replat of Coral Gables Riviera Section Part 8, which are the properties bounded by South Dixie Highway, Caballero Boulevard, Madruga, and Turin Street, and to create the University Station Rapid Transit District, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so I ask that we consolidate for purposes of the public hearing, and that anyone who will be testifying today be sworn in by the city clerk, please.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. So what's before you right now is a city-initiated overlay district. And I'll go through that right now. As you know, the county did approve their expansion of the rapid transit zone for the county on September 3rd. And they created, in effect, the Coral Gables and University's subzone. So the RTZ expansion, as they've approved the legislation right now, is as each property is added into the RTZ subzone, it'd go through a very streamlined process. It would start the pre-application conference, which 2 staff people from the City of Coral Gables can attend, and then it would go to their Rapid Transit Development Impact Committee, the RTDIC, along with 2 individuals from the City of Coral Gables staff, and then it would go to their BCC, their Board of County Commissioners, for adoption. This RTZ expansion for the county did grant them regulatory jurisdiction over properties as they're added into their subzones. Right now, there's only one property that is in their subzone. That's a property that we know as the University Shopping Center. So as a result, the city started in June, I believe, to look at this area holistically and not property by property. And we're looking at the area between Caballero and Turin, facing US 1. So you can see here the area highlighted in yellow is the study area between Caballero and Turin, facing US 1, directly across the street from the University of Miami, and of course abutting multifamily to the south or to the east. This is the area. You can see it's mostly 2 blocks, 2 mega blocks, Track A, and then Block 155. So the future land use map shows this area is a variety of land use designations, but it's mostly commercial low-rise intensity with exception of mixed use for the Paseo project, which is down by Caballero. And the zoning map shows that it's mostly MX1, which is our lowest mixed use designation, with MX3 being for the Paseo project. So the request right now for the city is we're requesting to change the comprehensive plan for the future land use map, as well as the mixed use map, as well as our zoning map changes, and then the zoning code text amendments. And I'll get to each of those right now. So the future land use map right now, as I said, is commercial low-rise intensity, and that is proposed to be changed to commercial high-rise intensity to be more compatible with the mixed use of the Paseo, as well as the existing high-rise that's on the Gables 1 tower right now. The other map to be amended with the comprehensive plan would be the mixed-use overlay district map, and that would be adding in a new overlay district for mixed use in the same area between Caballero and Turin facing US 1. The zoning map amendment would consist of changing those zoning designations from MX1 to be MX3 for those 4 properties there. And this is showing a graphic of the existing zoning and land use on the upper part of the slide, and that's showing that low-rise intensity, as well as MX1. And then the bottom part of the slide is showing the proposed, which would be high-rise intensity of a maximum height of 120 feet. So as you know, this was reaction to the county's RTZ subzone. So this is a table comparing our current regulations on the left side, the county's RTZ as adopted in the middle, and then the proposed city overlay district is on the green on the right side. So as proposed, the review would be very limited as far as internal staff review, and then before the city commission as a resolution, site plan approval. The height would be 120 feet with additional allowance for up to 147 feet if they provide additional 5% public open space. The density would remain the same to be 125 units an acre. The FAR would be 3.0 with an option to have med bonus to allow for 3.5 FAR total. And then allowing TDRs to be received in this area for a maximum of 4.375 FAR. The setbacks would be the same as we are today with 20 feet off the front facing US 1, as well as 25 feet in the rear for those larger, deeper properties. And the open space would remain the same to be 10% on the ground level, which also includes the setback areas. And the setbacks would be up to the city architect based on whatever makes sense for the size of the property and to be more compatible with the adjacent residential districts in the back. The parking would be required for residential, although not required for residential for the county. We would require that except for a 50% reduction, as well as 25% parking reduction if they have a parking plan, and it would make sense as far as being compatible with the area. So this is showing the review processes compared to the county RTZ subzone on the right side, on the left side, and the city's overlay process on the right side. So the county, as you know, when they adopt legislation, they adopt property to be added in each property at a time. So once that property is being added in, they go through what they call their site plan approval for a special exception approval. So they do the pre-application conference, the Rapid Transit Development Impacts Committee review, and then their Board of County Commissioners then adopt the site plan. What's proposed for you today is not our usual process, but actually a very streamlined process of internal review by staff, provide comments and recommendation to the commission, and the commission would then would review and adopt the site plan. So this was reviewed by Planning and Zoning Board in July of this year, and here we are for first reading. We did send out mail notice within 1,500 feet of the proposed overlay district as required by code, and that was sent out twice, once for the PZB meeting in July and also for today's meeting. The property was posted as well, the website was posted, there's a newspaper advertisement in July, and we even had an informational video that was made by our communications staff. That was, I think, broadcasted, but shared within, I think, e-news a couple of times, as well as on our website. Staff does determine that this to be consistent with the comp plan, as the comp plan does say we want to encourage development and intensity near our transit areas and transit corridors, and does comply with findings of facts and satisfies it. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much. Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor, this is a proposal to try to work through the RTZ process. The RTZ subzone was created at the University of Miami. It does encompass the MARC project. It does encompass various other projects. We will be looking at, this is an MX proposal. We will be looking at an MF proposal that would expand this zone later. The idea is to try to bring this project back under city review, which I think we are much better off than under county review. We would lose permit fees, potential impact fees, and potential control of the project from a use perspective, from a CU perspective, and even from a signage perspective.
So let me ask you a few questions just to put it on the record. I think it's important. So we understand that certain behaviors have consequences. On the Planning and Zoning Board, when the MARC went, the project was presented in the Planning and Zoning Board. What was the height that was being proposed?
It was about 8 stories.
Okay, what did the code allow?
It was 2 stories over code.
Okay. Now, as a result of it was denied at the RTZ, maybe we could have negotiated down to 7. We could have done some different things. As a result of the treatment in the Planning and Zoning Board,
it went
where now they're going the RTZ route, correct? The county route,
which could be a mayor up to.
They're circumventing the city completely. We lose all power, and now they're going the RTZ route.
That is correct, Mayor, which they have no limit in FAR and they have 150 feet.
So 150 feet. How many stories is that?
That's anywhere from 14 to 15 stories.
Okay, so let's put this on the record, because I know that nobody wants to talk about it because it's just not a good thing to talk about. Nobody wants to deal with that, the results of this blow. The 2 biggest proponents in opposition of the MARC were Felix Pardo and Sue. Okay? They were denied the approval, not even left to negotiate. I've been dealing with the MARC now, with you, for the past 3 months. Next week, I'm going to meet with him, with the manager, in an effort to see if we can scale back and bring this back into the city in one form or another. I'm not happy about the design. I've already had conversations with the MARC's representatives. They're coming to negotiate on multiple different fronts and hopefully mitigate some of the RTZ. What do I mean by that? Okay? I mean that we're losing millions of dollars by them going the route of the RTZ in regards to impact fees. And now instead of having a project that could have been 7 stories, maybe 1 floor outside of the zoning code, now it could be 14 or 15. Signage, we have no control over, and usages we have no control over. And the design today looks nothing like the one that they were proffering to the city of Coral Gables. Did I say anything that's not in line with what you agree with?
Everything you said is correct, Mayor.
Okay. So now we have to agree, now we're going to negotiate from a position of complete and utter weakness. And the purpose of the RTZ overlay that we're doing here is to proffer developers something that says, the city, you can go to the RTZ, but don't go to the RTZ. Go to the city of Coral Gables RTZ. It's not as lucrative as the county RTZ, but we'll expedite your permits. We'll try to do things. You're going to develop the project anyways, but let's try to stay within our standards so that we can control the beauty and the breadth of the project. So these are examples. We had 2 major examples in the Planning and Zoning Board. We had an encounter with Commissioner Raquel Regalado from District 7, and then we also had the encounter with the MARC. So there are ramifications to our behavior, especially on the Planning and Zoning Board. So again, it's not me talking about it. You can watch it on video. I've watched it multiple times on video, and it's been played for me. So I'm going to be meeting with the MARC representatives next week. They're going to fly into town with the manager in hopes that we can come to an agreement to present to the commission so that you don't see a 150-foot building there. So maybe you see a building that may be lower in scope and in scale. And I also want to negotiate in regards to the impact fees. If you go the RTZ route, we lose millions of dollars of impact fees. So we want to promote other projects that are already going to be redeveloped anyways. For example, the project at the 3-acre site for the University of Miami, adjacent to the MARC, to come through our RTZ, not the county. Let us keep the impact fees. Let us use that for good things in the neighborhood. Let us do great things with that money. Also consider our design standards, our signage standards, things that are emblematic of the city beautiful, not go outside and follow the county's RTZ. So this is a Hail Mary. Don't think that it's a Hail Mary. A Hail Mary. But by the way, we had the project approved at 8 stories. They came here with 8 stories. The code allowed 6. It had the setbacks. It had the Mediterranean design. It had everything. Now they don't have to adhere to any of that if they go the RTZ county. So we're in a very tough position. I will do my best. And hopefully we'll be able to bring something back. Madam Vice Mayor?
We have some tough choices to make, and I'm just gonna, for the purposes of some folks that don't know what we're referring to by impact fees, these are park impact fees.
Yep.
These are the fees that we can use to, develop new parks. We have Phillips Park. We have potentially new parks coming in. Lots of money for our community being ripped away and put into the county's hands. On top of that, you have the permitting fees and next to zero in the way of architectural review. No quality architects there, no quality, they don't have the staff that we do in the way of engineering and so forth to be able to take care of this. The setbacks along US 1 are horrible. No one's going to want to walk along there. I mean, between a 10-foot sidewalk and an arcade underneath of 20 feet being pushed back to the minimum, with 10 feet of planted area, that's a hedge. So lots of difficult choices we've been left with. I've encouraged residents to embrace development that is, I understand you don't want it, that is reasonable, because if you allow reasonable development, then you avoid this type of scenario like we have on the mark. I know when their mind was changed, and it was after that Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and they were done with us. They said, "You're not going to go to the commission. You're not going to go to another Planning and Zoning Board meeting and be treated the way that they were treated in that meeting, not before the Planning and Zoning Board, or have a extended process back then, the way the commission was at that time." When I came on and I was elected, there was no Live Local Act. The RTZ zone for the county had not been yet adopted. I know that it was a much more expansive RTZ that was proposed after I got elected. Many people along Ponce were extremely nervous about it going up the rest of Ponce. The Mark Folio was brought in as a direct and proximate result of the treatment that folks received at this Planning and Zoning Board meeting. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough to cause particular members to adjust their behavior accordingly, and the same bad treatment was given to the commissioner when she came to speak to the board to explain why, Coral Gables needed to embrace a rapid transit zone adjacent to the rail. This is not, as some people have written an opinion piece on, is going to bleed into the residential neighborhood. That is not what this is about. This is not what this is for. This is to be the lesser of two other evils: the local or the county RTZ, where you have zero control, zero ability to control the uses of the property. So we have 3 choices. The first is, do you want to see a Live Local projects next to your home? Would you rather have a county RTZ project next to your zone? Or would you like to have this commission and our staff have the best possible option for you available? I'm in favor of this because it gives us the control. We have, on these particular lots, so they're 325 feet deep, roughly 25 feet, I think, is in the rear to create a planted buffer. Is that the right number?
That's
Manager?
about the right number, Vice Mayor.
All right, and in that 25 feet, which is a full depth of a handsome front yard in most of our homes, you can have an amazing planted buffer, not a 10-foot hedge. So these are the types of things and choices that we can make to make our city better. To be able to control the signage and where it goes and the type of uses that go into those properties. We really have no other choice right now. We don't. So I'm in favor of this.
Yes, sir.
So I think the mayor phrased it perfectly with the phrase, it's a Hail Mary. This is our way of trying to retake control over this project. And I think every commission meeting, we have the conversation 5 or 6 times about the preemptions that we're getting from outside. Somebody doesn't get what they want from the city, they're going to go to the county or to the state. That's the reality that we're facing. It's always going to the other parent to figure out if they can get from the other parent what they can't get from this one. This presents us with an opportunity to try to bring it back, give us some say in the matter, because right now we really don't have a say in these projects. They'll basically go through the county, and the county makes a decision, and completely out of Coral Gables' hands. So I think this is a solution that makes sense right now. It'll present not just the funding component, but also the opportunity to have a sit-down like the mayor's going to have with the developer to try to find solutions on projects, which we've been able to successfully get on other projects. We've had numerous projects that have been considering Live Local, and through sit-downs and getting resident engagement, they've scaled their projects down and made them something that has worked for residents. I think this is the opportunity that we have. It's really, I think, the only one we have at the moment. So I'll be voting in favor of this just to make sure that we are able to bring this back, give ourselves an opportunity to bring those impact fees back and give the city a bit of a say while still having a project there that doesn't have as big of an impact on the residents who live close to it.
Yes.
So, this is not politicking, but I think it's a lesson to learn so that we're not going to be doomed to making the same mistakes again and again and again. I think that the Planning and Zoning Board appointees are critical. These are not positions to be taken lightly, and one really needs to understand the person's qualifications, their background, and more importantly, their vision for the city with a very important position they hold with the P&Z. And I believe that while there may be blame to go around because the process is taking too long, when they are in front of the P&Z, we must accelerate the process, the review process. We need to be much more of a efficient body at the P&Z in order to strategically solicit and obtain the best outcomes for the city of Coral Gables, rather than what the past has shown. And with respect to, Felix Pardo and Sue Karolerski, in particular, I think there was a lack of strategic vision, a lack of understanding in the worst of scenarios of what exactly delay, kicking the can down the road at best, and insulting a commissioner from the county coming to visit to help explain to the city how the RTC works and what they would be willing to do to assist us. It was short-sighted and destructive and incredibly counterintuitive to what it is that the small but vocal group that are anti-development in every sense of that misnomer, against development, which I've said many, many times. What exactly are you saying when you say you're against development? You're not saying really anything other than exhibiting some profound level of ignorance. Obviously, development can and should be a good thing when done responsibly and intelligently, rather than condemn the word as being a pejorative, just the word development. So in this case, Mr. Mayor, when you were recounting the history, Vice Mayor, where we had it within our grasp, a proposal of 8 stories. That you understand that's a starting point. You could have negotiated that down to 7. But looking back on it all, you never pass up a good deal looking for the best deal. Because if all you can do in your life is say, geez, all I've done are good deals, well, God bless you, okay? But in this instant, it's turned out to be a really, really, really bad deal, and counterintuitive and counterproductive to what the vocal group will say. They want no development of any kind. Now you're getting development off the scale, right? When we really had that mismanaged. So when you say you've got a Hail Mary to throw, Mayor, you know, you've got a Hail Mary in another stadium that you got to be able to land in the end zone, because we really have it stacked up against us, but not only with respect to the mark, but I fear the domino effect going down the line. So we have got to think outside the box. We have got to be proactive. We've got to be strategic in everything we do, because the folks all the way up in Tallahassee, those in the county, are going to outgame us, because in the end, with the power of the pen and the legislation that grows more and more encroaching onto us, where home rule and home decision erodes every single day, we got to be smarter than the way this game has been played. So when we make appointments to the P&Z, when we make appointments to these special boards, we better be sure about what we're doing, because the impact and the repercussions are material and they're long-lasting.
I think, Commissioner, one of the things that we as a commission decided to take an initiative on this is informing residents about the RTZ, informing residents about Live Local, because I think a lot of members of our community weren't really aware of what it was and how it worked. I remember when we were discussing the Almeria project, a lot of the residents who were opposing the project originally were just saying, well, you know, we'll fight the project in Tallahassee. Well, that's not how Live Local works. And we had to go through a process of explaining how Live Local works. And, you know, like the Vice Mayor was saying, 2 years ago or 3 years ago now, when she was elected, Live Local wasn't even a thing. The whole conversation of development has changed over the last 3 years because of the fact that now we have state and county who are now saying, you know what, we can make decisions for you.
Commissioner, but it's even gotten worse than that. Okay, and this is what I tried to state at the beginning of the meeting today with the issue that we dealt with historic preservation. When would you have ever thought a home of the magnitude that was demolished in Gables Estates by such an exceptional, all our architects here are amazing, you know, Fink, Pace, all of them are amazing, but you're talking about a world-renowned architect. They just bulldozed the house, not because it had structural issues, no, because the law has changed, we're preempted, and it was in a flood area, potential flood area. So they can change the laws from 1 minute. When would you have ever believed that somebody would tell you that a resident could cut their tree down, an oak tree, a perfectly fine oak tree, because on their property? Now that type of preemption exists as a result of Tallahassee. Again, you know, I try to limit what I say about Tallahassee, because at the end of the day, we have to go up there and advocate, and I have the utmost respect for our senators, our state reps, and our governor. But we have to be very thoughtful, be very careful, because nobody of you would have said, and this RTZ was going to come down the pipe, nobody would have thought Live Local would have come down the pipe, and now we find ourselves in a position where we have to be careful and we have to negotiate on deals. Like Commissioner Lara said, let's get a good deal. It may not be a great deal, but it's a good deal. And, you know, when you're talking about an 8-story building, when the code allows 6, okay, well, let's negotiate. Expedited permits, maybe we'll give you 7 stories, we'll give you a little additional intensity outside of the code, but we limit the height of the building. We've been able to do that before. We've done that before for green space. We've done that for other things. But here now, we don't even have any power whatsoever. Now we're even losing revenue, impact fees. So it's only going to get more complicated. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, through the mayor. Okay, so number one, I want to congratulate the city manager for putting this together. Number two, I want to stand by Felix Pardo and Sue. I know everybody here has been talking about them. They're not really present, but I'll go ahead and speak on their behalf. They were there to represent the Planning and Zoning Board, and I think what residents expect is for us to not just rubber stamp things and to fight for what we know the community wants. And I believe that's what they were doing. I'm gonna go ahead and defend them. That's my position. Number two, I'm not ready to take this vote. I do think it's in the best interest of the city, but I'm not ready to take this vote because I believe I need to reach out as commissioner, as myself, to the community. Maybe do a town hall, because the residents that have reached out to me do not understand, and I have referenced them back to that video that we proposed, that's out there with the Live Local and RTZ. But I will not be supporting this. I do not feel comfortable. And yes, the vice mayor said it doesn't really encroach in the residential zone homes. It actually does, because most of the residents that have reached out to me are basically in South Gables. They're right next to that rapid zone, the RTZ. So I thank you. I think we're on the right track, but today I'm not ready to make this vote.
Through the mayor.
But if I may first, just to put a little clarity into regards to Commissioner Castro's comments, let me read between the lines so I can tell all the residents. Number one, I will not be voting on this so that I can later say that I didn't vote on this. Remember, a developer can say, I don't want to use the Coral Gables zoning code. I just go RTZ. This is like RTZ light. Please pray to God that you do it. Please. Like, there's no reason why not to support this. This is, again, and I want to put it on the record, this is a clip for social media. This is a clip for media, for a future campaign ad. We have our hands tied. We have to support this. There's no other choice. We want developers to accept this. That's number one. Number two, in regards to Felix Pardo. Felix Pardo, it's unexcusable. He's an architect. He knows very well what he was doing. He knew where the RTZ was. It did not catch him off guard. He knew exactly what he did when he grandstand along with Sue. Sue works for the county. She's well aware of what's happening and what was coming down the pipe, and it had already been approved by the county. Yes or no, Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor.
They knew. What we were there to do was to hold hands with the developer and say, please, let's negotiate so that you can come our way, not go towards the RTZ. And what we did, we missed an opportunity and we decided to grandstand and just push back the developer along with Commissioner Raquel Regalado. So at the end of the day, it was a foolish mistake, and we're paying the consequences for it.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The project that was presented, the original project with a mark, that area is MX1. It came as two with 97 feet. The county now is MX3 with 150 feet. It was two buildings with a 50-foot linear plaza, which was quite nice. This current project has nothing like that. This current project is one box compared to two buildings which are architecturally much better than what is proposed now. So in hindsight, we went from MX2 to MX3 from a beautiful project. Really, compared to this, it's not comparable to what the proposal is. So this is critical that we accept this now and give us a fighting chance to get this project back, which is the intent of what we're trying to do.
Commissioner?
Mayor, yes. So, Commissioner Castro, I would urge you to vote and not punt. What we need, and I think it's crystal clear, and I think it's self-evident, but I'm trying to convince you, not only to vote, but to vote for it. This should be unanimous from this dais. The ship has sailed. We're trying to turn the rudder hard and see if we can point it in the 180-degree different direction. You want more resident input, is what I understood, right? Because you want a town hall to discuss this in support of you deferring voting on this item. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. Unlike your proposal for guidance for the sidewalks, where you're looking for something to be superior to resident preference, right? Now you're urging resident preference. It's hard to keep track of where you really place resident preference. But this has been timely noticed over many, many months. I don't believe this is a situation where the residents are unaware. Sue Karolurski on the record said, I was unaware. The residents are unaware. Well, that's just a bald-faced lie. Incorrect statement of facts. The truth of the matter is that she was wrong when she said that before we in the commission voted her off that board. What we need to do is try to focus on the problem at hand. And one of the things I mentioned when I thought we had a problem was delay. The P&Z delayed. And if you are going to be deferring your vote on this, at best, you're delaying. At worst, you're abdicating your obligation as an elected official to vote. I would urge you not only to vote, but to vote in favor of it. Because as much as I have all the faith in the world in our mayor to be able to negotiate,
It was a Hail Mary.
he's going to be blindfolded too when you throw it. It's just going to be a real shot in the dark.
And I'm not Doug Flutie.
But it's the only option, and I like to think outside the box, but I can't think of another way to go. We need to also provide the mayor with the ability to go and negotiate, knowing that he has the 5 votes in support. Unity on this is important, much more important than a soundbite.
Through the mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Oh, God.
So what got us here is exactly what you're doing. You're trying to punt. You're trying to delay. The delay that the Planning and Zoning Board did the first time around when they had the opportunity to salvage the Mark project was a delayed. The decision was made to go to the county RTZ. We have additional projects coming down the pike that can make that same choice too. So if what you're voting for is you're voting in favor of more projects to go to the county RTZ by failing to vote on this or voting against it, just remember that's what your vote is going to be for. Bigger, uglier, with less setbacks and less resident input. What I expect out of my planning and zoning board members is not what happened on the Mark project. I expect constructive discourse, suggestions for improvements, not stonewalling a project to make sure that it supposedly doesn't get built, because you did exactly the opposite. And that was patently obvious that Mr. Pardo understood the consequences of his action when Commissioner Regalado came and supported this very ordinance that he voted in favor of. He voted in favor of this. And after this, through the Gables Good Government, Director Garcia, myself, and 2 others had a symposium where we explained to people the law. What does the Live Local Act allow? What does the RTZ zone allow? And what our options are. It was eye-opening for everybody in the room at the Coral Gables Museum.
Madam Vice Mayor, I was there.
You were there.
And it was a packed house.
It was a packed house, and it was very eye-opening. Many people thought we could preempt the state or preempt the county. We have zero ability to preempt anybody. What we can do is we can offer them options. And that's what we're going to be able to do. What we can do with these options is try to discourage our county commissioner from bringing additional folios into the county RTZ. And if you fail to do that, you will be encouraging her that because we're stonewalling once again to bring additional folios into the RTZ, you will cause the same result. And history will repeat itself if you stonewall.
Through the mayor.
This needs to have a vote today.
Yeah, through the mayor. You know what? I'm very surprised on how passionate my colleagues talk to me. It's fascinating, but that's totally okay. Everybody here, this is such a great commission. You know why? because we all have different ways of thinking. And I think that has to be respected, number one. Number two, no, residents are not aware of what is happening. We've tried to advocate a little, we've tried to put out information out there, but they are not a lot of them are aware of what is happening. So no, I'm not going to defer this item because I would have to motion to defer and I'm not gonna have the support. So yes, it is my duty to vote on this item. And I will tell you one thing. I will not vote to upzone to MX3 at no circumstance without reaching out to the people I represent, to the people that I promised I would never do this. So no, my vote would be definitely not. I will not support this, but there's no worry, guys, because I'm pretty sure we have all the votes here. So you don't have to convince me to vote yes. My vote will be no. This will not be deferred. I don't have the support to defer this, and that's that.
Okay,
May I-
if I may. Sorry.
I'm just as frustrated.
I'm sorry. It's just so frustrating. I apologize. I know that Marmot at the Coral Gables Gazette is just chomping at the bit to include that soundbite. But I want to reiterate this so everybody understands, because they understand it. Everybody doesn't understand how you don't understand it.
Rude.
You come in
Rude.
as a developer. Let me give you an example. The 3-acre parcel next door, which the University of Miami owns and is right now selling, they're going to sell that. It's going to be a huge number. The new owner of that project is going to come and have two options. Option A would be use the Coral Gables zoning code. Or option B, go to the RTZ. That's what's available. That's what's available right now. The RTZ or the Coral Gables zoning code, or live local. Those are your three options. 2 out of the 3 are not in benefit of the city of Coral Gables for multiple reasons. We lose signage rights, usage rights, we lose millions in impact fees, we lose our design control of the exterior facade of the building. It doesn't have to be Mediterranean, and we lose control of the zoning. At least before, when you gave somebody a benefit, you could say, okay, let's negotiate. You want an additional 17 feet like Codina and Cadre wanted? Perfect. Well, we would like to see a beautiful park contribution. We would like to see traffic calming. We would like to see lighting in the neighborhoods. We would like to see sidewalks. We would like to see trees in the neighborhoods. We've done it. We did it with Agave. We did it with the Plaza. Even when I voted against the project, we got trolleys. We did a bunch of things. Now we cannot negotiate. The purpose of this is to plead and beg through this legislation that the developer will use this vehicle to achieve their goal at a much lesser scale, because we're offering them different opportunities to reach their end goal at a much faster opportunity. So at the end of the day, it's not about resident input. Residents know this. We're trying to avoid a catastrophe where you have a project that is, and I see how the residents who are in the room, they shake their head because they're agreeing with it. You're trying to save development sites that hopefully would be lesser in scale and in mass by using E8 and E9. If not, why would, and I'll leave you with this. Just think about this. If you're a developer and you own and you just bought the 3-acre site from the University of Miami, why would you use the City of Coral Gables zoning code when you just go to the RTZ? Save yourself money, save yourself time, not have to meet our zoning requirements, not have to meet our design standards, which are a lot more expensive. When you build, if I may, Madam Zoning Director, may I ask you a quick question? Through the manager? Is it more expensive to build, would you say, Mediterranean? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So these are all reasons why a developer would say no to the Coral Gables zoning code and yes to the RTZ from the county. Commissioner Lara.
Briefly, so Commissioner Castro, I know you are saying that you're surprised, but I speak with the same passion towards you and towards any other of my fellow colleagues in the commission, because I'm very passionate about us being up here and doing what we're doing, which is such a privilege to do for the residents of Coral Gables. And your voice matters. That's why I'm spending, I would assume we have sufficient votes to pass it. But your vote and your voice matters to me. That's why I've been spending this time trying to see if I understand you so that I can better convince you. When you say that you will never vote for MX3, do you understand you're not voting on whether this goes to MX3? I hope you're not proceeding from the false premise that the RTZ is going to go away or that this is already MX3. I mean, can you and I agree on that it's already MX3?
Why? Because of the RTZ.
Do you want me to answer you?
Well,
To the mayor, please.
I'm almost done. I think it's rhetorical, but we do agree that
No.
whether you vote or not, it's RTZ is deemed at MX3 already. I mean, can we agree on that?
No,
Okay, well then.
I have a different opinion.
I understood, but today, it's not just my opinion, okay, it's a fact, okay, is that it is MX3, and what the mayor, and I hope a unanimous vote from us and the commission are going to hope to do, is to control that process so that we can do it through this overlay, which, by the way, was voted 5-1 in favor of it by the P&Z, okay? So I don't understand how anybody can be against it if what you want to do is bring back to Coral Gables some say, some control, something that we have influence over. Because to vote either against this ordinance or to not vote at all on it is to literally hand it to the county. And that I am against, and I'm urging you to reconsider and vote for it.
Through the mayor, what I said is that I'm not going to vote to upzone to MX3. I will be responsible with that vote without going to a town hall and without letting people know from my side of the story how this benefits the city. I haven't gotten the chance to do that. So if I would have gotten the chance, and I'm pretty sure they would understand it, I would feel more comfortable saying, you know, this is something that I promised I would never do, okay? And my name would not be on this right now without people understanding why I'm doing it. So no, I appreciate you trying to convince me. It's not gonna happen. But guys, don't worry, you have the votes. Just go ahead and vote. That's it. What's the problem? Why are you trying to convince me so bad?
So two quick things. Number one, I agree. Don't try to convince her. I'm sorry. Mr. Clerk,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
will you make a public record request and send it to my colleagues in the commission how we voted on the last, I think the last projects over the last 2 years? I already made that. I think we've all been unanimous except for one where Commissioner Castro voted against. By the way, all those projects required a zoning change, just so you're aware. So you have voted against projects that do not conform with the zoning code. And we've done it because this is the betterment of the city, parks, different things that are appropriate. So you have voted against. You have not been a strict adherent to the zoning code. I just want to put that on the record. I know it won't make the Gazette or Politico Cortadito, but I still got to put it on the record. We got to move forward. We got a long agenda today, okay? This makes more sense, and I'm tired of explaining it. And I think Commissioner Lara put it best.
So through the
This is
mayor,
not MX2. This is MX3 already. It's already done. Nobody in their right mind who's a developer would pay tens of millions of dollars, $80, $90 million for a property and say, you know what, I'm gonna accept less. I don't want to build more. I want to design a Mediterranean because I want to spend a ton more money. I don't want to have control over signage. I want to pay more impact fees. If you don't see that, then you're just being disingenuous. And at the end of the day, playing politics. This is in an effort to throw a Hail Mary and negotiate, which I will do, God willing, we have the approval today. Commissioner Fernandez.
I just wanted to echo the words of Commissioner Lara. I respect your opinion, and I think you should be allowed to vote however you want. This doesn't have to be a unanimous vote. But I do see it as upholding the code that's already there because the county has already changed our code for us. This just gives us the ability to have a say in the matter. It gives us an ability to bring the impact fees back, and that's the way I look at it. Perhaps a suggestion is hold a town hall between first and second reading so that you can get their input, and maybe we can make it a unanimous vote in November or December, whenever it comes up for second reading. But for me, I'll make the motion.
And by the way, another thing too, Commissioner, what I think is we have to point out, again, you could have held a town hall meeting July, August, September, October. This has been going on since July. We've had multiple discussions, multiple meetings on the dais. We've discussed it at multiple different levels here in the city. At the end of the day, I hold 2 town hall meetings a year to have the residents. We can put together a town hall within a week. Why would you wait to make a statement about putting a town hall the day of the vote? It just seems like political posturing, in my opinion. We have a motion and a second.
I'll second it and reiterate, for folks that want to learn more about any issue, there's many times that the Gables Good Government does these type of informational sessions. We had a packed house. People learned a lot. We all learned a lot during the process, and thank you, Ms. Garcia, for participating in that. It was very informative, I think, for everyone. We need to move forward.
Yep.
That was, if I could say, that was a packed GGG meeting. Packed that you and Jennifer as well attended. We had a developer there. We had somebody from the city. We had the most learned,
standing room only,
most learned people coming from different angles to do what I felt was the big takeaway. The big takeaway for me was must think outside the box.
Negotiate.
Right.
That was the big takeaway.
And Commissioner Regalato's chief of staff was there.
Yep. Negotiate.
Many people that didn't understand the true power and impact of the RTZ zone in our city. And they understand that we must take action if we don't want our zoning code taken over.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, it is Mrs. I will refuse to answer to anything but Mrs., whether the mayor wants it or not. Very happy 55 years of marriage, no fooling around, no affairs. I refuse to be disrespected. If he cannot find a way to call me by my real name, then you know what? I will call you by a nickname instead of mayor. Here we go again. This all could have been avoided had the city, this administration, taken the time to do what they did after the fact. This is what happens very, very often. I thought we were over that because in the past it happened, but now we're back at it. People need to know. We talk about transparency. Most residents in this city did not know the options. Nobody took the time to tell them. I think I come to commission, I think I hear, I had no idea what was going to planning and zoning that day because planning and zoning people heard it at the last minute that this was coming up. Okay? This is what happened. You all decided that you knew best and you were going to cut deals with the county without letting the people know. And let me tell you something before I get cut off, because I know somebody had a minute over, but I won't get it. You're talking about the mayor is going to go negotiate. There's 5 of you. In order for the mayor to go negotiate, because he's not a strong mayor, he's one voice of 5, you all need to ask him, and you need to move it, and you need to give him permission to do it in your name. You cannot just say, he cannot stand here and say, I am going to do, I will do. No, you need the consent of the other people in order to do it, because you're not a strong mayor. Sorry, you're one of 5. And I didn't see on the things that the mayor can do, negotiate for the city without getting somebody to nominate him and vote for it. That is what's wrong. People need to know. I'm telling you that if the residents do then what they know now, there would have been no issue. But this administration chose to get together with the county, decide with the county, tell the county how much we could do before they talk to the people. And that is what's wrong. The people in the city want to know, and I'm running because I know I'm not going to get any more time and the bell is going to ring, because you know what? Nick Cabrera could come up and talk without even being called. The other man spoke for a minute something, but Maria Cruz has to go by the rules. Okay?
Roberta
Hold on. Wait. As I read in the beginning of the meeting, as a reminder, these comments, public comment, are limited to those items on the agenda or within the scope of the city's commission jurisdiction. Half of the items in the beginning of Mrs. Maria Cruz's comments are not items on the agenda. That is your first and only warning. Next time you make an accusation or you make statements like that, you will not be allowed back in the commission agenda. You will not be allowed back in here. That is the end, okay? You're now going to disrespect me, and you're not going to disrespect this commission. Yes, I don't want to hear about your wedding. I don't want to hear about affairs and all kinds of stuff. It comes to an end. That's the 10th, 8th, 9th time that you've done it here. Right? If anybody would like to contest it, you can contest it, Commissioner. Now, in reference to, I'm not done yet.
You just addressed me. Okay, I'm glad you're not done. You just addressed me and I'm going to talk.
Let me finish.
No, you're not going to finish.
Let me finish.
City Attorney, can you please clarify on the things that the mayor was talking about?
So do you want me to clarify that his ability to remind speakers to stick to the agenda item? He can. So when public speakers are coming up during public comment, you're supposed to limit your comments to the item that's being discussed.
Okay, so if he's addressing a resident.
You're not done. I'm done.
So if he's, oh Lord. So if he is addressing a resident in a unpolite, disrespectful way, suggesting that, she's not married anymore when we know very well her husband has just passed. You're trying to tell me it is inappropriate for her to go ahead and address that?
Commissioner, you can play the game all you want. Again,
Let's respect.
listen. You got one warning. The next one, you're out of the halls. Okay? You will respect the commission. You will respect the city of Coral Gables. Bottom line. Let's do this, because I would like to make it formal. I was doing the city a favor and meeting with the developer and the manager and his team to have a conversation on how we can bring back millions of dollars of impact fees. Just if I may. Okay. We did this game before in Tallahassee when Melissa Castro went up to Tallahassee.
Commissioner,
they came back,
Commissioner, respect.
And they came back with $0 after the year before. The vice mayor and I had gone up there and gotten over $3 million when we didn't go up there. So if you don't want me to be the person that negotiates this deal, let the commission have somebody else. I have no problems with that. I was just trying to help out and try to build some consensus after the disaster that was created at the Planning and Zoning Board. So does the commission want to take a position on me representing them, having a meeting, which has not been set yet, by the way? We've been in conversations.
I'll move that the mayor conduct the negotiations.
I'll second.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to clarify. Section 2-28 of the code says that among the mayor's duties includes to represent the city commission in negotiations, meetings, and functions. So obviously those negotiations are subject to commission review and approval. It doesn't mean that, you sign the dotted line.
I understand that, but it's the constant contempt. It's the constant effort to undermine me. This was commonplace under Amos Rojas. It's not commonplace here. We're running a real meeting here. So at the end of the day, you may not like the fact that you don't have control and can do as you please, fire and hire and bring in competent people here to run this place like a clown show. At the end of the day, we're going to run it the right way. I want to even have more authority from my colleagues, where they have the faith and trust that I'm going to do everything I possibly can, like I've done when I've negotiated FP&L deals, when I've done other things here, when I negotiated the Merrick Manor deal years ago in an effort to bring it to a close. We have a motion and we have a second from the vice mayor in regards to me leading the effort to try to correct this disastrous situation created by Commissioner Castro's appointment.
I have another motion on the floor before.
But that's fine. Let's hear mine first.
We would have to withdraw the other motion.
Withdraw the other one. Let's go. We can do it. I don't ask for much.
Do you still want to continue the public comment before you vote on this?
look, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do it after. Let's finish the public comment here and then we'll come back. But I wanna make sure we address it because I'm tired of the undermining effort that we have here going on here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker, Roberta Newey.
Hello, Roberta Niway, 1236 South Alhambra Circle, 33146. I'm a half mile from the proposed overlay. So it definitely affects me. And to me, this overlay is the best way to ensure that the development harmonizes with the established neighborhoods. And it's also the best way to ensure that impact fees are used in such a way that we, the residents, benefit from the development. And that's it. I could go off topic, but I won't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Can I ask you a question, Roberta, may I? Because you're pretty well connected amongst residents and different organizations. Do you think the residents are starting to understand a little bit more about the RTZ and the impacts of the RTZ?
I think the people in my neighborhood do, the ones that pay attention, yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go to Zoom next. The speaker is Lisa the attorney.
Lisa, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, Lisa DeTorney, 10 Aragon Avenue. You saw me earlier this morning.
Yes.
I have a property in that area, and my house used to be in that immediate area as well. So I'm pretty familiar with the residents, the locale. But what I want to say is there were so many resident meetings with the developers about this project being held from May 2023 through February 2024, at least 5 of which I attended. And the room was packed with residents every time. I don't recall any Coral Gables City Commissioners attending any of those meetings to express your opposition. But the residents were heard, at least we thought so. We had concerns as to the height, the density, the parking, and the traffic. Because after the thesis was built, that neighborhood has been inundated with horrible traffic trying to get out, especially in the mornings, get out on US 1. So I even remember seeing the property owner roll his eyes as he walked out of the meeting because he was so fed up with the residents' concerns. After that, the meeting stopped. One time they brought up Live Local, like everybody's threatening Live Local, but I don't think they would have qualified since they're primarily aimed at students going to U of M. Anyway, then let's go to the July 2025 when Commissioner Raquel Regalado attended a city commission meeting to announce that the developers had decided to pursue and had been granted the RTZ status in Miami. The planning and zoning meeting came after that, so please stop blaming Sue Kavalerski for what was happening already before that meeting came. And as well, it's a shame that none of you were being more proactive 2 years prior when all of this was starting. We were very civil, we residents. We asked them for simple decreasing one floor. Everybody was very congenial, and we thought that that was the end of it. So anyway, that's where we are right now. And I just have to make another comment. Mr. Lara, you weren't there during this period of time, so there's nothing to say about you. But I am hurt by the way that you speak down toward residents being ignorant or not informed of so many things. I'm a doctor. I show a lot of respect and concern about what's happening in my community. I've been to Coral Gables for 35 years. And I think that people deserve more respect than you're giving them. And Mayor Lago, I'm sorry, you may not raise your voice, but you did campaign on bringing back decorum and civility to these meetings. You don't raise your voice, but your comments are hurtful toward people and sarcastic toward Commissioner Castro. I would like to see all of you working together rather than fighting, especially when somebody comes up with proposals that are supposed to be for the betterment of the residents. Anyway, well, thank you for listening to me.
May I respond to you? May I respond to you?
Of course, of course.
I just want to put on the record, were you at the meeting, at the public meeting that I held in your neighborhood at that residence house on the water?
No, I was not at that meeting. However, wait, the one, yeah, but that was the Mahi Canal.
Yeah.
You're talking about before the election. Yes, I was at that meeting.
I was
know
invited.
who I
I was
am.
invited by one of the residents to go speak about the issue of the RTZ. The reason why I bring that up is because a lot of the residents in that meeting, I was able to explain to them what the forthcoming RTZ and what was happening. We did have a meeting. There was many of the residents in that area were involved. In regards to being collegial and respectful, I'm more than willing to listen. I'm willing to engage. But at the end of the day, I have a difference of opinion than Commissioner Castro at the end of the day. I don't believe, like, for example, raising my salary 101% is appropriate, giving myself a car allowance, hiring Amos Rojas.
I think you already punished everybody for that.
You asked me questions, $20 million COLA, indebting the city, doing a lot of these things that are just inappropriate, in my opinion. So, yes, if having a difference of opinion in regards to Commissioner Castro and being vocal about it makes me wrong, then I'm fine being wrong. But at the end of the day, I have always done my best to serve this city. Yeah, I'm vocal. Yeah, I'm outspoken. But at the end of the day, I think that's what people want. I don't think people want individuals that are going to do the right thing and they're going to serve this community. And I've done my best over the last 13 years. Madam Vice Mayor.
So, Doctor, I just wanted to add, because I know a lot of time has passed and, memories fade, that the meeting that I was referencing, in which it was punted or stonewalled by the Planning and Zoning Board, preceded this matter going to the RTZ, preceded the encounter with Commissioner Regalado. And at that meeting, Ms. Kowalowski referred to the potential residents of the Mark as locusts. And it was a very contentious meeting. And because of the manner in which the applicant was treated and the extending delays, they made the choice to go to the county and have this RTZ zone put upon us. It was because of that. And I can't turn back time. None of us can turn back time. Those choices were made, those words were stated, and they proceeded and they expanded the RTZ zone to where now we have a county RTZ zone in our area. What was then just a possibility is now a reality, and now we have to deal with it.
And I think Vice Mayor, I think I'm very happy you stated that because people want to forget that fact. People want to forget that we were negotiating using our zoning code and that the RTZ was used in an effort to get an upper hand and move on. Nobody wants to face the fact of what happened at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. It was very clear. I've watched it multiple times. The way that the commissioner was treated in the county along with the applicant. So we can blame other people if we want. It's perfectly fine. But we're facing the fact that we don't have control and we're trying to get some control back. Just trying to see what we can put at our side, control the design, control the signage, maybe get some money back for the impact fees. So we're just trying to do the best that we can and not antagonize the county because, we don't really win when we do that. Yes, Commissioner.
Briefly, is the doctor still on the line?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Doctor, pleased to meet you over the Zoom. I invite you to meet with me for a cup of coffee. I have office hours every single Monday here at City Hall, or I will be happy to meet you wherever you like at a time that's mutually convenient. I try my very best to be respectful of all people that I speak with. In fact, I spent quite a bit of time earlier in this meeting emphasizing the importance of residents being heard and preference with respect to a prior proposed ordinance. And I spent a lot of time during this particular discussion item to convince one of my colleagues, respectfully, Commissioner Castro, referring to her as a voice that's important, because it is, and a voice that matters, because it does. So if I wasn't an elected official when all of this began, I certainly am aware of what's going on. And as an elected official, I brought it up, what occurred during the P&Z meetings with those two individuals in particular, and I stated it and I'll repeat it because we got to be sure we don't make mistakes again. And here we have a unique opportunity however long shot it may be, however difficult and steep the hill is to climb, that we should embrace because it's our only opportunity to try and take back what we, in my view, squandered away.
Mr. Clerk, anything else?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so close that. To not face the fact that we are facing an RTZ and the other option is our zoning code is reckless. Looking for other options is just facing reality. To not face reality is reckless. Sir, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, we're voting right now on appointing you to negotiate on behalf of the city.
Well, I said first, let's take the one that was on, the one that was
So it's E8.
first.
This
E8,
is on
and then
E8.
we'll come back and we'll do that after E9.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Number one, Mayor Lago, I'm not your friend. So I'm gonna ask for some respect and you call me Commissioner Castro. And number two, I'm gonna be gracious enough to not move to censure you. You will not continue to disrespect residents, okay? Nor will you continue to say I'm incompetent and that you've lost 50 brain cells by listening to me. So I'm gonna ask you for a little respect and to really think a little before you talk. Right now I'm gonna be gracious. I will not be moving to censure you, but consider this a warning. My vote is no.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Just want to make sure, censure or censured? Just want to make sure we're on the right page.
Censure.
Oh, okay. Just wanna-
Censure.
'cause
I know you're having a hard time listening to.
No, that was actually, I took that off your,
Yeah,
off
yeah.
your
It's
Instagram.
called. It's called that. I know you're looking at my Instagram like
Okay.
you're obsessed with me.
No, somebody said
You know,
it
you
to-
stopped following me, but you look at every story I post. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Like, stop it. Worry about your family.
Make a motion to approve E9.
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I'd like to be appointed, even though, as the city attorney said, it's not required. I'd like to make sure that we make a statement as a commission.
I'll move it.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Just a comment. You know, I think this is well within your purview.
I know, but we need to do it anyways.
It's well within your purview. And here we go again through
Let's just vote.
unnecessary motion and vote.
Let's do it.
But while we're at it, you have my confidence and you have my vote is yes. But if you need any help, or just let me know. Let any of us on the dais know. We can help you with that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Before I vote on this, I thought we were voting on this one. My previous vote is no.
So I think she means on E9, she wants to
On
record her
E9.
vote as no.
okay.
Okay?
And
I'm
on this
sorry. I thought we were,
motion-
I know you guys almost caught me there. I'm sorry. It's a no. On this one is a yes.
Mayor Lago.
I just want to let her have her moment so we can enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it too.
Yes. When I ask my colleagues, please, we're probably going to meet next week. We just got a schedule for them to fly down. They're flying down to meet. I want to make sure that I have all your input. Please send it through the manager. If you have any guidance, any input that you'd like to address, are there any questions, any statements, anything that you feel is pertinent and important moving forward on this issue, any items of negotiation that maybe we haven't talked about today, please bring it forward to the manager so I can make sure I address it all.
If the manager would be, it would be possible to set up a short meeting just to go over things before your meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Moving on to item E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commission, Committees, Section 2-79, Order of Business, to amend the City Code to add a financial cap for items placed on the consent agenda, and further clarify what items may be placed on the consent agenda, providing for a severability clause, repeal a provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon again. This item is sponsored by Mayor Lago. There's been one small change at the request of this commission between first and second reading to increase the expenditures on the consent agenda from $350,000 to $500,000 for non-controversial items as set forth in the code, and to allow for the acceptance of all grants and revenues on the consent agenda.
I'll move it.
The intent is just to streamline the process. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank
E8,
you.
E5, sorry. Excuse me.
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 26, Fire Prevention and Protection, to add a new Section 26-7 to require electronic reporting of fire protection system reports, providing for severability clause, peculiar provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thank you. Cliff Friedman, Assistant City Attorney. This item has had no changes since first reading. Again, it requires electronic reporting of fire protection system reports to the fire department.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. E6.
E6 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Article 16 definition, City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending the definition of freeboard to modify minimum and maximum freeboard requirements within special flood hazard areas, amending sections 2-101 single-family residential district, subsection B, height, to incorporate required freeboard and floodplain management standards for residences in flood hazard areas, and adding garage floor elevation standards that align with flood-resistant construction requirements, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, codification, and an effective date.
Any changes from first reading?
No changes.
All right. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. E7.
E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code Article 5 Architecture Section 5-510 Truss Rafters to provide requirements for metal trusses, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, enforceability, and an effective date.
Any changes?
There's one clarification. We did add a reference to the American Institute of Steel Construction, so it's very clear that any hot-rolled steel that is manufactured per those standards. That's it.
All right. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. May I entertain a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yes.
Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E10.
E10 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City Code to create Chapter 62, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 7, Special Events and Parades, Division 1, generally Section 62-265, Prohibition on Use of Plastic-Related or metallized decorations and release of balloons, to amend the City Code to add a prohibition on the use of certain plastic-related or metallized decorative material and prohibit the release of balloons by special event permittees in the city, providing for severability, repealer, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon again. This item is sponsored by the Vice Mayor. As the City Attorney stated, it generally provides that those special event permittees or rental facility permit holders should not have any organized release of balloons and are prohibited from using outdoors certain plastic or metallicized decorations that may release, disperse, or scatter outdoors. I'm happy to answer any questions, or I think we have staff as well to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor?
So I'll share with you all that on International Coastal Cleanup Day, Matt Anderson, I, and a bunch of others had a joyous time with little plastic pieces of, confetti, along with other things around. So that was the impetus for starting to write this, because it was impossible to remove all those by hand. This is step one. Would you like to add to that?
You covered it well.
I mean, it was just maddening, and everybody that was there, from the youngest to the oldest, just said, we have to stop this.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Perfect.
So,
Vice Mayor, we may, with your permission, take a look between first and second reading of the definition of prohibited decoration items. It may be viewed a little bit more broadly than I think it was intended. And Miami Beach is tweaking a similar definition as well. So if, with your permission, we'll discuss with you between first and second to make sure it's very clear the intent.
Sure. And there was another area that we wanted to see if we could resolve some problems on that are not city park areas, and see if we can do some control there. So in the interest of time, I'm going to move this.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to item E11.
E11 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 2 Administration, Article 5, Conflict of Interest and Code of Ethics of the
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I had deferred this item for next meeting. I told the city clerk, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, moving on to item E16.
E16 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the Police Department's 2024 to 2025 red light camera survey responses and written summary after a public hearing and presentation at the October 28, 2025 City Commission meeting in accordance with Florida Statute Section 316.0083, subsection 4.
Chief, gentlemen.
Mayor, if I can, just a point of privilege. I want to express on behalf of our police department to the Miami Beach Police Department. This afternoon, they lost one of their own in a traffic accident. One of the motorcycle officers went down going into work, father of 3 young children. Some of you have met Chief Jones from the Miami Beach Police Department. On behalf of all the members of our police department, I want to wish them our condolences. We talk about traffic. We talk about so much in meetings and what we do. We honor our heroes, especially on today's Appreciation Day. And the reality sets in. A lot of you have asked me independently, what is it that keeps me up at night? It's obviously the safety of our employees. And this is something that hits close to home to all of us. Our motor unit is actually at the hospital now as they take the body to the medical examiner's office. It's something that we do every day with great heavy hearts. So on behalf of the police department, I know their commission and entire city is grieving right now for who was a very fun-loving man and worked a lot of the commission meetings such as these over there on the beach. So I just wanted you all to be aware of that if you hadn't seen it. I know we've been tied up in everything here, but the reality for the officers that we serve is somewhat monumental at times.
Through the mayor. So Chief, that's terrible and very tragic news. It's difficult to hear that because there's a father that went to work today and won't be coming home to his family, an employee of his city. And I just got to say, because I'm kind of caught up in this moment right now, that it really just puts things into perspective, you know, when we're doing here what we do at this dais, and then we have to hear that somebody who also went to work today working for their city won't be coming home. So it's very difficult. My condolences to the family and my heartfelt feelings for his colleagues as well on this tragedy.
Thank you. So along those lines, this is a required written report in accordance with Section 316.0083, subsection 4 of the Florida statutes. The following is a written summary of the Coral Gables Police Department's red light camera program for 2024-2025 to be read aloud at this commission meeting, October 20th, 2025. This summary will be transmitted to the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles along with the accompanying resolution for the City Commission. Major John Boblitz, who oversees this program, will give the actual report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Between July 1st, 2024 and June 30th, 2025, the City of Coral Gables issued 10,313 notices of violation. 44 were contested, which 25 were upheld. 15 are pending final outcome, and 4 were dismissed. 1,223 were issued as uniform traffic citations, and 119 are pending issuance of uniform traffic citations. 6,794 notices of violation were paid. The City Red Light Camera Program collected a total of $1,276,176.57, which was distributed as follows. Remitted to the State of Florida Department of Revenue, $617,271. Paid to Red Speed, $464,278. And retained by the City of Coral Gables, $194,627.57.
Zorino, the next program that we have coming up is going to be the speed cameras. These are strictly for the red light cameras. Again, what we have seen in this program since we installed it is not necessarily a decline in accidents, but definitely a decrease in the severity of these accidents at these intersections where they had been. So,
Thank you, Chief. Do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Can someone make a motion? I'll move.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to City Commission items, F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to implement a needle collection program for city residents.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think a member of our staff is here. Matter? Needle
Chief,
collection.
how are you?
Good afternoon, everybody.
The needle collection program, we had some conversation about it. Can you explain it to the entire commission and for residents who are watching?
Absolutely. So this is a new program that is being sponsored, an item that's being sponsored by Commissioner Anderson. Basically, there was a few needles that were dropped in the trash can at different residents. So this program is going to assist individuals that may have leftover needles from medications in their homes. They can now drop them off starting next month at Fire Station 1. In the event that they are not able to get to Fire Station 1, they're able to put them in a plastic container and put them in their trash can. We are now a collection facility that collects these items, and you're able to get them disposed of safely.
So I'm going to add to that, since I have a husband who's diabetic, that the normal procedure is you put it inside of an opaque
Yes.
container that you can't see. We normally tape it shut with some strong tape, like duct tape, to try to prevent injuries. But nonetheless, a lot of people want to have a place to take these so that they're properly, incinerated and you deal with the contaminants that might be in there. So we now have a facility within our city, and you're not going to have to go down to, the health department to drop them off and deal with the traffic to dispose of them. And I appreciate very much you bringing that forward. It's a resolution, so we can vote on it. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chief. I appreciate you.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you for this work, Madam Vice Mayor. Much
you.
needed. Item F2.
F2 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the annual placement of a nativity set at City Hall during the holiday season, directing staff to coordinate installation, maintenance, and removal, providing for an effective date.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I sent you a memo with what staff believe was the most tasteful nativity scene. It's around $8,000. It's being paid by private entities, including myself. I'm also very grateful for Vice Mayor Anderson and Commissioner Lara donating to the nativity scene. Thank you very much. None of the money is coming from the city, just like none of the money came for the menorah that was donated by my family. So I think it's a good opportunity again, spirit of the season. As a Catholic, I think this is important, and I think that we should take pride and showcase a beautiful nativity scene that, again, can be put out every single year and show pride in the season.
I'll move it.
Second.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
I must say that it is, especially now, following the interfaith vigil that we had, and in the spirit of drawing a communal and broad reach for the city at this time. You already provided the menorah, and now you're facilitating the provision of the nativity scene. And I saw it, and I must say it's absolutely stunning. It's gorgeous, and I can't wait to see it placed here in City Hall. And I applaud you for that initiative.
Thank you. The menorah was something that, after speaking to Jewish members of our community, they wanted to bring the faith as close as possible to City Hall. And so 3 years ago, it was about a $5,000 donation, personal donation. And again, half my family is Jewish on my mother's side. But again, I'm not Jewish, I'm Catholic. And then I waited a few years to, bring forth a nativity scene, which I thought would be something, tasteful. And through the help of our ACM and Laura at my office and Nicole and other members, we were able to find something that I think is beautiful, that is tasteful, that will pay thank you to Fred and his team. Everybody gave some input, and we kind of put it out there and chose one that was kind of in the middle. There was one that was like $16,000, but I was like, listen, I want a nativity scene, but I'm paying this from my pocket. This is a little bit too much. So, while in politics we all get portrayed as something, at the end of the day, I think this is an opportunity to do something beautiful. And at the end of the day, I'm very strong in regards to my convictions and what I believe is in the best interest of the city. But this is, again, just like the clock, which, by the way, is back, rust-free. Commissioner Fernandez, I know that was important to you. Another item that was a gift to the city. These are opportunities to leave a true legacy. And I thank my colleagues, Vice Mayor Anderson and Commissioner Lara, for your donations. Thank you so much for taking some of the burden off me. That was very nice, very nice. By the way, I welcome if anybody else would like to do something in the future, they have any ideas of ways that we can beautify the city, I'm all ears. I think this is an opportunity. I had a conversation with a gentleman this week in regards to my private business in the construction world, and he happened to have a connection with Rolex because they're from Switzerland. And I've said, I've tried to reach out to them on a litany of times, writing them letters in an effort to see maybe we can put another clock in the city. I haven't had any luck. He says he's going to try. But if you see things like that, I think it's an opportunity to do something beautiful and just continue to elevate the cachet of the city and do beautiful things that I hope that, gets a lot of Instagram and social media following, and then, it just continues to elevate the quality here in the city. Anybody would like to make a motion?
I think we already did it.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, we have a motion.
Any public comment? No, right, we don't
No,
need
Mr.
public
Mayor.
comments, right? All right.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, I love it, 5-0. All right, F3.
F3 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to install a flagpole and fly an American flag at each city park.
All right, so this has changed a little bit since we put it up. Maybe the Vice Mayor wants to, maybe the ACM wants to come up and talk a little bit about it. You want to come up? Because I think I was the last one to have pre-agenda because I moved it from 8 in the morning till late in the afternoon.
And I invite the Parks Director up here as well if you have any questions. But what we're proposing, we do have about 11 sites currently between parks and facilities that already have the American flag and a pole. We did look at some priorities for size of the park, as well as public exposure to the park and specialty parks to prioritize those that really should look at intending to have a flag there. So we're proposing Coral Bay Park, which is a larger size park, Pont Circle Park, which there is a project in the future, Ingram Park, JC Park, Phillips Park, Sunrise Harbor, which was renamed the James and Sally Jude Park. And then this is a smaller park, but because it is named after Staff Sergeant Carl Ennis, and it's also a Veterans Memorial Park, it really should have an American flag. And then we also have the Kurt Eichen Family Park.
Yeah, I also wanted to, I would like to put it where it's very, like you can see it where it's very visible. Again, like for my colleagues, if there are any parks that they think we should put one, I thought maybe on Blue Road or maybe on the one in Alhambra where you get a lot of traffic. I mean, it'd be beautiful. And part of this legislation is, every 6 months, just like we do with the Whiteway lights, we need to do a report, we need to follow up, because I know we're gonna get calls. Like Mayor Thompson called me about one of our flags, being on the ground or being torn. We get calls about it all in front of Times City Hall. It's not that we're not following up and maintaining, it's just that there's wear and tear. We gotta be on top of that. It's a big deal, and I know it's a lot more work for staff, but I think it's important.
Actually, one of the suggestions that I had was maybe we can incorporate it somehow into the city entrances. I think that would be a nice feature to have. And something in that, in the Flagler section, whether it's Rotary Centennial Park or that new area that we got right at the entrance where we still haven't put an entrance feature, but maybe we can put a nice flagpole with some landscaping and start claiming that area and making it nice. But I think this is a phenomenal idea. Obviously, if we're having the flag overnight, it has to be lit.
Correct.
So we would need lighting. The other thing I wanted to bring up is maybe there's a way of incorporating the AEDs that we've been trying to place somewhere. Maybe there's a way we can incorporate them to the flagpole itself so that we can have them available in the parks that we've been trying to place them at. Just food for thought.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So since we're broadly discussing locations, regarding the Flagler District, near the entrance there, I mean, there is an entrance feature that's been discussed and planned, so I'm going to suggest that we do it holistically. It is also a site where there's a potential tree to come in as a donation. Again, I think we do need to have a holistic discussion. And regarding AEDs, the other thought that came to me is, and I'll ask staff to report back to us at a different point in time, are there areas where you think there should be additional, those lightning sensor warnings?
Lightning detectors?
Yeah, that exactly what I was trying to say.
Yep. So, we can look at that.
Look at that and
I think
give us a suggestion.
What's actually, a couple of the projects that were just named, a couple of parks were just named we're undergoing projects, so it'd be a good time to integrate them in the project, like the entranceway when we get to do that project, and also Rotary. We're in the process of getting started on that, so we can add that as well. And those, if you're building them into projects, then the electric and the lighting is a lot easier.
The reason why I said Blue Road is because it's a beautiful, brand-new park on the water.
Yeah.
I think it would look really well. And I like the idea of the entrance features also, too. I mean, again, it's going to be impossible to put them in all, but let's put them in the prominent ones.
Right.
You know, you have Core Way, you know, you have, we haven't gotten that house on Bird Road, that'd be amazing. You're going to end up having something on Prado,
Renata.
the entrance on 37th Avenue and Alhambra. You know, they can be 4 or 5 that we can put them on. I think it would be something that, again, would be well done. They don't have to be huge flagpoles. They can be something tastefully done.
So the reason I brought up the lightning detectors is because FP&O put a nice, beautiful cement pole across the street from me.
Yeah.
It became a wonderful lightning rod.
Wow.
Within a month, it got hit, a direct hit, and it blasted out some of the cement there. So when we're putting in flagpoles, I don't want them to necessarily be the next lightning rod. And let's at least get people out of the park.
I've lost 4 palm trees this year to lightning strikes.
So, I mean, it's just, we do live in the lightning capital of the world, so staff, thank you for all your hard work. I love the idea of the flagpoles, though.
All right, let's do it. So we're going to have a motion.
I'll move.
Commissioner, you had something, Commissioner Lara, you wanted to say something?
I think you already addressed it.
Okay.
Actually, this is your item. You should move it.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about
I'll move it.
Move it then. Second.
Just to clarify,
Dan.
so,
Yes.
because as drafted, Mayor, as you mentioned, it was at each city park, and now
Yeah,
so do you want it to be the specific parks that were named today? Do you want to just be up to
No, I want to
staff?
be the specific parts that were mentioned, along with Blue Road and Alhambra.
Okay.
And the entrance features that we mentioned. There was one on 37th Avenue, the new space, Coral Way. There was, which one did you mention?
Renata.
Renata. And I think that we may find, if you see things that are tasteful, that you say, oh, this is an easy one to do, that get a lot of drive that people go in front of, I think it would be nice. You know, not saying that I don't want to put, the intent was to put them in every park, but I also understand a hurricane comes, the maintenance, you know, I want to make sure we stay on top of these because we're talking about potentially about 20 so far. And, you know,
We will look at lighting to see if we can do solar, because that would be helpful, so we don't have to raise and take down the flag every single day. We're going to try that at the Girl Scout house over at Ruth Bryan Owen Park. There is actually a flagpole we found out that needs some repairs, so we're going to do that one first and see if we can do the solar light, and maybe that way we don't have to worry about electricity in those parks.
To give you an idea, look, I bought a flagpole. I have the foundation there in my office. I've been meaning to do it, to install it at the Women's Club for like 3 months now. I've completely dropped the ball. It's my fault. I'm going to get it done now with some of my shell guys. The flagpole, the installation is going to cost me, the whole thing is going to cost me around $10,000. Again, no electricity. I'm paying that myself as a gift to the Women's Club. I don't think it has to be of that magnitude. It's a really big flagpole. You know, it can be something, again, decent size, and it can be something beautiful. And I would love to have it in every park, but I also want to make sure that we start staggering it. Like, I'm not asking to do it in the next year, all of them. You know, maybe we can do it over a 2-year period. We can do half now over the next year, 2026, and then the rest in 2027. I mean, the Enos Park, makes complete sense, right?
So I would say the bigger the park, the tall, the
Yeah.
tall poles work, the smaller parks, maybe a smaller pole, so you can
completely agree.
actually see the flag.
I completely agree.
We can provide an update in a future meeting if you'd like, to allow staff to kind of draft a plan and put something together.
All right, no issues.
I also would like, really quick, a little unrelated but related, Enos Park, Veterans Day at noon as we're looking to do the dedication. So I just wanted to let you know, put it all out to the community. And it is the park right off of Tiziano and Old Cutler. So noon on Veterans Day, the 11th.
On Veterans Day, and
Yes.
staff will send me make sure it's on my calendar.
I think you just got the notice via email.
The
so-
notice is coming, but I just, while we're talking about Enos Park, I wanted to note it here, that we're doing it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. F4?
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to develop a pilot program in conjunction with Small Business Month through the holiday season in order to activate Miracle Mile.
Good afternoon again, Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. This item is sponsored by the Vice Mayor, and it's a direction to staff to create a pilot program to be developed in conjunction with Small Business Month from now through the end of the year in order to activate certain vacant storefronts with pop-up vendors, to prioritize existing businesses on Miracle Mile, with the possibility of an expanded program focusing on retail and art vendors. I know we have Economic Development Director here to answer any questions or let the Vice Mayor explain the pilot proposal.
Well, the pilot proposal is to try to activate the mile and also help out the existing vendors. We have a wonderful economic development director here that I've spent some time speaking with about the focus of what it should be, but this is purposely drafted in a manner to provide the manager's office and our economic development department the best direction going forward. The focus is on retailers, not food establishments, because what we're trying to do is get the foot traffic going on the mile, and hopefully, people will feel comfortable then saying, hey, there's good traffic here, perhaps I should rent that empty storefront right there. So it's an opportunity. Would you like to add something?
No, I
this,
mean, I
Director?
think you covered it. I will also say that through the Vice Mayor, so you did bring us an idea of activating the vacant spaces on Miracle Mile with art, and so we are working also with our property owners to give us those spaces. We have at least 2 spaces that are being used for that right now on Miracle Mile, and so we're working with the person who's going to curate it to bring art, artists and galleries, but also working studios, which is great because people will be working in that location, and they'll be able to see, pedestrians will be able to see the work that's happening inside.
Okay, so thank you for all your hard work on this, and thank you, manager, as well, for agreeing to take this up and work with our vendors. So I'll move this.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, could we take up the actionable items first? Because I have to leave at 5 to pick up my son. So if we could do G and H, the G and H items, and then I'll just phone in, listen to the rest.
G2.
Thank you.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing 2 members nominated by Commission as a whole to serve as members of the Coral Gables Child Board for a 2-year term, which began on June 1st, 2025, and continues through May 31st, 2027.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, today during the consent agenda, you accepted the appointments made by the employees of the city. I'm asking the City Commission if they have any names they would like to nominate to basically represent the commission on that trial board.
Through the mayor.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I do have a nominee, Joseph De Maria.
Okay. I have another individual named by the name of Bob Martinez. Everyone knows Bob. If you'd be willing to do it, it'd be an honor to have also De Maria. Anyone else?
I was also going to recommend Sandri Ferreira, who was on the board as well. The manager and I were having a conversation about how well the board had worked together. So it'd be great if we can keep the board or as much of the board together. They did a great job on the last trial board that was here, and I think it'd be good if we have a trial board that has the experience to stay together.
I have no issues with the vice mayor and the commissioner's requests.
Okay, so confirming we're going to nominate Joseph De Maria and Sandra Ferreira.
That's fine.
Yes.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Could we, I forgot, and I apologize, we just had the item, I wanted to see if our esteemed new president of the board, the chamber, could come up and speak for a moment. He's been here patiently waiting.
Good afternoon. Jorge Harris Urieta, President and CEO of the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, 201 Alhambra Plaza, Suite 100. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, we all learned that lesson in Marketing 101, which is when you got what you wanted, don't oversell. So,
well said.
The Chamber supports your initiative. I think it's a great way to assist our retailers on the mile, and we look forward to the pilot program and the manager's team's efforts to make that see that through, especially during the holiday season.
Well, we're looking forward to your assistance and participation in making it a complete success.
Absolutely.
Mr. President, congratulations. I've known you for multiple decades, and we're privileged to have you here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I second that. You've done a great job in the past in many, many different projects that I've been involved in, and it's great to have you here in the city. You have great shoes to fill, but you have so much experience, so many connections. I know you're going to do a phenomenal job for the chamber and for our city.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
While we're at it, I am going to just pile on and continue with the accolades and all, but remind you that now the real hard work starts.
It has already begun.
No pressure now.
You've got a ton of wood to chop, but you carry a big axe, and I know you're up to the task, sir.
It's been a phenomenal whirlwind, but very happy with it. Exactly what I expected.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to item H1.
H1 is resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFP 2025-19 Insurance Brokerage and Risk Management Services to Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services, LLC, the recommended responsive and responsible proposer pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award, and request a proposal 2025-19.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
You have no public comment, Ms. Mayor?
Just your appearance alone was enough to convince us. You are ready.
Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, great work, Madam Director. Thank you. H2.
H2 is resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFP 2025-22 Disaster Debris Monitoring Services to the three highest ranked responsible proposers in rank order: Tetra Tech Inc. Primary, Thompson Consulting Services LLC Secondary, and Debris Tech LLC Tertiary pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Item H3.
H3 is resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFQ 2025-31 for Construction Manager at Risk City Hall Renovation and Restoration Project, and negotiate a professional services agreement with Thornton Construction Company, Inc., the highest ranked responsible proposer pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award, and Florida Statute Section 287.55, known as a Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
It's 4:59. I'm getting you out of here on time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, so I just want to put it on the record. This is, first and foremost, thank you very much for your hard work. I know you don't get enough respect for the work that you do and your team does.
Thank
But
you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that. This is the final piece that we needed. We have the architect, we have the engineer, we approved the design, we approved the windows, and now we approve the contractor. Now, we're off to the races. We talked about it for 2 decades. For 2 decades, about having City Hall accomplished. City Hall is now underway. So I want to thank the Finance Department, I want to thank Procurement, I want to thank the City Manager, the DCM, the ACM, I want to thank my colleagues. This is a personal project for me. This is something that I believe we've had many discussions back and forth in regards to whether the windows should be wood, whether they should be steel, whether multiple different things. But we got to the finish line. And a lot of it, and all of it, is due to the hard work of the manager and all the employees. One of the last things that I forgot to mention, and I'm sorry, it was just got caught off guard, when we had Heisenbottle here, I would like for my colleagues, and I know that has nothing to do with what we're doing right now, but I'm just gonna bring it up anyways. I'd like for my colleagues to sit with the manager and have a conversation in regards to the stairwells of the city, of City Hall. If you notice, they're not real stone. They may look like real stone. And I think this is an opportunity if we're going to really redo this entire building. Maybe we can just get a budget number. We can decide whether it's too much or not, but to do it in real stone. It's something that I've had a conversation with the manager as we've toured the building on dozens of occasions. I've said, you know, you have some of the treads, some of the risers that are actual stone, but then you have, after I think the first floor, they become, poured. They look like they're real coquina, but they're not. You have a lot of the balusters that are not real stone. So I think that this is an opportunity that if we're going to do this right, let's do it right for real.
We will be pricing it, Mayor.
Yeah, so I would just like to see a price you could bring into the commission. Again, it's going to be pricey, but I think it's an opportunity to pay true homage to this building. I think it deserves it. And if you speak to the historians and the people who are serious advocates of historic preservation, that's the highest respect that you can pay, correct?
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir, of course.
Now we have a construction manager, now we can start doing some of these things and pricing things out and looking at value engineering and different design techniques for repair for City Hall.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Great work, Madam Director. Thank you.
For bringing up, and thank you for your very thorough memos. I mean, this is why you didn't have to stand and convince us.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
F7.
Property tax proposal issue, and we have a presentation. We need to get staff in here. Paula? There we go.
2 years off the schedule. Hello?
I thought this was an important piece for us to understand from the impact to our budget and which proposal on property taxes is something that is helpful for residents and workable by the city, and others that would set the city considerably on its heels. So since I am not the finance director, and I've asked you to do an analysis on the numbers here, I'm going to ask you to do the presentation.
I'm logged into Zoom, so I need to share my screen. Let me know when I'm sharing my screen. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll bring it up in just a moment, but you asked me to prepare a couple of slides on the impacts of each of the proposals from the House, and so I have some information that I'll share with the Commission as soon as they let me know that I'm able.
So there was a memo that I issued to the entire commission. It is attached to the agenda on F7 if residents want to take a look at it. It consists of the House Speaker's memo summarizing the various proposals that the House has for decreasing property taxes in various different ways, either for total elimination over directly or over a period of time, or increases in homestead exemption, addressing the portability issue. So since you are the expert in the finance department here and not I'm going to ask you to take it forward here.
Thank you. I am one of various knowledgeable people in my department, but thank you for that. So I thought I would start off by sharing some information, some general information about property tax revenue. You haven't seen me in a couple of months, so I'll refresh your memory. So our property tax, the revenue generated by property taxes in the city of Coral Gables represents 63% of the city's general fund operating revenue, right? So property tax revenue goes towards our general fund operating budget, and it represents 49% of our total operating revenue, which would include stormwater, sanitary sewer, other services. So each of the proposals that is provided in the memo that was shared by the Vice Mayor focus only on homesteaded property tax. So the House's proposals are essentially only focused on eliminating, reducing, or providing additional benefits to homesteaded property tax. And so homesteaded property tax is 45% of our property tax revenue. So just for some context of how the impact really looks to our city. And so the pie chart just breaks out for you that property tax is 63%. Other city fees and taxes represents 33% of our general fund operating budget revenue. So what are other fees and taxes? They're like our parks fees, business tax licenses, other fees that we have control, franchise fees, things of that nature. So fees that we set, we could increase, lower, eliminate, solid waste fee, things of that nature. And then 3.5% of our general fund revenue is from intergovernmental revenue, so revenues that we get from the state, essentially. So state revenue sharing, which is the city's portion based on a specific calculation, population, things of that nature, of state sales taxes and other use taxes that they share with us, and our portion of the half-cent tax, sales tax. So then to focus on the House of Representatives proposals, the first proposal, and it's a little bit out of order from the memo, but I'll go through them. The first proposal eliminates non-school homesteaded property taxes. The estimated impact to the city would be a reduction of $63.8 million, or 45% of our total property tax revenue. So that is a significant impact. Our property tax revenue, as you saw on the first slide, is $137 million. This would be almost half of that. The next proposal creates a new homesteaded exemption for non-school property taxes equal to 25% of the assessed value of the house. That would be a $16.8 million impact to us, so not as much as the first one, but still pretty significant. Represents 12% of our total property tax revenue. The next one would create an additional $100,000 exemption to the non-school property tax. That represents $6.1 million, or 4% of our total property tax revenue. I had to assume that all homesteaded property tax owners have insurance, right? I'm sorry, so this is for homesteaded properties that have insurance. Worst case scenario, all homesteaded properties have insurance, 6.1. Whoever doesn't lowers that number a little bit. The next one is actually the second on the list, but I put it out of order because the table is a little large. So this proposal eliminates homesteaded property tax over 10 years, creating a $100,000 exemption for essentially the first 9 years, and then the 10th year completely wiping it out. So you can see here that each year that represents about a $7.8 million, just about $8 to $7 million a year until you get to the fourth year. And of course it goes down because it starts to wipe out, but the cumulative effect is the next column. You can see how that would affect us. So by year 10, that would represent $83 million because we're assuming that property values go up by the allowable 3%. So you can see here that those are pretty significant impacts to our ability to budget in the city. While maybe beneficial for homeowners, certainly a big impact here for the city. I also listed here the other three proposals, which are the reform proposals. These are a little bit more complicated to calculate, and so we discussed not necessarily calculating these, really focusing on the proposals that were set out. I don't know if there's any questions.
So I just wanted to have a little more discourse. Now, the city would have to find revenue from another source, such as fees. And the obvious, but maybe not so obvious, impact of that is to the homeowner is there is no more homestead exemption from fees. You're going to paying a fee, whether it's the police vehicle fee for maintaining the police vehicles, or additional parks fees for running the parks. It would have to be a fee-based system. Is that not correct?
I mean, there's many ways to get there. There's not very many ways to make up $63 million loss in our budget. The proposals were clear in the memo that they would require cities not to reduce the funding for public safety. And so the decision we would have to make if this happened tomorrow is how would we budget? So the first thing that we would have to fund would be police and fire services. And then we would have to look at all of our other services and determine what we could afford and if we wanted to continue services, how we would generate revenue. And so yes, it could create a, the word we talked about was like pay for play, right? So if you want a service, we would have to create a fee to cover the cost of that service. Because there would be no other additional funding to cover those things.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
this assumes that the homestead exemption stays at 45%. The fact that when you have these large discounts for having a homestead house, I think that homestead exemption percentage may rise, which would mean that these deductions would rise. So this is something that can be a vicious cycle generated for a continuous reduction in property tax.
It could, but some of the proposals include portability. So if you have somebody that is essentially locked into their home right now, if you increase the portability so they can move into something smaller, that larger home then could be resold to a family that needs that kind of space.
Yes, Vice Mayor, but the percentage could increase, and it's probably going to increase because the incentives are there for the
purchasing.
increase. Yes.
So, for purchasing. But as far as the hit to the budget and the actual impact to residents, the impact could be worse for those who need the help the most, because you don't get the homestead exemption, you don't get the homestead exemption ability on a fee-based system. And you have to either pay for it somehow else with fees, or eliminate the service, or reduce the service that they're offering. I also covered in the memo, and I didn't ask you to outline that, was the fact that the property insurance rates are going up, and there are things that we as a commission can advocate for with our state leaders to try to improve, and decrease windstorm coverage across the state. So I'm hoping that, if you have some thoughts on that process, that we can be impactful with our legislators when we speak to them either locally or up in Tallahassee. I'm going to ask if you can take the presentation and attach it to the agenda,
Certainly.
Mr. Clerk, so that the residents can, have an opportunity to analyze these numbers as well without having to view the tape. Okay? Any other input from my colleagues?
I think it's great. Thank you for taking the time to do this. Very informative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
FA?
Fate is mine, but before I do, I wanted to give a little quick message. Carmen, Jim Cason's wife, asked me to go ahead and let everybody in the city know that they found a kidney for him today, and in the morning he walked into Jackson Memorial Hospital, and it's looking very promising. She wanted everybody to know. About F8, I had a town hall with Gables Good Government, and there was several things that the members were really passionate about, and Belkis, I copied you on this email. They want to see like a signature day for the Central Business District, and they were giving several ideas. I kind of wrote them down, but I think we could work on something to see if, maybe like a pilot program. Not right now, but let's go ahead and brainstorm a little bit, take your advice. They were talking about like wind down Wednesdays, encouraging after work relaxation and dining, downtown too, and they were referring more to like the days that business is really slow. There's a lot of concern with a lot of the vacant storefronts, and I think Vice Mayor was trying to work kind of on the same, I think we're on the same page when it comes to Miracle Mile and Giralda. It's a big concern, and residents are noticing it as well. So one of the other things was downtown Tuesdays. And I think what they were referring to was like a flexible, inclusive theme for all CBD areas for Miracle Mile and Giralda. Or they were thinking like Giralda Nights. But I know that we have something similar to that already. The Gables Hour, a coordinated happy hour concept promoted citywide. Maybe that would work. I don't know. Let's think together as maybe a commission. I put this up as a discussion, but maybe we can make it go a little further. The whole thing here is let's promote our residents and neighboring outsiders to, come shop and dine locally, basically. That was it. Do any of my colleagues have anything they want to say about this?
Through the mayor? I think it's important for all of us, to be focused on that. I also met recently with Puma and shared a lot of my concerns, a lot of my ideas, and a lot of the ideas that I got as well from the residents. So, we all should collectively be focused on, and I know the vice mayor has also been very focused on this too, just with the earlier solution, to see how we can drive not only economic traffic to our downtown central business district, but also do so in a way that elevates the experience and maybe a little something for being a resident here in particular is something that resonates with all of us, who live here. So let's all continue the conversation.
So, through the mayor, I'll just share, I had my meeting with Puma as well. I did speak to them about expanding, I'm going to call it the new bid, because I don't know what else to call it right now.
New bid, yeah.
The new district, whatever.
Well, that's a generic district.
The new district, expanding it so that we're including not only businesses on the mile, but we're including businesses along the Ponce corridor, and we're looping in the cultural arts establishments, because what I've observed and what I've heard is the cultural arts is attracting people to come here to experience the shows, whether they're on the east or the west side of Lejeune Road or up and down Ponce, and then people stay overnight in hotels, they dine, they shop. So it only makes sense to include all the cultural arts entities in our city to be able to have a cohesive experience. And they all then can have some say or skin in the game as far as being able to promote our city, being able to promote the activities, being able to promote the retail establishments and showcase them in the future. So that was my overall type of outline, but I do think that the city needs to be an active partner at the table in order to be able to help guide it and guide this ship in a clear direction.
May I briefly respond? And to that end, we seem to have a lot of similar ideas when discussing our respective meetings with Puma. But that was one thing that I emphasized as well, and I think you echoed that before, that the city needs to have a bigger seat at the table in a public-private coalition, partnership, in order to really make this have the greatest likelihood of success.
Right.
So I'm glad to hear that we're all on the same page.
We're on the same page, and we didn't even know it.
Next.
Mr. Clerk, item F9.
F9 is discussion regarding the 100 block of Romano Avenue. I had several residents reach out to me. There's safety concerns in this block. I know the Chief Hudak would probably want to mention that this is a delicate situation. I'll leave it up to him what he wants to disclose or not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, this block is very familiar with the police department, has been for a few years. It's been going on for a while. There are currently ongoing investigations, not just us, with code enforcement, with other entities outside the city. The one thing I can say that has worked marvelously from this neighborhood is the use of our Safer Watch app. We have every time that they've noticed us on something, we have that documented, and we've responded appropriately. That's really about all I can get into, but it is part of the police department plan. We are and have been over there. Over the course of years, we have made several arrests out of that specific area.
I appreciate your input, and I'm going to go ahead and just drop it at that then. Thank you very much.
No, I,
We'll keep you posted.
If I may, we all get phone calls from Romano. There's no need to put this on the agenda. This is under investigation. We should let the police do their job, and hopefully everything works out. The residents are well aware. We all speak with them. I know that because they've all told me they've spoken to all of us, and we've all spoken to you about that. Moving on, I don't think we should be talking about the issue. Item F10.
through the mayor, though, I
Yeah.
just have to make a respectful suggestion. Ask police chief if he wants to put on the agenda next time, because this does not help out the situation.
Yeah, through the mayor, yes, my promise was to these residents that I would be on the agenda. Now I'm leaving it up to the chief how much he wants to disclose. I did speak with him before, and he did understand where I was coming from. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I'm going to follow my promise. I understand it was a delicate situation. Therefore, I did not pressure him to say anything else.
Mayor, I'll just respond briefly. Yes, we've all been contacted. There are times we have to let our residents know that that is not a wise option. Period.
And if I'd also like to add on something to the chief, I don't think that the chief would get pressured into making any statements at all. I don't think he's that, number one, he's that.
Pressured into what?
Because she said she wouldn't pressure you into making any statements. I go, I don't think the chief's gonna get pressured into making any statements. So just the idea of pressuring the chief of police, I don't know, doesn't bode well with me.
The only pressure I truly feel is at home.
Yeah, thank you, chief. I appreciate you. I thank you.
We know who's boss.
Moving on to the next thing, F10, update on bike master plan.
This is my item as well. This is another subject that came up very often in the Gables Good Government Committee. Just a brief update where we are right now and what the future is looking like. I think that's basically what they want to know.
So if I may, Commissioner, so the thing about this bicycle master plan that most of our attempts to build bicycle infrastructure in the city have resulted in significant opposition from the abutting property owners. And this goes back even before I started working in the city. There was some temporary bike lanes that were done on Salcedo. You know, a lot of the business in that area expressed significant opposition to the impact to on-street parking. There was an attempt to put bike lanes on Riviera. The commission put a stop to that because of significant opposition from the abutting property owners. We had the bicycles on a section of Alhambra Circle. It ended up being same result. We are actively, and this was something that was done through a petition process from the abutting property owners on South Alhambra, south of US 1, and that's something that there's some details that we're trying to finalize with the plans, but we expect to get working on that next year. And that is one thing that we're implementing, but unfortunately, our current experience has been that, you know, anytime you bring up bicycle, you end up having a significant opposition from the property owners that are immediately adjacent to that area.
So through the mayor, I'll add to this, because of your prior experiences and so forth, rather than have staff do a shiny presentation, I went door to door, along with some other volunteers, and we got signatures on particular streets between Blue Road and basically US 1, which is Ponce. And we do have support. Riviera, near the high school. Okay, we do have support on South Alhambra between University of Miami and Blue Road. There's been no opposition, but we need to update the plan in this section here so that we can have an east-west corridor going where people are asking from the Adult Activity Center, past the parking garage, past the Publix, and designed, because it needs designed yet, to go on Biltmore Way, and then either turn up Hernando or turn up Segovia, however the traffic, you know, the bicycle engineer feels it needs to be. The current plan, which was done back in 2014.
Correct.
Was before the A-Loft went in, before Villa Valencia went in, and because of that, it was planned to go on Valencia from Douglas Road all the way through. It's incredibly dangerous to take that route now because of the A-Loft Hotel. It wasn't encompassed as part of the bicycle plan. So that needs to be revisited. I asked my appointee on the board to revisit it. They've had trouble making quorum. So hopefully this next time, they'll be able to make quorum and start moving forward on it. So those are some of the thoughts on that. But this commission has voted on the east-west next to Publix, has voted on the section on Salcedo going north-south in particular sections. So you have, for future development to encompass it, because it's some of the most dangerous corridors and areas to be able to bicycle through. And it's some of the densest areas where getting people out of their cars would be beneficial. So I do think there is a future, but we have to do it in a phased approach. We need to get the engineering done first. If it's shovel-ready, perhaps then we can get some grant money to support it, But we got to start somewhere, right?
Thank you for the update.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to F11.
I'll go ahead and defer that one.
Beautiful. Moving on to F12.
Okay, F12, this is actually not a memo. I did attend the second meeting in Orlando for the Florida League of Cities, but this one in particular is just to inform the commission that I was appointed to the advocacy committee. This one in particular goes on behalf of the Florida League to advocate for policies, mostly home rule. And I'm very honored, once again, very, very honored. The day after, that was the day after I got appointed to another one, which is the FAST, which this is representing Florida and Washington. I'm also very, very honored to be able to represent not only Coral Gables, but Florida in a bigger capacity. And that's it.
Okay, moving on to item F13.
F13. Been working on, because I've had a lot of very passionate residents contacting me about doing some composting in the city. Because the county commissioner indicated that she wanted to have a composting site somewhere in our city, trying to make that happen. And one of the obstacles that I was told was that the library didn't want to do it, so I've communicated with the library, and that is being, as far as I know, is a favorable response that they would have a composting site there. It's an area that, like Pinecrest Library, they have a composting site there as well. I also explored with Fertile Earth, who is the group that's doing the composting for the county, whether we could add a composting container, or they would be interested in putting a composting container at the Salvador Park during Adventure Day. I thought those were going to be something that they'd be willing to do as part of what they're doing with the county. However, there's a price tag on it for their one-day appearance, would be $1,000. Seems a little steep for just doing punking recycling, and I will update you all in the future if I can get this proposal moving forward to have a location in our city where the composting can be accomplished for the residents that have been contacting me and wanting very, very passionately to have a composting site to drop off like Pinecrest does. Okay. Thank you.
I love it. Great idea.
That's it.
F14.
Pumpkin.
Same thing. I did 2 in 1.
All right. F15.
Okay. F15, there's going to be another pack walk. I composed a 1-minute video of what happened last time, and then I'm just basically letting people know there will be another pack walk. If cable TV can please put the video. It has sound. basically November 8th at 11:45 a.m. And I changed the time because I want businesses to be open. Not all businesses are really very active at 10 in the morning. I felt 11:45, 12 p.m. is a better time for people to get to know some of the stores that we have or restaurants that we have. And I really want to promote not only adoption, but we need to bring foot traffic onto Miracle Mile. We need to make people fall in love with our Miracle Mile and Giralda. Towards the end of the pack walk, we will end up in a social hour in Coyo Taco. And that's always fun because neighbors get to mingle and you get to meet the dogs that are out for adoption in a natural environment. So you know how they're going to behave around you if you decide to adopt them or not. And that would be it.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, did we miss anything else in the agenda? All right. Vice Mayor.
November 8th, I guess, going to be a very busy day between walking dogs and Adventure Day over at Salvador Park. We also have the pickleball, and I know Mr. Ukiya is going to be there, right? And you have a little poster to put up to remind people to click the QR code, get your tickets. You want to help sponsor it, there's an opportunity there's more sponsorship opportunities. It's for a great cause for the Ronald McDonald House. Like Nicholas Children's Hospital provides wonderful things for our children who are in need. Families have a place to stay with their children while they're going through some very serious and difficult times of their life with medical issues. I went to the Red Shoe Society meeting, which was another fundraiser for Ronald McDonald House, and the speaker, who didn't think she was qualified to stay in there, she had to go up to, I believe, Chicago, and they opened their doors and made it so much a warmer experience for the most difficult time in their lives, where there was a delicate procedure that had to be done. Hope to see you all out there. If you need to find that site again, if you look for Ronald McDonald House of South Florida, you can Google it and you can get some more information. 6 p.m. though, for the elected leaders to be out there.
Be there, we're playing.
Showing our support.
I'll be there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Castro.
Yeah, number one, happy Halloween. Next, well, this Friday is Halloween. I hope everybody has a very, very safe Halloween. And the other one is, again, please register for the dog walk. It's going to be really fun. Go into my social media. The registration link would be there. And the route's going to change just a tad bit because I want to highlight some restaurants I didn't highlight before. And register. It's going to be very fun. Thank you.
Commissioner Lara.
Right, so following up on wishing everybody a very safe and enjoyable Halloween. Couple of places that everyone should consider swinging by is Santa Maria is always a great place to see some of the finest turnouts you'll see for Halloween. And I invite people to come by on historic Coral Way as well, because the residents on that street have really gone all out with respect to the spirit of Halloween. But I would encourage everybody to start early and end early too, for safety purposes as well. And just also, I'll be out there pickleballing, if that's the right term.
I will find out. I mean, we'll have to learn from the experts.
And lastly, just reminding everybody, again, during today's meeting, I'm reminding and inviting any of the residents who would like to meet. I hold my office hours since I was elected Monday mornings, and or let me know if you want to meet somewhere else. I'd be happy to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, I want to wish everybody a happy Halloween. Come by our neighborhood, San Amaro, UM. It's a great area. Stone's throw away from Santa Maria. Takes you maybe 5 minutes walking, and it's a great neighborhood full of kids. It's a great opportunity. Mr. Manager, on the next commission agenda, I would like an action plan for the referendum, city website, e-news, along with a press release, and whatever my colleagues would like to add in regards to the action plan for the 8 referendums. I want to make sure we are reaching as many people as possible. So I'd like to see it on the next agenda, a small action plan explaining what we're planning on doing. So I want to make sure we get as many people to come out and vote. Those 8 referendums are critically important. I would like for there to be a detailed website explaining every single referendum, questions. We can have a town hall meeting. We can send information to homes. Make sure people are well aware. I plan on doing my own outreach and spending my own money in an effort to make sure that people come out and vote. Next item, we're planning on going to Tallahassee in November. I think it's important. As per legislation, the mayor dictates who will be attending Tallahassee. I'd like for the vice mayor who came with me, was very successful a few years ago. We raised record numbers, the most we've ever received, not 1 year, but 2 years in a row in regards to appropriations. And she has a very distinct and positive outlook, and she gets along very well with the elected officials. I'd also like for Commissioner Lara, who's never been to Tallahassee, to join me. I think less is more. As the vice mayor can tell you, multiple times when we spoke to our lobbyists and we spoke to our elected officials up there, they did not want to have so many, the entire commission, come up. They wanted to have the mayor and maybe 1 or 2 other individuals come up. And I think it's important in an effort to make sure that we can deliver on our legislative agenda. So that's the request that I'm making, Mr. Manager, and I appreciate that. Also, I don't know if any of my colleagues received this phone call. Do we need to take any action on that, Madam City Attorney?
No, Mayor, you designate the
Okay, perfect.
the
Thank you
official
very
city
much.
delegation.
I also want to make sure, I'm not sure if any of you received notice, but I received notice from 2 residents, 2 or 3, in regards to Sunrise Harbor Park, 25 East Sunrise Avenue. It's a beautiful little park, but it has a basketball court. And Madam ACM, I don't know if maybe you want to come up, they wanted to add a pickleball court because they say the basketball court is not getting used. But the problem is this is the way I see it. Okay, ready? Remove the basketball court. We immediately going to get 5 phone calls saying, hey, haven't used the basketball court in 3 years, but I want to use it today. So you had a good idea.
So there is an abandoned pump station that would allow for an expansion of that park. When we did the renaming for Sally, for the Judes, there was a lot of input at the unveiling there saying that they would love to expand, maybe have restrooms there, maybe have pickleball, maybe have basketball. So I think there's an opportunity to do all of that. There is some money speculated for next year for design, but we'd have to look at budget for that.
So again, I am asking through the manager and through my colleagues, I think it's a great opportunity. It's a park that gets a lot of use. You know better than anybody else. And I think pickleball would be appropriate there. As long as the resident next door is okay with it, because pickleball makes noise. So I just want to be upfront. So we want to make sure that everybody's fine with it, okay? I like the idea. I think it'd be interesting, and it'd be another amenity in that park. I think it would be, bring maybe older kids, not just young kids that want to play in the play area, which is amazing, by the way. It's a great park. You guys have done a great job, but maybe we can bring some older kids, maybe some kids that maybe do not get much physical activity. Maybe this inspires them to come out and play a little pickleball. I think it's a beautiful opportunity to get out there and sweat and meet people. I think it's beautiful, and I've said that before, and I actually got
You actually got yourself in trouble.
Good, I love it. What's wrong with sweating? What's wrong with going out and meeting people?
No,
I think it's great.
no pressure on you. You better have very good
ready.
negotiations so you have more impact fees to put
The
towards
issue is
these
that
parks.
you got to be careful. You go out there, you get hurt. Let me tell you, anybody can get hurt. I don't care how good shape you are. Playing a sport that you've never played results in you taking positions and dives and different things. You become very competitive before you know you get injured. But if I would like support from my colleagues, Madam City Attorney, do I need to take a vote on this for us to explore pickleball in next year's budget? And if there's any money available, which I know there's not because we're very tight this year, that potentially can at least we start looking at designs, pre-design, budgets, and start working on it so we don't have to wait till next year, so we can at least maybe put one of our in-house consultants to tell us, look, this will be a good layout and this is what it's going to cost, $30,000, $40,000 to maybe we have to reconfigure the basketball court. We may have to make it work. Maybe we have to maybe pour more concrete. Maybe we have to move something. But I would like to at least be ready for the budget season saying, look, Vince, it's going to cost $75,000, $50,000, whatever the number is.
Well, I'll move for exploring that. I'll move it.
I'll second it. And just, you better be successful on Monday.
I'm gonna do my
No
best.
pressure, no pressure.
I'm gonna do my best. Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, so again, thank you to staff, I appreciate you. Again, I wanna congratulate our incredible staff for doing a wonderful job in today's commission meeting all week. It's been amazing. I've met with many of you. You've met on site with me. You've really delivered on behalf of the residents and the business community. We ask a lot of you, a lot, and I just wanna say on behalf of the commission that we're incredibly grateful for always being there, always answering the phone, answering emails. I'm in contact with the DCM and the ACM and the manager literally every single day of the week, on weekends even more, and you never fail to respond on behalf of the residents. So I want to say thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much. And by the way, I want to compliment code enforcement. It's starting to look really good. We're educating in regards to plastic bags. You can't leave, your garbage bags 5-6 days. I'm getting a lot of complaints. As you know, Mr. DCM, it was actually used miserably in the last campaign against me. People actually would see me and they would say, Vince, keep doing what you're doing. It's great, keeping the city beautiful. So what ended up happening was, thank you so much, because the residents of North Gables are so excited because they're seeing their neighborhood finally be clean. I mean, people are throwing out garbage bags because they don't know. So like I tell you, what do I tell you, Mr. DCM? What do I say? After I give you the address, I say, please educate, please educate, please educate.
Right.
They didn't use those. The firefighters didn't use those when they were handing them out last year in their effort to take me out. But it is what it is. But we'll continue working on behalf of the city, doing the right thing. And I want to thank you because the work by the entire code enforcement department and your leadership has been amazing. Keeping our city clean, keeping our city up to the standard that it should be. So thank you again. God bless all of you. Have a wonderful Halloween. And thanks again. Take care. Bye.